The exercise files for today's course are located in the video description below. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Welcome to Microsoft Word Introduction. My name is Mo Jones and I'll be your guide through this course today. Whether you're using Microsoft Word for the first time or whether you use it on a as-need basis, this is the course for you. We'll open Microsoft Word and we'll cover all of the essentials that we need to be able to navigate the interface, create a fully functional Word document, and be able to distribute that document as well. Here's what we'll be covering today. We'll just get started. What is Microsoft Word? What is the components of the interface? How can we add and format text? How can we create and manage lists? How can we use proofing tools to make sure that our document is good to go before we distribute? We also have Module 2, which will cover working with text boxes, working with images and shapes, adjusting page appearance to get it to look how we want it to look, and how we can convert Word to other formats. PDF is a popular format just in case someone does not have a Office 365 subscription. So this is going to be interactive. So you'll have opportunities to pause the video, complete a particular task, and come back and complete it here as well. Go ahead and open up Microsoft Word and come right back and we'll jump right in.
Looking to support our channel and get a great deal? Become a member today to unlock ad-free videos. That's right, your favorite courses without a single ad. Interested in a specific video? Purchase one of our ad-free courses individually. Looking for even more? Gain access to exams, certificates, and exclusive content at learnitanytime.com. More information can be found in the video description below.
Welcome back. I went ahead and opened up my Microsoft Word here, and we're presented with the Start screen. And on the Start screen, we can see that we're presented with three big buttons. We have this Home button, we have this New button, we also have this Open button here as well. Basically, this Start screen allows us to do a couple of different things. Basically allows us to find our recent files. It allows us to open files, and it allows us to create something new. So those are the main three features of our Start screen here. So finding recent documents that I've created, finding things like templates here as well. Now, what can we do with Microsoft Word? Well, Microsoft Word is a word processing application, right? So some of the different things that we can do is we can use Microsoft Word to create a calendar. And here's a fully functional calendar right from our template gallery. Not a lot of applications that allow us to create something like this. One of the really popular uses of Microsoft Word is to build a resume. Everything is already kind of pre-made for us. We just need to enter our own information. Another really popular template. We can use Microsoft Word to create certificates. Maybe you want to create a certificate for the employee of the month. We can use that here as well. Many uses. It all depends on your creativity, what you're trying to accomplish. If we want to create a simple order form, we can actually use Microsoft Word to do this as well. As you can see, we can add tables in here. We can add logos, different things of that as well. Also, another popular one is a project task list. Maybe you just want a simple solution to track your projects. So these are just some of the different things that we can do with Microsoft Word. It extends beyond just adding text to your document and adding text formatting. There's a lot of things that we can insert, but I encourage you, go ahead and click on the New tab here. Go ahead and scroll down to the bottom and go ahead and check out some of these templates. Some really nice ones here. You can actually search for a template right here, or you can go ahead and narrow it down by clicking on one of these tabs here as well. Go ahead and check some out. Once you find one that you like, it's a matter of clicking on it. And once you click on it, we can see a nice preview of what this actually is. Go ahead and click on Create. This will actually download and open up that template for you. And as you can see, we have a lot of nice information in here, nice headers, nice colors. And we can just simply replace these fields with our own information. Go ahead and explore the template gallery and come right back. Welcome back. Hopefully you had some fun exploring some of those templates. Let's go ahead and create a new document. So right here from the Home tab, we're going to go ahead and click on Blank Document. I'll go ahead and click on here, and here we are. So here is the Microsoft Word interface. We'll notice a couple of things here that we kind of need to discuss. We can see just our main document area here. Right now it's just a blank canvas. Nothing happening there. Down here on the bottom right, we can see some other details. We see a zoom bar, some different views that we can use as well. Up here we have our ribbon. So here are our ribbon tabs: File, Home, Insert. And then we have what's called command groups. So here's our clipboard command group, font command group, paragraph command group, and so forth and so on. Also at the very, very top, we see a really small little icon here. Kind of looks like an underscore with a V on the bottom. That is the quick access toolbar. So we'll take a look at all of these different elements, basic rundown of what we can do with these different components here as well. Let's talk about the ribbon. So here's our ribbon, and this is called the ribbon tab. So this is the Home tab, and on the Home tab, we have specific command groups and specific commands. So the Home tab in all of Microsoft Office products is where you'll find the most used or common commands. So for example, on the Home tab, we have the font command group. And in the font command group, this is where we can do things like change the color of the text. We can highlight text. We can bold the text as well. We have the paragraph command group. So this is where we can adjust the paragraph spacing. We can create a bulleted list if we want to, or a numbered list. We can center align our text. We can add styles. So we have some styles that are pre-programmed, like heading 1 and heading 2. Notice it has that blue color, and it's larger than our other text here as well. We also have the editor over here. That's also can be found in different places, but it's also on the Home tab as a common command here as well. So the way that this works is, based on what you want to accomplish, you would click on one of these tabs. So for example, if I wanted to insert something, I would click on the Insert tab. Now notice from the Insert tab, we have a new list of ribbon items. We have other command groups: pages, tables, illustrations, where we get all the goodies. We can insert pictures, shapes, icons, charts, screenshots, media, headers and footers. So just different things that we can do. If we click on the Design tab, not a lot here, only 2 command groups. We have document formatting, and we have the page background here as well. So this is where we can make universal changes to the entire document. Then on the Layout tab, as expected, we can change the paper size from here. We can change the orientation from portrait to landscape. And then we have other things like references, where we can insert some academic components like a table of contents or a bibliography or table of figures, cross references. We'll cover these as we go throughout our 3 courses here: the introduction, intermediate, and advanced course. Let's take a look at one more. Here's the Review tab. And from here, we can see that we can run our editor and different proofing tools, spelling and grammar. We even have the accessibility checker, which is pretty good here as well. So a lot of things that we can do here from the ribbon. So a lot of times today, you'll hear me say something like, click on the Home tab, head on over to the Styles command group, and go ahead and apply the heading 1 style. So it's a hierarchy. So we have ribbon tab, then we have command group, then we actually have the command. And as long as we understand this, we're well on our way to really understanding how Microsoft Word works and how to insert different features and components there as well. go ahead and play around with the ribbon here. Go ahead and click on different elements and see what's available, and come right back. So the ribbon tabs are very, very helpful. One of the really helpful ribbon tabs is the Help tab here. Now, clicking on the Help tab, we can always kind of see what's new in Microsoft Word. We have some opportunities for training here as well. And we also get a really, really nice help feature. So I really like to use the help because maybe I forgot how to use a particular tool. I'll go ahead and click on help here. And what it does, I can also press F1 to open up the help tab. It opens up a pane right over here to the right side of my document, which is very, very helpful. I don't necessarily need to go on the internet to look for something. Right here, it loads the library of information from Microsoft. So what if I forgot how to zoom in to my document? I'll just go ahead and type the phrase zoom there, and I'll press enter. And it tells me right here several different ways that I can zoom. So I can go ahead and click on the View tab and select Zoom. So if I click on View, here's the zoom. And I can go ahead and zoom to 100%, or I can zoom maybe 200%. That's really, really big there. Maybe I'll go back to 100%. So really nice way to kind of just get some quick help. Maybe a colleague mentioned something that you're not aware of. Sounds like a really nice feature. No need to go searching the web. Just click on the Help tab, click on Help, do a quick search here, and get the information that you need. Microsoft has done a really good job of providing some quick how-tos. Sometimes you'll even be presented with a quick how-to video in terms of how to perform that particular task. Here's a video actually to zoom in or out. And there we go. So pretty nice feature. Highly encourage you to use that to continue your learning for Microsoft Word. We also have our quick access toolbar. We'll cover this a little later. Once we start adding some text, we'll start to add some of our favorite commands to the quick access toolbar as well. The other thing to mention are just the different types of views that we have. If you take a look on your taskbar down here, right now, there's different views that we can use. So here are the 3 different views. We can also zoom in and out of our document right here as well. Once we start adding some text, we'll zoom in to the level that's just right for you. So right now we are in print layout mode. If I click on reading mode, this will open up the reading mode for me. And then we have the web layout, which uses up more of the canvas here as well. I can also click on the View tab, and I have the same options here as well. The only difference is we also get the outline view. So the outline view is a really nice way to kind of get started. Maybe you just want to put a rough outline in here. We can go ahead and do that. We'll cover this a little later. Right now, we're just kind of exploring the interface, seeing what's available. I'm going to go ahead and close the outline view. And that's it. So these are the different components of Microsoft Word. Go ahead and explore. We'll come back. We'll start adding some text here. And then we'll start playing around with some of the font commands and some of the paragraph commands as well. Welcome back. Well, let's go ahead and start adding some text to our Word document. We can see we have the blinking cursor here, which indicating that we can add text exactly at that location. But believe it or not, we don't have to start adding text right here in the very top left corner of our Microsoft Word document. I can double click anywhere in my Word document. For example, down here, just by double clicking, I can go ahead and I can add text right here. But to keep it simple, I will start in that first line. So we do have lines here. We do have line numbers, but we can't see them right now. They're invisible. We can turn those on, but we have line numbers in here that we can use. On the first line, I'll go ahead and just put a quick title here. So I'll say title, and I'll say Word intro. I'll press enter. And so when you press enter, you go to the next line. I'll go ahead and put lesson 1 in here. What did we cover in lesson 1? Well, we covered the start screen. We covered the ribbon. And we covered the help tools. Let's go down to lesson 2. So what will we cover in lesson 2? We'll talk about adding and formatting text. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So right here, we can kind of pause. We can kind of take a look at some of the attributes of the text that we've entered so far. So take a look at that very first line, right? So I can click anywhere inside of a word and I can see the attributes here. So for example, for my word here, title, I can see it's using the Calibri font type. Font size is 11, right? But what if I wanted to change that? What if I want to make this a little bigger? Well, if you want to select a single word, you can double click. So if I double click, I can select that word. If you want to select an entire line, triple click. So if I click 3 times, 1, 2, 3, it selects the entire line. Notice when I triple clicked, I get a quick mini toolbar here that allows me to make some basic changes. This happens as soon as you select text. Once you click away from it, it goes away. I'll go ahead and do that again. And I'll go ahead and increase the font size. So instead of 11, I'll go to 12. I can also use the increase font size command right here. I'm going to make this 16. It's a title. It should be bigger than the rest of my document. So I'll go ahead and give that 16. I'll change the color as well. I'm going to make that blue. That nice word blue there as well. Now for the rest of my text here, I'm going to do some basic selecting. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight just by holding down the left mouse button and dragging. I'll start from the bottom here. I'll go up. And I want this to be at least 12. And I'm good to go. There's also a lot of empty space on the left and the right. I have a pretty big monitor, so I want to be able to see more of my document. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in just a little more here. I'll click on the plus sign down here, and I'll go to about 120%. This looks really good. This is pretty much where I am comfortable. Go ahead and zoom in to the level of your choice. You can also zoom in by holding down the control key on your keyboard and scrolling up on your mouse. Notice I'm zoomed in to 160. If I hold down the control key and scroll down, I can go back to 120%. Okay, let's add some random text in here. So I'll enter another line after lesson 2. And we'll use a simple command here. We'll use the rand function to just generate some random text so that we can play around with it. We want to be able to use the font commands and some of the paragraph commands in here. So let's talk about some font commands. So let's type equal RAND, open parentheses. Let's go with 2 paragraphs, 3 sentences. In the end, it looks like that. Give me a random 2 paragraphs, 3 sentences each. I'll press the enter key. I give you some random Microsoft text here, and this is perfect. This is what I'll use to insert some of my font commands. So what I want you to do, just highlight. You can either highlight a sentence or a word and just use some of the different font commands. For example, I'll make the first sentence bold. I'll make the next sentence italicized. The third sentence, I'll use the underline. My next sentence here, I'll use the strike through. And we can see just by using those simple font commands, we can change the look and feel of our document. So go ahead and apply some of those different font commands. Use as much as you want to. I'll go ahead and highlight this other sentence here. And let's see. We already took a look at the font commands here. I'll change the font actually. I'll change this to the, why not? I'll go for the Aharoni font. So we can see different fonts have different heights. They have different widths. They have different kind of effects there as well. And here's is change case. So if I click on change case, I can capitalize each word. Look at that. So if this were a title, I'd want to make sure all of the words are capitalized here. I can change everything to uppercase. Or I can just change it to sentence casing so that my first word is capitalized here. So I have a lot of different things that I can use. Or I can make everything lowercase. This will clear all the formatting and put everything back to the default text. And there you go. Right? So that's just the clear all formatting. I call it the eraser there as well. Right? But I'm going to go ahead and give that a blue color, and I'm going to go ahead and capitalize each word here as well. So go ahead and use as many of these font commands as you can. Play around with them, and then we'll come right back. We'll take a look at some paragraph commands. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you were able to take a look at all of the font commands in the font command group. I went ahead and added just a few more. I used the word art here, and I just made my last sentence orange here as well. Well, let's go ahead and use some of the paragraph commands. So right over to the right, we'll take a look at some of the paragraph commands here. We'll focus on this bottom row. And then for the next part of our lesson, we'll focus on the top row here as well. So what about adding and formatting text? I'm going to go ahead and triple click to highlight the entire row. And notice right now it's aligned to the left. So I can either align it to the left, I can align it to the center, or I can align it to the right. I'm going to go ahead and align that to the right. So we can see it's kind of aligned to the right here. I'll go ahead and center align that. And here you go. So when you center align text, it kind of gives the impression that it's kind of the level 1 item for the text below it. So we can go ahead and do that as well. Notice when you hover over these different commands, if a shortcut is available, you will be able to apply that shortcut. So if I want to center align my text, I can press Control E. Control L will align it to the left, and Control R will align it to the right for me as well. So keep your eye on these different shortcuts. If they're available, you can always use them here as well. Very good. So that's the alignment, left, center, or right. Another thing that I can do is adjust the line spacing. So right now, we can see that we have a little bit of space for this paragraph. For each line, there's a specific amount of space in between each of these lines here. So I can either make this larger or I can make it smaller. So if I want to use more of my document, I can maybe get rid of some of that space, or I can go ahead and extend it. Well, that's the line and paragraph spacing command. So we can choose how much space appears between lines of text or between paragraphs. So I'm going to highlight my 2 paragraphs here. And to make things simple, I'm going to go ahead and clear the formatting from there. Put it back to normal. I'll increase the size to 12. And I just want to go ahead and apply a paragraph command. So here's the paragraph command. If you click on there, you have a few options. This is called single space or 1.0, 1.15. So as we can see, as I go down the list here, the space between each line is increasing. So unless you have some specific instructions to use a particular line spacing, you can stick to the default here as well. I'll go to 1.15. And one of the things that really affects the line spacing, on the bottom, it says remove space after paragraph. And as you can see, that kind of gives us a lot more room here as well. So if I click on remove space after paragraph, we can see the space that was in here has pretty much been reduced to a single line here as well. Now, as you can see, that only affects the chunk of text that I've selected. Notice the rest of my document, the paragraph spacing has not changed. So I have 2 options. I can either select all of the content on my document here, if you press Control A on your keyboard, that selects everything. Every page, every line, every sentence, every word, every paragraph. And here I can go ahead and apply the paragraph spacing to the entire document if I want to. The other way is to click on the Design tab. We'll discuss this a little later. The Design tab is where we can establish the document formatting for the entire document. So if I wanted the paragraph spacing to be established, it's a good thing to do before you start your document is to establish the line spacing that you want. And this way, as you add content, it automatically adjusts to that particular line spacing. We'll cover that later when we talk about design. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and break up my sentences here. So I'll just place my cursor after the period right before my next sentence and press enter. This pushes the sentence down to the next line. And that looks pretty good. I'll go down here. So I just want each sentence to be on its own line. Because what I want to do next, I want to go ahead and take a look at these two commands here, the shading and the border. So some other paragraph commands. I will highlight this line that says adding and formatting text. And I want to use a shading. So this will change the color behind the selected text. And as I just I can get a nice preview here of what that would look like. I'm going to go with a really light orange color here. And there you go. So automatically it just makes that text stand out. Call it something to attention, or you're introducing another section of your document. I'm going to go ahead and add a border around that. So I can add a border on the bottom, a top border, left, to the right. Well, I want outside borders. And look at that. So our document is starting to look really nice. We have some color in here, and we have a shade and a border here as well. Right. So go ahead and use that. Go ahead and apply some of these different paragraph commands on that bottom line here to different sentences. Actually, I'll go to this one here. I'll give this one a bottom border. And I'll give this another color here as well. Go with that color. All right, so there we go. So pretty nice. Go ahead and check out those different paragraph commands and come right back and we'll start taking a look at some of the other paragraph commands. Welcome back. Okay, our document is starting to grow here. So we're able to add and format some text using font commands, and we're able to use some paragraph commands as well. Next thing we want to talk about is styles. So I'm going to go ahead and add styles here. So we have two options when we're designing our document. We can either manually choose our font size and color, or we can go ahead and use what's called a style. Now these styles can be found right here on the Home tab, and we have our styles command group. There's different styles that we can see. Now what's really nice is if you highlight a chunk of text, we can get a preview to see what these styles are. So here's normal. This is no spacing. So notice how it just tightens up those lines for us. Here's the heading 1. So the heading 1 comes with a nice big font, blue. Here's heading 2, a little smaller. Here's the title style, right? So really, really big there. We have subtitle. We have subtle emphasis. We have emphasis. We have intense emphasis. We have strong. So all of these styles, they're meant to call attention to a particular place in your document, or maybe to even introduce another section of your document as well. Here's a quote. So it centers the lines, the text for us. So these are all pre-made. Here's the subtle reference, so everything is capitalized. We have the intense reference, which I use a lot. This kind of always use this to kind of introduce another section of my document. And we have book title and list paragraph. So to keep this simple, I'm going to go ahead and apply the title style to our title. So I'll highlight my title here and I'll give this the title style. For each of my lessons, lesson 1, this is going to be a heading 1. So I'll go ahead and give this a heading 1. So these heading 1s, they're very similar to the headings that we see on web pages. Right? Notice web pages, we always have a heading followed by a body of text. Here's lesson 2. I'll go ahead and give that the heading 1 style as well. Right? So those are just some quick styles here. For lesson 1, I'll go ahead and highlight that, and I'll give this maybe the intense reference. This describes what we're discussing. Maybe I'll give this strong, actually. I'll give that strong. Right. And then for lesson 2, I'll go ahead and make that strong as well. I'll put this back over here, and I'll get rid of the border and the shade color behind it. Right. So now we can see more of a structure. Our title is clear. We have our 2 headings for our first 2 lessons. Those are clear as well. And now it's your turn. Go ahead and apply some different styles to your document. Okay? You can either just apply a style to a particular word, or you can give it to a chunk of text, a sentence, paragraph. Whatever you want to do, you can go ahead and use that as well. I'll go ahead and grab the second line here, this other sentence rather, and I'll give this the intense emphasis. And there we go. So all these styles, they have their own formatting. If I were to right click here with intense emphasis, here are some of the attributes. So it comes with its own font color, accent style, right? So they all have their own particular formatting in here as well. So quickly enables us to style up our document as well. Now there's one more thing when it comes to using styles. Right? So we can use an existing style, like I said, or maybe you did apply some specific formatting to a chunk of text. So I'll grab this first line here. I'm going to make this bold. I'll give this the Georgia font. And I'll make this orange, right? I'll also make it italicized. Now, what if I wanted to do the same thing to this sentence here? Well, instead of highlighting that and giving it, and making it bold, italics, giving it the Georgia font and making it orange, what I can do is copy the formatting from this chunk of text and apply it to this one. And that is called the Format Painter. I'll put this right here. This really comes in handy when it comes to just repeating formatting. The Format Painter can be found right here on the Home tab in the Clipboard command group. This little paintbrush here. And if you hover over it, it tells you exactly what it does. It's a 3-step process. You select the content with the formatting that you like, and then you click on the Format Painter. So that pretty much loads all that formatting onto the paintbrush. And then step 3, go ahead and brush or highlight the chunk of text that you want to apply that formatting to, and that should work. So let's try that. I'll go ahead and highlight my sentence here with the Georgia font, bold, italics, and orange color. I'll click on the paintbrush here. Here's my little paintbrush, I can see it. And I'm going to go ahead and highlight this sentence, and let's see what happens. And there we go. So we just copied the same formatting from one chunk of text to the next as well. So that is the Format Painter. Really nice tool to help you design and style your document. Go ahead and have fun, play around with some of the styles here. Feel free to reset or clear all the formatting if we need to go ahead and keep things simple here as well, and come right back. Let's continue with some of our other paragraph commands. Okay. And more specifically, let's go ahead and take a look at the paragraph commands at the top line here. We're going to go ahead and insert a bulleted list. And we'll take a look at the different types of lists that we can create here as well. So let's go ahead. I'll add a line down here and I'll put lesson 3. And I'll scroll down just a little bit. Now for lesson 3, we're going to insert a bulleted list. There's 2 ways that you can create a bulleted list: from existing text, or what you can do is you can go ahead and insert list and add text to it as well. So that's what we'll discuss here. Now for lesson 3, I'm going to go ahead and give it the same heading 1 style to keep it consistent. So I'll click on lesson 3 here. I'll give it the heading 1 style. And here we go. Now under lesson 3, here are the topics that we want to discuss. Inserting a bulleted list either from an existing text or inserting a list and adding text. So I'm trying to communicate that under lesson 3, these are the objectives here, but they're all kind of on the same level here. So what I want to do is insert or convert this text into a bulleted list, so we can clearly see that they are sub-items of lesson 3. So go ahead and highlight these here. After I highlight this, I'm going to go ahead and head on over to my bulleted list here. I can either choose the default bullets, or I can click on this drop down arrow here to choose a type of bullets that I want. We can always change it later. For now, I'll just click on the bulleted list. And as you can see, it creates that bulleted list for me. And now I can more clearly communicate that lesson 3 involves bulleted lists from existing text and inserting list and adding text. If you want to change that, you can click on the drop down here. Maybe you want arrows instead. Maybe you want check marks or hollow squares or some funny, not sure what that is. Never knew what that was. Never used it. But if you want to use it, it's up to you. We have another one here. We have stars. I'll go with the hollow square here. Makes it look like a little checklist. So these are all level 1 items, bulleted list. But what I want is my bulleted list here. It's going to be a level 1 item. And then from existing text and inserting list and adding text, these are level 2. So I want a little hierarchy here as well. So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and highlight these 2 down here on the bottom. And I'm just going to go ahead and push them over to the right. Now to do that, I need to use the little arrow here that says increase indent. So by doing that, that's going to demote this from a level 1 to a level 2. Well, let's click and see what happens. There we go. So now we can see it's really ordered here. Lesson 3 consists of working with bulleted list. More specifically, either from existing text or from inserting a list and adding text. So there we go. Simple list here. Now I'm going to go ahead and press enter. I want to go ahead and demonstrate how we can insert a list and then add text. So I'll press enter. Notice when you press enter, it wants to continue the list, which is the default behavior of Microsoft Word. Every line wants to continue the formatting from the line above. So to break away from that, I need to go ahead and press the enter key again. Now I'm back to level 1. I'll press the enter key one more time. So just keep pressing enter until you break away from the actual list right there. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and insert another bulleted list. Or maybe I'll insert a numbered list this time. If I click on the drop down, I can go ahead and choose a type of list that I want ahead of time. So here's a numbered list with a period, parentheses, Roman numerals, capital letters, lowercase letters with a parentheses. Well, I just want a simple one here. So I'll click on the number and I'll just call this my shopping list. And I'll press enter. my shopping list. I just want some simple items here. So I want milk, eggs, bread, and I want some orange juice. Okay. Now remember, this is my shopping list. So I want these items to be moved over to level 2. Right? They should not be level 1. So I'll highlight them, and then I'll just move them over just like that. So here's my shopping list, and here are my sub items. Item A is milk, B is eggs, C is bread, D is orange juice. Those are simple ways to create a list, either from existing text, or you can insert your list and then add your text here as well. So go ahead and create 2 lists. You can actually use the same content. You can make a shopping list and then convert it to a bulleted or a numbered list. Go down a few lines and insert another list and then add your text as well. Right? Remember to use the increase or decrease indent to kind of manage your list there as well, and come right back. Now that we're able to build 2 lists, sometimes it's necessary to manage a list. So we'll just take a look at some simple management that we can do here. One of the things that we can do is we can sort a list. So what if we wanted to sort our shopping list here so that bread appears first and then eggs and then so forth and so on. Well, what I can do is I can highlight the items that I want to sort in my list. So that's kind of step 1 here. And after I do that, you'll notice we have the sort command right here in the paragraph command group. So I'll go ahead and click there. And I get this dialog box here, this sort text dialog. And it basically asks me, how do I want to sort this list? A to Z or Z to A. It's asking me if I have a header row or if I don't have a header row. I'll go ahead and press OK, and let's see what happens. So as you can see, it sorted my list in alphabetical order. I have bread, eggs, milk, and I also have orange juice. If I wanted to highlight my entire list and then sort, then I would need to indicate that I have a header row. If I don't have a header row, it's going to move my shopping list item, which is what I don't want to do. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. I'll press Control Z, or I'll undo to undo my last task here. Right. So I have 2 options. I can either just sort based on what I have selected, or I can select the entire list. I just need to indicate that I have a header row. So my header row basically is that level 1 item, my shopping list. I want to make sure that this does not move, so I'll leave that turned on here. I'll go ahead and press OK, and I'm good to go. So that's how we sort a list. But what if I wanted to go ahead and expand this list here? So what if I wanted to add a section for breakfast items, one for dinner items? Well, what I would do is I would come right here. I'll just add another line after shopping list, and I'll put breakfast items. But remember, breakfast is going to be a level 2 item. So I'll go ahead and move that over. So this is where managing the list comes in. And managing the list basically involves either decreasing or increasing the indent for a particular line or particular chunk of text. So basically, shopping list is level 1. My breakfast is going to be level 2. My breakfast items, bread, eggs, milk, and orange juice, will be level 3. So I'm going to push those over to level 3. So here is a 3-level list. My shopping list is level 1. My breakfast is level 2. And then my breakfast items is level 3. So we have 3 levels in here. Well, I want another level for my dinner items. So after orange juice, I'll press enter and I'll type dinner in here. But remember, dinner is going to be on the same level as breakfast. So I need to move this over. So I need to decrease the indent this time. So I'll do that. Now my list is looking pretty good. Breakfast. And now I can enter my dinner items. I'll press enter. And for dinner, I want salmon, asparagus, and maybe some wild rice. But I want these to be level 3. So again, I'll go ahead and move these over to level 3. Increase the indent. And there we go. So here is our shopping list. Level 1, level 2, level 3. And that's how we manage our lists. Right? If I highlight my entire list, I can move it closer to the margin here on the left. If I move it all together, it does not change the levels, it just changes the orientation on the actual document. So I want this to be aligned as far to the left as possible. Finally, I'll make my shopping list stand out. I'll make that bold, and I'll give that a shade. So I'll give it a basic shade here. For breakfast, I'll make that italicized and blue, make it stand out. Dinner, same thing, italicized and blue. So here's my little shopping list here that I can go ahead and use as well. Right? Let's see if I can remove the bullet from my shopping list here. Maybe I don't want that to happen. Maybe I just want the list to be indicated down here as well. So I can either add a bullet to that shopping list or I can remove it here. Right? I'll leave it and I'm good to go. So go ahead and expand your list. Go ahead and add 2 more tiers. Go ahead and add breakfast and dinner. And make sure that you have 3 levels for your lists. And come right back. We'll move on to lesson 4. Well, believe it or not, we've covered a lot so far. We're able to add some text, use some styles, build a list of items, manage a list, able to kind of just make our document look a little more alive here. So what we'll do here in lesson 4, we want to go ahead and make sure that we save our work. And then we'll take a look at the spelling and grammar just to make sure that everything is okay. So again, I want to go ahead and add another line to introduce lesson 4. So remember, if I press enter, I'm still working on this list. I need to press enter a few times to break away from that list. So now I'm broken away from the list. I'll go ahead and add lesson 4. And lesson 4 is going to be all about checking spelling and grammar. And once we've done that, we want to go ahead and save our document. So we'll take a look at different ways that we can save our document here as well. I'll give lesson 4 the heading 1 style to keep it consistent. And I'll go ahead and convert our 2 objectives here into a bulleted list. There we go. And we're good to go as well. Okay, so when it comes to checking spelling and grammar, there's a couple of different things that we can do. We need to click on the Review tab. Actually, we don't have to. Remember, on the Home tab, we now have the editor right here. So we could run it from there. But let's click on the Review tab. Let's visit another tab here. We've been on the Home tab quite a bit. And here is the editor. So to check spelling and grammar, there's a couple of different things that you can do. We can actually use the shortcut. So we can press F7 and that will actually run it for us. Or we can go to the Review tab and then click on the editor or spelling and grammar. Editor is a newer tool, so we'll go ahead and use that here as well. So the editor is a really nice tool. Not only does it check for spelling corrections, it also helps us to improve our writing. So if we're not being concise enough, we can add some more context to what we're trying to communicate. The editor will provide us opportunities to improve our word selection. So I'll click on the editor here, or I can press F7. Opens a pane over here on the right, you can see. And we can see that we have a score. So right now I'm at 83%. So I know that something is wrong here. It's giving me a couple of corrections. It's telling me that I have 4 grammar corrections that I need to make. So let's see what that's all about. If I scroll down, we have refinements. So clarity, conciseness, formality. So it's checking for all of these different refinements here as well. So the way this works is it does the work for us. We simply need to click on the corrections and it's going to highlight the first correction. So basically it's telling me that I'm missing a punctuation mark. Didn't add the period here, so I'll go ahead and do that. So that takes care of that. The next one here says I need to double check my capitalization. So typically we don't capitalize the letter A in a title. So I'll go ahead and change that to a lowercase a. So as you can see, it's pretty intuitive. It's pretty robust. Not sure why it's always asking for a period after my text, but that's fine. I'll go ahead and add a text here. Not really writing sentences, just kind of writing just short, tasks here as well. All right. Same thing, missing a period. I'll go ahead and add this here. Tells me spell check is complete. I'll go ahead and press OK. And so there it is. I'm at 100. Now, we have different options. This is for formal writing. What if I wanted to run the editor for professional writing? Right? So this is best for general business communication. And it's telling me that it found 2 clarity refinements. So I'll click on here. Let's see what it offers me here. So it wants to use another similar word. So a synonym. So provides or supplies. It likes video supplies a powerful way. I can either ignore it or I can say, you know what? That does sound better. I'll go ahead and use that here. So it changes it to video supplies a powerful way to help you prove your point. The next one, same thing, supplies. Right? Word supplies instead of provides. And there we go. And I'm at 97. Let's see what else it found. Didn't find anything. Sometimes it takes a little while to actually refresh. There we go. It's at 100. And what about casual writing? Okay, looks like I'm all good to go for casual writing. So this is a really nice tool to be able to use. You already notice as you're typing or adding text to your document, it's running the spell checker in real time. So if I type a word that's typed incorrectly, it's automatically going to give me the correction here as well. So if I say save my document by, right, doesn't like that word. So right here gives me the suggestion in real time, pressing F12. Let's go ahead and save our document. A couple of different ways we can do that. We can press F12. We can use Control plus S. And we can also do it the traditional way. Click on File and click on Save As. If you press F12, what I like about that is it opens up the folder structure on your computer, and this gives me more capability in terms of where I want to save this. Right? So if I want to go ahead and save this to my desktop, I can go ahead and do that, give it a quick title, and that's it. I'm saved. If I'm syncing to my OneDrive, I can go ahead and open up my OneDrive folder and save it in my OneDrive here as well. If we press Control S, because I'm logged in to my Microsoft account, it wants to save it to my OneDrive. Okay. So that's another option here as well. If I go to the File tab and click on Save As, this kind of gives me a combination of everything here, right? So I can save it to my OneDrive, I can save it to my SharePoint, I can save it either locally or online. So it's really up to you. For now, I don't want to save it online. I just want to save it to my desktop. So I'll press F12. I'll click on desktop and I'll just say module 1 completed. Press save and I'm good to go. So now if I make some changes to my document, Now all I need to do is press Control S. It's just going to automatically save it or overwrite the actual file. We don't get that pop-up window. It only appears the first time you press Control S. It's the same thing as clicking on the Save command right here on the actual ribbon. And notice when you click on it, it actually says Control plus S to actually save the document. Go ahead and save your document and get ready for Module 2. Well, hopefully you enjoyed Module 1. We covered all the essentials that we need to be able to create and proof and save a Word document. Here's a quick recap. We took a look at getting started with the start screen, the ribbon interface. We're able to add and format text, able to create and manage lists. We're able to take a look at some of the proofing tools that are available. Now for Module 2, we'll talk about working with text boxes, working with images and shapes, adjusting the page appearance, and converting to other formats as well. Go ahead and open up the exercise file that says Practice File Word Module 2 and come right back. We'll dive in. Welcome back. So here's what we'll do for Lesson 1. It's all about integrating text boxes. Now I want to go ahead and insert a text box. So I'll break away from this list by pressing Enter a few times here until I get rid of the bullets here. And to insert a text box, we'll click on the Insert tab. And over on the Insert tab in the Text command group, we have a gallery of text boxes to choose from. Now we can either insert a simple text box and add our own content, or we can insert a pre-formatted text box. Let's take a look at the gallery, take a look at some here. So here's a simple text box, which is what we want to insert. So it's a simple text box with default formatting. The next one here is the Austin quote. So it has bold lines at the top and the bottom. Here's banded quote. So we have some shading in there as well. Facet quote, a little accent graphic on the top left there. Now if we scroll down, there's different types that we can use. Some of different colors, orientations, alignments. Here's a simple quote, one of my favorite, rounded rectangle. So these text boxes are a really great way to improve the look and feel of your document. They come with their own formatting inside of the text box. So you can insert a text box, make it as big or small as you want, add your content and your formatting in there. I'm going to add a simple text box. And here is my text box. And it's telling us grab our reader's attention with a great quote, or use this to emphasize a key point. So if you want to move it, we can drag it. So this is an object. There's lots of different objects that we can insert into Microsoft Word. We have text boxes, images, shapes, charts, tables, which we'll cover. So the main thing to note about these different objects when you insert them, you want to take a look at your ribbon, and you'll notice that we have what's called a Contextual tab. Before we explore the Contextual tab, I'm just going to go ahead and add some text in here. Okay. So I'll say, look out for the Contextual tab. And format the text box with the tools provided. So here's my text box. So if you notice, I'm interacting with my text box. So again, this is an object. Because it's an object, if you take a look at the ribbon, we get a bonus ribbon tab here that's called Shape Format. If I click away from my text box, it goes away because it's contextual or conditional, right? It's on demand. It only appears when you're interacting with the object. So if I click here, my shape format appears. Once I click on shape format, I can do things like apply a shape style. I can apply some text formatting by using WordArt, and some other things that I can do. I can resize the text box. I can also use some alignment here as well. So these contextual tabs are a big, really big deal in Microsoft Word. when you're interacting with an object, it gives you all the tools that you need to be able to modify them and make them look really, really nice as well. Notice right now we can kind of move this around. So how does it interact with the text that's around it? If I move it up, notice how it's kind of like pushing my text out of the way. In this case, it's pushing my text to the right. And you may not like that behavior. Well, when you insert an object, there's different layout options. Take a look right over here. We have the layout options. To the top right, have this little button here. We also can interact with the wrap text command drop down under the arrange command group. But I'll keep it simple here. I'll click here under layout options, and this will determine how our text box interacts with the text around it. So right now, it's a square. So basically, the text will surround our text box in the form of a square. So let's see, if I move this like here, we can see it's forming a square around my text box. So text on the left, text on the right. If you like that, then that's perfectly fine. Let's choose another option. I like to use the top and bottom option because this one always ensures that the text is either on the bottom or the top of my text box. So in other words, my text box will be on a line all by itself. So now if I do this, instead of distorting my text to the left or the right, it just makes sure that it's either on its own line, on the top or the bottom of my text box. So just go ahead and change that. This is my preferred option, unless I want to put something next to it here. Right? If you choose in line with text, this is the most problematic one. Notice it's very difficult to move it around when you do that. So for now, I'll just do top and bottom. And I'll move it down here. And let's just go ahead and explore some of the options here for shape format. If I click on shape format, here are some styles that I can apply to it. I'm going to move it over to the right so we can see the preview here. And simple outline, blue outline. And there's different styles. So these are all theme styles. I can make it green with white text. Right? So this has a black outline. The next row just has a fill color. We have different shades. And as we go down towards the bottom, we get more of a glossy and a shadowy type of format here as well. We have some presets on the bottom. So some transparencies are in here as well. And some more intense gradients here as well. I'm going to go ahead and make my text box a little wider here. Just like that. And I'll give it a nice little blue style here as well. The other thing that I can do is give it a shape effect. So there's a lot of shape effects that are available. Here's some presets. So this one, preset 1, gives a nice little bevel design with a white outline. So it looks really, really nice. So we can either use a preset or we have shadows. Now, when you're working with these shapes and styles, you pretty much either choose a shape style or a shape effect. They tend to cancel each other out. So go ahead and try them all. See which one you like. Here are the different presets. They get more intense as you go towards the bottom here. Different orientations, so forth and so on. We have shadows. We have reflections. We have glow. So an exterior glow that we can use. We have soft edges. And we have different bevels that we can use here as well. I'll stick with this particular format. That looks pretty good. And then I'll go ahead and move it down here so I can go ahead and take a look at it. Go ahead and insert a text box. Click on that shape format tab and go ahead and play around with the different options. Go ahead and apply a style. Take a look at the shape effects. You can even go ahead and apply some word art to there if you want to as well, and come right back. Welcome back. So those are the basics of integrating text boxes. Let's move on down to lesson number 2. We'll talk about integrating shapes. Now I'll do the same thing. I'll go down a few lines here and I'll add maybe a shape or two. We'll use this space to insert some shapes, and just like our text box above, we want to make sure that we locate the Shape Format tab so that we can format our shapes here as well. Inserting shapes into your Word document is a really nice way to kind of create a simple infographic. We can type on shapes after we insert them. So really nice. I'll click on the Insert tab, and on the Insert tab, I'll head on over to the Illustrations command group, and here we have shapes. I'll click on the drop down here. Let's take a look at the library of the different shapes that are available. We have recently used, and we have lines, arrows, squiggly lines. We have different types of rectangles, rounded corners. We have some basic shapes. And look at this, a text box is a basic shape. We have smiley faces, hearts, lightning bolts, brackets, arrows, equation shapes, flowchart shapes. Lots of different things that we can use here. We have callouts, which are pretty cool. Speech bubbles. I'm just going to insert a basic shape here. I'll go with a rounded corner rectangle. So I'll click here. We get the drawing tool. Now I just need to go ahead and draw it. I can make it as big as I want to. I'll make it about this big. And as expected, we get the shape format. So now we can go ahead and choose a shape style. We can choose a shape effect. Other things we can do as well, shape outline. We can even choose our own shape fill if we want to. But right now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and type on here. Right? And I'll just say, I can type shape. So combining text with a visual. And there we go. So that's one of the really nice benefits. We don't have to go searching for infographics. We can create a simple infographic here as well. Now, when we add text to a text box or a shape, we can also manage we can apply font and paragraph commands there as well. So if I highlight my text here inside of my box, I can do something like change the color. Don't really want to do that here though, because we're going to need some contrasting colors. This gold doesn't look too bad in there. I'll make that text gold. I'll increase the font size to 14. I'll change the font to Georgia. There we go. So we can actually modify the shape by making it our own. We can put our own fill color in there if we want to. All right, so we can do something like that. Good contrast. Or I can go ahead and choose an existing style. Let's see what shape effects I can use here. Maybe I want to give it a nice shadow. And maybe I'll give it a bevel. Look at that. That looks pretty good. And I can resize this as well. So if I resize it, I can now increase the font size. Let's see how this interacts with the text. Look at that. So I'm moving this, and this one is in front of text. So another option here. So now I can kind of place this wherever I want to. Right? So again, it all depends on what layout option you choose. Right? If I want to use top and bottom, it splits my text to top and bottom, or I can choose behind text. So it does that, goes behind as well. I'm going to leave it as in front of text and put it right here as well. So those are the basics here. What if you like this particular graphic that you just created? Well, we can duplicate this. And I'll just say duplicate. Let me make this bigger so I can see my text here. So to duplicate an object, you're going to press Control D. Control plus D, that will duplicate an object. So I'll make sure to click on the border here of my shape, not on the inside. I want to click on the border. And if I press Control D on my keyboard, that duplicates that shape for me. Exact replica of that. I'm going to go ahead and make these both smaller. Let's see. I'll click on the shape format here. And now I can see the size, the dimensions. So it's 1.3 high, 3.5 wide. I want to make sure that the other one here has the same dimensions as well. So this was 3.15. So let's make this 3.15. I can actually type it in here if I want to. So now they're both the same size. So pretty cool. And there we go. So that's how we add shapes to our document. I'm going to insert one more. I'll put a simple shape. Put a little oval here. I'll draw it here. Now I'll just put a number 1 on here. Indicating maybe the first step in the process. Increase the font size. That's step 1. Now I'll duplicate this one. And this is step 2. So shapes and text boxes, really nice way to kind of just add a little flair to your document as well. Go ahead and insert a few shapes, insert as many as you want to. Try out the different ones that are available. Try some of the stars and banners, some of the callouts. Play around with the Shape Format tab and come right back. So integrating text boxes and shapes, a really nice way to improve the look and feel of your document. I'm going to go down to lesson 3, which talks about integrating images. We all love to work with images. We all like to insert them, give us a nice flair to our document here as well. So just as before, I'm going to go ahead and click on the Insert tab. This time I'm going to go ahead and insert a picture. Now there's different types of pictures that we can actually insert. I'm going to go ahead and make some space here to insert a picture. Now we have different options under the illustration command group for pictures. Let's click on the drop down and let's see what options are available when we are integrating pictures. So we have 3 options. We can either upload an image or a picture from our computer or our device. The next option is the stock image. So we have access to premium content from Microsoft's stock image library. And then we also have online pictures. So online pictures basically will be surfing the Bing web search looking for pictures. Kind of the same thing as opening Bing on your Microsoft Edge and searching for a picture. So we'll have access to more pictures using Bing, right? So this gives us access to more pictures, but we do have some issues. We may have some copyright issues that we need to be careful with here as well. And then we have stock images. So stock images, we have fewer to choose from, but we can use the pictures with permission. And of course, from your device, if you own the picture, then that's the best option. You don't have to worry about copyright issues, right? Because you own the picture. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few here. I'm going to go ahead and I'll insert at least 2. I want to insert one from the Microsoft stock. I'll click on Insert here, and I'll click on Stock Images. So here is Microsoft stock. Now, before I start diving in here, I can search for either images, icons, cutout people, stickers, illustrations, cartoon people here. Let's just kind of preview the different ones that are available. So images, these are the stock images. I can type in the search term in here. So let's say maybe a work team. And it gives me different results for work team. I can scroll down and I'm good to go. Right? Down here it tells me, as a Microsoft 365 subscriber, I have access to the full library of creative content. Right? If I click on icons here, Now, I really like to use icons. There's pretty much an icon for everything. So if I want an icon regarding, let's say, team, here we get some different icons that represents team, either a literal team or some team sports or hands, right? So it's a good option when you don't want to show people's faces and you just want a little graphic that indicates a team, right? Maybe something regarding communication. Right. So really nice option. So if you integrate icons with your text, then you can really send a really nice message here as well. We have cutout people. Okay, so right now we're just touring. So here's cutout people, and we can scroll down, different reactions. Okay, so really nice to be able to use here as well. We have stickers. We all love stickers, we can use those. We have illustrations. Several illustrations here to use. And finally, we have cartoon people. So again, another really nice way. You don't want to use actual people. You can use these cartoon graphics here as well. Lots of different ways to express by using a cartoon graphic as well. So these are the stock. Let's take a look at the other option. So again, it's a good option. You can use those without having any copyright issues. If I click on online pictures, so we'll notice it's powered by Bing. So if I search for, let's say, work team and press enter, now we're searching the web, not just the Microsoft library. We're searching the Bing web search results. So we get more in terms of pictures that are available. Right? Not as high quality as the Microsoft stock, but we get more content here as well. Now we just have to be cognizant, by default, when we're searching, we are using the Creative Commons, right? So the Creative Commons, the professional has placed their creative work in the Creative Commons so that we can reuse it, right? If I uncheck this, you'll notice that we'll have way more options available, but we don't have permission to use all of these images here. So even though we have access to more, we want to make sure that we're staying in the Creative Commons, unless we get direct permission from the creator of the content. The other thing to mention here is we can narrow it down to see what type of picture we're looking for. I can make this dialog box bigger. You'll notice we have a filter right here. And if I click on there, it allows me to do a couple of different things. So I can specify the size, right? So maybe I want large pictures. I can specify the type of pictures that I want. Maybe I just want photographs. And finally, I can choose the layout as well. Maybe I want pictures that have a widescreen orientation as opposed to a portrait, square, or tall. Right? And down here, if I scroll down a little more, we have color. Let's see. So different colors, kind of hard to see it right now here as well. Right? We get a big reminder that we are responsible for respecting others' rights, including copyright. So we can click Learn More here to make sure that we're being compliant, especially if we're sharing images in a public space. Right? So go ahead and click on the Insert tab. Go ahead and just explore the stock image library and the online pictures. Go ahead and check out some of the filters and come right back. Now that we've previewed the stock images in the online gallery, let's go ahead and insert a stock image. So I'll look for a work team. And I'll go ahead and grab this picture here. So I'll grab this picture. I'll go ahead and click on Insert. And it inserts that picture onto my Word document. Now, it inserted the picture, really nicely here. It doesn't always do that. Sometimes when it inserts the picture, it's more like this, right? The picture is so big that you can't really manage it So that will happen sometimes. It does not always insert perfectly onto your page. Well, remember, this is an object. So how do we fix this issue? Well, we need to go ahead and locate the Picture Format tab. And from there, we can head on over to the Size command group. And the first thing we can do is just make sure to resize it so that it fits on our canvas, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and decrease the width here until it fits on my canvas. And this is the behavior of pictures. They kind of jump all over your document here. So I'll just go ahead and resize it this way. Now the way that I just resized it, that's the safe way, right? So when you're resizing a picture, that's one of the first things that you may need to do after you insert a picture is resize it. So what you want to do, you can use one of the resize options here. If you resize the height or the width, it still maintains the aspect ratio of the picture, right? So that is good to do. So I'll put some X's here and I'll put some checks. So yes, you can use that resize tool. You do not want to use these resize handles for your picture. If you use one of these resize handles, that is going to distort your picture. You want to use one of the corner resize handles. Okay. But do not use these here as well. I'll give you an example. If I use the resize handle here on the right, notice how it's smushing my picture. We don't want to do that. If I use the one on the top, same thing. It's flattening my picture. Don't want to do that. What you want to do is use one of the corner resize handles. You'll notice that it does either decrease or increase the size of the picture, but we're maintaining the aspect ratio. Right. Now, I made some changes here. I want to reset the picture back to its original state. So one of the tools is under Picture Format is the Reset Picture. So I'll go ahead and reset that to its original dimensions. I'll say Reset Picture and Size. There we go. So 3.6 by 5.89. So again, a good first step is just resizing your picture. Now that we have it resized, we have a lot of things we can do here under Picture Format. We have adjustments that we can make. We can remove the background, we can correct it, recolor it, apply artistic effects, adjust the transparency, and we also have picture styles. We also have the cropping tool. So lots of things that we can do. And remember our friend here, the layout options. We need to determine how we want the picture to interact with the text that's around it. Well, let's go ahead and take care of that first. Let's see, if I try and move my picture, it's kind of anchored to the text that's around it right now. So for me to move this, it's going to have to anchor it to another chunk of text. Well, I don't want that. So the first thing I need to do is choose the layout options. Now, when you insert a picture, it comes with inline with text, and that's why it makes it difficult to move. It's anchored to that location and that text on the actual document. So just change it with any of the other options here, and you'll notice you'll be able to move the picture freely. If I click on square, my text will form a square around the picture. Again, if I choose top and bottom, the text will either be on the top or the bottom of my picture. Again, this is my preference. I prefer to just use the top and bottom feature here as well. Let's take a look at a few tools. So here are the different styles. So here's a simple frame, right? Here's a beveled frame. Here's a metal frame. That looks pretty nice. Really nice, actually. Simple drop shadow rectangle. Here is a reflected rounded rectangle. So what I want you to do, go ahead and insert a picture. Go ahead and resize it to your liking. Change the layout option. Then I want you to go ahead and choose all of the picture styles. Go ahead and choose all of them. You can always reset your picture I like this one. This is the bevel rectangle, very modern looking. And we also have, I also like this one, reflected bevel black. So it looks very nice and classy as well. Go ahead and insert your picture, resize it, change the layout options, and go ahead and apply a picture style. I want you to use all of them so you'll be familiar with what you want to use in the future. And come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun taking a look at the different picture styles here. I went with a simple frame. Sometimes it's just best to go with a simple frame when you can't find what you're looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and resize this here, make a little room. And let's go ahead and insert another picture. We'll take a look at some more tools that are available. So this time I'll insert a online picture. And I'll look for something related to learning. I'll press enter. I want to make sure I stay in the Creative Commons. And let's see, not a lot of options here. So maybe I'll look for something else. Put on team, press enter. Okay, work team. Here we go. I'll go ahead and grab this picture here. That looks pretty nice. Now you can insert multiple pictures if you want to. So if I want to insert this picture and that one, I can do that. So I can insert more than one if I want to. But I'll just insert one picture here. And my picture inserted. Here it is. Now because I'm inserting an online picture, it inserts the, it wants to give authorship to the owner. So it comes in with the caption here as well. So here's my picture. Going to click away from it and then click on it again. And I'll resize it a little bit here. Okay. Now, as it grows, it wants to go off the page. So it's trying to go down to the next page. So what I'll do is I'll resize this one. Give me a little more room to work with. And I'll scroll down here. I'm good to go. Well, let's go ahead and crop this. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and remove some of the left part of this picture and some of the right part here as well. Right? Maybe I just don't want too much detail. The cropping tool allows you also to change the orientation of the picture. So I can make this more square than it is wide by removing the sides as well. So I'll click on the picture format. And here is my cropping tool. So I'll click on the top half here of the cropping tool. Now I'm in cropping mode. I can see that I have the cropping handles here, those black handles on the top, bottom, left, right, and the corners here as well. So how this works is I want to go ahead and crop it from the right. So I just want to move in to about there. So I'm basically cutting out parts of the picture like that. And that's it. If I want to cut off maybe a little bit of the top, I can do that as well. So we're just kind of like drawing a picture inside of the picture. So we're cutting out this part of the picture. That's what the cropping tool does. And there we go. And I'm done. I can make adjustments, change my mind if I want to. I can also drag the picture like this inside of the frame if I want to get exactly what I want. So different things that we can do. I want it to be right about there. And I'm done. Once I'm done, I'll just click an empty space on the canvas here. And just like that, my picture is cropped. I'll click on the picture format here. And I can give it a quick style, but let's take a look at some of the corrections here that I can use. So just sharpen or soften the picture. We can see the effects in real time. Here's the preview. We can adjust the brightness or the contrast. We can recolor the picture. Give it a different color tone. right? Make it softer or warmer. You could make it like a black and white. We can recolor it. So a lot of the tools that you'll find on your phone camera, you'll notice you'll be able to apply them here to this picture here as well. We have artistic effects. So if you want to give it more of a marker feel, we can do that. All right, here's a plastic wrap. Looks pretty cool. All right, here's a light screen. Here's a pencil grayscale. So lots of different things that we can do. Let's see, transparency. We can adjust the transparency. So this is helpful if you want to maybe overlay text on it. But I find it better to just add a good contrast and color for the text. Right, so we can do that as well. All right, very good. So I've inserted the picture, I've cropped it. I'm gonna go ahead and add a style to it. Just a nice basic style. Maybe I'll put this one in a, see how this looks in an oval. It's disappearing on me. Here's a modern shape, this rounded diagonal corner white. Go ahead and use that. And I am good to go. So pretty nice looking picture here as well. Now remember, if you made a lot of changes to your picture, we can always reset the picture by clicking on Picture Format and use the Reset Picture command. Reset the picture discards all the formatting. Resetting the picture and the size puts everything back to the original state here as well. So pretty nice to be able to do that. Remember, our picture also comes with effects, just like our text boxes and our shapes. So here are different presets that we can use as well. So go ahead and crop your picture. Go ahead and apply a style to it or add a picture effect and come right back. Welcome back. So we worked with several objects here. Now let's talk about lesson 4. We'll talk about page appearance basics. Now, there may be some things that we want to do, like change the paper size, change the orientation. We can accomplish this by clicking on the Layout tab. So I'll click on the Layout tab here, and maybe I want to go ahead and do things like change the margins. Maybe I want to go ahead and change the orientation and the paper size. So let's take a look at those different options here as well. So right now, if I click on the page size is letter. So your typical 8.5 by 11. Now, what if I wanted to make things a little bigger? Maybe I wanted to make it legal. So right now I'm on 3 pages. If I click on legal, because I'm using bigger pages, now I have 2 pages. So now my content fits on 2 pages as opposed to 3 pages. Let's go to the top of the document and see what that looks like. To go to the top, I'll press Control Home. That brings me to the top of my document here. Quick shortcut. So here's page 1. We have lesson 1 on there. We also have lesson 2. And then we have lesson 3 here, kind of in the middle of, right? Kind of like a little bit on page 1, a little bit on page 2. So what I can do is if I wanted to move this down to another page, I can either press enter a few times and it will move it down, or I can insert a page break. Right? So here is a simple page break. So I can mark the point at which one page ends and the next page begins. I can also use a shortcut for that. I can press Control plus enter, and that will actually insert a page break. So basically, I want to go ahead and move this chunk down to the top of my next page. Right? Because it's missing. My picture, it's kind of divided right now. So I'll press Control Enter on my keyboard. And notice how that moved it down to the next page for me. Now I have a little more room to work with my images and so forth and so on. I'm going to undo that. I'll click on the Undo button here. And let's insert the break the other way. So here's the breaks from the Layout tab, and I'll just insert a page break. So it does the same thing. The shortcut and the command does the same thing. I'm going to undo that one more time. And we can also insert a page break. So from the Insert tab, we can click on Page Break. So 3 different ways to do it. They all do the same thing. So Control Enter, or Insert Page Break, or from the Layout tab, click on the breaks and insert a page break as well. Nice way to kind of organize your document here as well. Now we have some other things here. So we have margins. So we have margins of those invisible space here where you're not allowed to type or add content to the left, to the right. So these are the margins. So right now, if I decrease the margin size, I want to reclaim some more of this room here so I can utilize more of my content. So if I click on margins, right now it's 1 inch by 1 inch on the top, left, the bottom, and the right. I'll use the narrow margins. And as you can see, we're using up more of the space on the left and the right. So now I can fit more of my content. You'll notice that now I'm back to 2 pages because I'm using more of my content here as well. So just a quick tip. If you want to, you can either increase the paper size and decrease the margins to be able to utilize more space. You can also decrease the paragraph spacing there as well. So lots of different things that we can do. I'm going to go to the end of my document. I'll press Control End. So that's how we change the paper size. That's how we insert a page break. What if I have some really big pictures on here? I'm going to increase the size of these pictures. And I want to use maybe the landscape orientation. Not sure what happened here. My picture is not refreshing. Okay. I may need to change my display settings for best appearance, but I'll fix that later. So what I can do is I can change the orientation. So right now it's more of a horizontal orientation, it's portrait. If I want to make this more landscape, so notice how it increases the width, it's using up more of the width here. And now I can go ahead and really make my pictures wide, make them really wide now because I'm using the landscape orientation. So that will be a benefit of using the landscape. I'm going to put the paper size back to 8.5 by 11. All right, so here's my landscape. I can put big pictures in there now. I'm good to go. So when it comes to orientation, it's either landscape or portrait. I'll put this back to portrait. And I'm going to have to resize my picture here. Make sure it fits nicely on my page. Right, very good. So that's how we do that. Other things to discuss here. Let's go ahead and insert a built-in header and footer. But before we do that, go ahead and click on the Layout tab. Go ahead and change the paper size, margins, orientation. Go ahead and insert a page break as well. And come right back. Let's go ahead and insert a header and a footer. Now, the header, basically, there's a reserved space at the top of each page, and this is the header space. Notice that we cannot type any text here. We can only apply text after that. So that's pretty much reserved for our header. Header are things like page numbers, the name of the document, today's date, so forth and so on. And then on the bottom of every page, we have a space reserved for the footer. So it depends on what you want to be displayed on the bottom of every document here as well. Now to insert a header and a footer, there's several ways that we can do it. We'll do it the traditional way. Let's go back to the top of our document. So I'll press Control Home to go back to the top here. And I'll go ahead and click on the Insert tab. And when I click on the Insert tab, I'll notice that we have a header and footer command group right here. And we can use a built-in header. And we can choose from a built-in footer. We can actually customize the header area, put whatever we want in there, maybe an image or an icon or a table, but we'll keep it simple. We'll just insert one of the built-in headers here. So I'll go ahead and click on the header dropdown, and here are the different built-in ones. So here's a blank header, allows us to type whatever we want to. Here's a blank header with 3 columns. If I scroll down, so we have page numbers on the left, page numbers on the right. We have the document title. And if I keep scrolling down here, right? So lots of different colors, graphics, accents, shapes that are applied here as well. I think what I want the document title. So I'll choose banded here. Okay. And I have to put the document title in here. Now what's going to happen is once I type the document title here, it is going to apply that same header to all of my pages. So we can see on page 2, we have the placeholder there. So I'll go ahead and type the document title here. Sometimes it will pick up the document title and place it in here based on the properties of the document. I'll just call this one MS Word Module 2. And that's it. I'll close the header and footer. Now at the top of every page, I can see that I'll have that same header, right? So the name of the document. So when we print this or export this to a PDF, on the top of each page, we'll see that header there as well. Let's go ahead and insert a footer to show the page number that we're working on. So I'll click on Insert. This time I'll click on Footer, and I'll choose a footer that has a page number. I'll go with banded as well. So it's going to center the page number based on the theme color that we've selected. And there we go. So there is our footer. We'll go ahead and click on Close Header and Footer, and let's preview our document. We can see page 1. Here's a number 1. Page 2. Page 3, and so forth and so on. Right? So that's how that works. Let's do a few more things. Let's change the page color and border, and then we'll take a look at this in Print Preview to see what it looks like. Let's click on the Design tab here. And on the Design tab, all the way to the far right is where we can change the page color and the page border as well. These are for more, professional documents. Let's go ahead and add a page color. So I can add a page color here. I can give it different colors if I want to. Right. I'll give it a simple color. I'll give it this gold accent 4. Go ahead and add that color there. Right. And so we can see here is our page color. Now I can add a page border if I want to. Well, that's pretty much with the page color. Choose a standard color. Or if I have more colors, I can choose a color here from the color palette, or I can enter the actual color code if I have it. Let's add a page border. Different types of borders that I can add. I want a box around my document. So I'll choose a box. Here's the preview of what it would look like. I'll go ahead and give it a color, and I'll choose how thick I want the line to be as well. So I'm choosing a box. I'm going to give it a blue color. And for the width, I'll make that 1 point. And I'll go ahead and click OK. So there's other things that we can do. There's art, some of the old legacy art collection here from Microsoft's internal library that we can use. I'll go ahead and press OK. And all of my pages will have this basic orientation here as well. Right. So that's how we can make that happen here. Scroll down, we can see it applies to all of our pages. We have a color and we have a border. Move my picture inside here. Right. And that's it. So the last thing to do, let's go ahead and save our document. press F12, and I'll save this to my desktop. Say Word Module 2, completed. All right. So now let's go ahead and enter a print preview. I'm going to move this up a little bit. Just going to press delete a few times to move lesson 4 up. And right, so print preview, we'll press Control plus P. So let's press Control P, go to print preview, and here's our print preview. So the print preview is very important. Even though we're not printing, if we were to export this Word document to a PDF, this is what it would look like. So it's necessary to preview the print options. Make sure everything looks the way that you want to. So we can see there's nothing on page 2. So I can either delete that page or I can skip that page from the printout. Right, I'm good to go. Right. So I don't want to print all pages. I want to print custom print. So I'll say page 1, 3, and 4. Like that. And let's see. It's still showing page 2. Let's say 1 and 3 to 4. Okay, it's not responding. I'm going to go ahead and remove page 2. So the best way to do that, you can't really delete a page in Word. So I'll just come here and I'll just press the delete key a few times. And that will move up my content from the next page. So here's page 1, page 2, and page 3. Right. So I'll press Control P. And now I can see what the different pages look like. And I'm good to go. I would move the picture up a little bit, but I'll keep it simple just for the sake of time. Right. So I'll say I'll print all pages and I'll leave everything as is. So notice here we have the capability as well to specify the orientation, the size, and the margins, just like on the page layout tab. If we click on page setup, we can also do some other things in here as well. Right. So we're good to go. So it looks good. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and click on the export tab and export this to a PDF. So I'll click on export, and here's the create PDF option. I'll click on create PDF. Here I can just go ahead and publish this. This will convert this to a PDF for me and will look really nice. We'll preserve all the colors and the graphics in here. If I click on publish, it will create the PDF and open it for me right away. I can also click on options here. Maybe I don't want to print all the pages. Right? Maybe I want to create bookmarks, so forth and so on. Go ahead and publish it. And it opens up a PDF for me. Now, why would you want to convert it to a PDF? Maybe your recipient does not have an Office 365 subscription and they want to, so you can send it to a PDF. A PDF can be open in modern browsers such as Edge, Chrome, Firefox, and Brave. So we're good to go. Right. So very good. Go ahead and change the page color, add a page border, and go ahead and check out the print preview and export it to a PDF and come right back and we'll wrap up. Well, that completes our Word introduction course. Congratulations on completing it here. Just as a quick recap, we were able to navigate the Word interface. We're able to add and format text with different commands. We're able to create and manage lists. We used the proofing tools, really nice tool to use before you deliver your document. Then we were able to insert and manage text boxes, insert and manage images and shapes. Again, when you're working with objects, make sure to look out for the Contextual tab that appears that allows us to manage those particular objects. We're able to adjust the page appearance by inserting headers and footers, changing the page color, adding a border, inserting page breaks as well. And then we're able to convert to other formats, specifically a PDF. So congrats on completing the course, and I look forward to seeing you in a future training course. Welcome to Microsoft Word Intermediate. You're learning with Mo Jones, IT professional and educator. We'll build upon our introductory course by exploring some new tools and features, such as applying and creating your own styles in Microsoft Word, inserting and managing tables, also charts. We'll talk about how to create reusable content that we can add to our Word document. And then for our next module, Module 4, we'll talk about working with themes and templates. We'll take a look at some advanced page layout options. We'll include some referencing to objects in different parts of our document. And we'll finish up with mail merge. So go ahead and open up your copy of Microsoft Word and come right back and we'll dive right in. Welcome back. If you have not done so, please go ahead and open up the practice file, Word Module 3. So this is Module 3. If you want to pause the video and come right back. But here is our Word Module 3 file, and we have 4 sections for our lessons here. Not word sections, but we have 4 different areas that we can apply some of the topics that we're discussing. For lesson 1, it's all about customizing formats using styles and themes. We'll have a chance to practice using some existing styles and creating our own. For lesson 2, we'll talk about inserting and managing tables. Lesson 3, inserting and managing charts. And then for lesson 4, we'll explore the Quick Parts Gallery. We'll create some content and save it to the Quick Parts Gallery so that we can use it over and over again. Let's go ahead and jump into lesson 1. I'll press Control Home to go back to the top of my document. And for lesson 1, we want to go ahead and take a look at some styles. Now remember, styles can be found on the Home tab, and here is our styles command group. So let's just get a quick recap of what styles are. So I'm going to highlight the first sentence of my random text here. And here are the different styles that I can use. So I can apply the title style that comes with its own formatting, font color, size, and font type. I can apply a subtitle here as well. So here are the different styles from the style gallery. But maybe you want to go ahead and do something like create your own style. What if you want to create a style that maybe has a orange heading instead of a blue heading? We can do that. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at that. I'm actually going to apply the subtitle style to our objectives here, which is to create a style, add it to the gallery, and test them on the random text below. I'm going to go ahead and highlight this first sentence here, and I'll just apply some formatting. So let's say I always want to be able to apply the Georgia font with a, let's say, an orange color. I want to make it bold. Right. So just to keep it simple there. And maybe I'll do something else here. You know what, that's fine. I'll leave it just like that. So again, if I wanted to apply this type of format to another chunk of text, I could use the format painter, but it's a couple of clicks there as well. So what I can do is I can go ahead and add this to the styles gallery. So to do that, I'm going to highlight. Now, this is only the formatting. This will not save the actual content. Now that I have it highlighted, what I'm going to do is click on the drop down here for all of my styles on the Home tab. And right down here on the bottom, it says create a style. Now, if you hover over it, it tells you exactly what it does. We can create a style based on the formatting of the selected text. Word will store the signature look in the style gallery so that we can use it again. So I will click on create a style. Here's my simple create new style from formatting dialog box. And it's called style 1, and that's okay. I'll leave it there. I'm going to go ahead and press OK. And now let's go ahead and find that style. Let's say I want to apply that same style to sentence number 3. If I go back to my styles gallery, I can see that it's right here. So here's that style 1 that I just saved. I'm going to go ahead and apply that to this sentence. And there you go. Pretty good. Well, let's create another one. This time I'll go ahead and highlight this sentence here. And let's see. I'll give it the Georgia font, but I want this to be a different size. Maybe I'll make this 16. I'll make it bold, italicized. And I'll give it a nice blue color. So something like that. I'll go ahead and save it to the styles gallery as I did before. Click on create style. So here's the style. So we have two parts to it. We have the name of the style and we have the preview of what it would look like. Now, if I wanted to make some more advanced updates to this particular style, I can click on modify here and I'll have some more options to choose from. So here's the preview of what the text looks like. Here's some of the basics, right? So Georgia font, 16, bold, italicized. It's that blue here as well. Well, what I want to do down here is on the very bottom, I have some options. I do want to add this to the quick styles gallery. So this is already done. But what I want to do here, instead of only being able to access this style in this document, I want to make sure that it's always available every time I open Word. So I'll go ahead and click here. And then I'll click on the Format tab. Let's see what other options are available when it comes to formatting. So there's some other formatting that we can apply in here. Font commands, paragraph commands, borders, different things here as well. If I click on font, here's some of the basics here that I can use. Again, here's the preview of what it would look like. If I want to convert this to all caps, I can go ahead and press OK. So notice how my style is updated to include all caps. I'll try another one here. Let's check out a border. Let's see what the border will look like. Maybe I'll put a box around it with a orange color. It's going to apply it to the paragraph. I'll go ahead and press OK. As you can see, it doesn't really translate here too much as well. Right? So I'll go ahead and actually just remove that. Go back to the border, and I don't want any border here. Press OK, and I'll go ahead and press OK again. And so what happens is any changes you make to an existing style, it's going to apply those changes to the current styles that have been applied as well. I'm going to go ahead and modify heading 1. So I'll right click on the heading 1. Again, this is an existing style, but what if I just want it to be a different color instead of that blue? I'm going to go ahead and click on modify here. I'll call this heading 1A. And I can go ahead and just do a simple update here, like change the color. Right? So I can either create a new one or I can update this current one. Let's see what this looks like if I just update this here. So as you can see, the heading 1 here automatically updated. All of my lessons have the heading 1. Because I modify that simple modification to make it orange, all of my heading 1s now reflect that orange color here as well. Right? So when we're creating styles, we can keep it simple, or we could make it a little more complex. We can always modify an existing style, or simply just kind of duplicate it and make some changes to it there as well. Go ahead and create a few styles and practice them here. Go ahead and apply that style to different places in your document and come right back. Welcome back. Let's move on to lesson number 2. We'll talk about inserting and managing tables. The first thing we'll talk about is how to insert a table. So I'll go ahead and add a line here. And to insert a table, we want to go ahead and click on the Insert tab. And right here, we'll notice that Tables has its own command group. If we click on this drop down, we'll have a list of options that we can use to insert a table. We'll notice a couple of different options here. One thing to note is we can also copy a table. So if we copy a table from another Microsoft Office application, whether it be Excel or PowerPoint or even Outlook, we can copy and paste the table into here as well. But for now, let's click on this Add a Table dialog and let's see what options are available. So at the very top, you notice we have a few different ways that we can insert a table. Most common is to simply draw the table. So maybe I want something like a 4x4 table. I have 4 rows and 4 columns. I can use that. Maybe I just want a 3x3 table. I can go ahead and do that as well. I'll actually go ahead and add that to see what that looks like. So here are my 3 rows and here are my 3 columns. Here's my little select tool here for the table. Now notice the table, this is an object, so we get the Table Design tab. And this is where we can do things like add a table style. We also have a Layout tab for our table. And this is where we have all the goodies, where we can insert and delete rows and columns, merge cells. We can specify the alignment and some other pretty nice things that we can do here as well. That's one way. I'm going to go ahead and delete this table. To do that, I'll just click on the table here. I can press delete, or I'll just click on the delete table command here from the Layout tab. I'll go back to the Insert tab here. So we can either draw the table. The other way is that we can insert a table. Let's see what that option provides us with. So this one provides us with just a little more detail, still asking us how many rows and columns do we want. And then down here, we can specify the auto fit behavior, right? So it's automatically going to resize the table to make it as wide as it needs to be to fill up our entire row here. Auto fit to contents, we'll take a look at this in just a little bit here as well. This will automatically basically squeeze all the data into each of those cells for us. If we auto fit to the window, as we resize our Word document, it's always going to be resized based on the width of our window as well. Right. If we want this to kind of be the default dimensions for new tables, we can check this box here as well. So that's the second way. I'll go ahead and insert a 3x3 table. And there you go. Kind of same thing. The main difference is we can choose the auto fit behavior ahead of time. I'm going to go ahead and delete this table here as well. We'll look at one more way that we can insert a table. Go back to the Insert Table command. And if I click on Add a Table, you'll see we have what's called Excel Spreadsheet. Now, something special is going to happen when I click on this. And so I'll go ahead and click on here. So we'll notice when I click on here, it opens up the Excel interface for me. Now this is pretty nice. What this allows me to do is gives me all the tools that I need to be able to manage this table. The other two options, when we just inserted the table by drawing it and specifying how many rows and columns we need, we just have basic formatting. But here with Excel, we have all of the ribbon tools. We can use formulas, all of the data capabilities. We have everything that we need to be able to do this. So the way that this works is when you insert an Excel table, once you're finished working on the table, it's going to insert the table onto your document for us. Right. So I'll do a quick table here. I'll just go for just a couple of products. So this is going to be product 1. And then let's see. I'll take advantage of the autofill behavior, and I'll just put some sales data in here. So let's say Q1, Q2, and Q3. And that's it. Okay. So then I can go ahead and format these if I want to. Because I'm using Excel, I have all the bells and whistles. So I'll just put some numbers in here. And let's see, I'll try and get some type of pattern in here. And that's it. I'll go ahead and close the Excel window here, and let's see what our table looks like. So as you can see, after I close the Excel window, it basically loads that Excel table here into my document. So those are the different ways that we can insert a table into Microsoft Word. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and insert a table. We'll draw a table. We just want a basic 3x3 table. And we'll just add our headers here. So I do have a list of products. And we'll track the Q1 sales of Q1. We'll also track the Q2. So as you can see, we have 3 rows and 3 columns. So we have 9 cells. We can press the tab key to kind of navigate the different cells here. We can also use the arrow keys, up, down, left, right, so forth and so on. When you continue pressing, if you continue using the arrow keys, though, it will extend beyond the table. So simplest way is maybe just to click on a particular cell. I'll go ahead and add a product here. So I'll say Immune Boost product. Now, if I want to go down to the next cell, I need to use the arrow key. If I press enter, it just expands the current cell. It does not allow me to go to the next cell here. So I'll press down and I'll go ahead and add another product here. So I have Detox. So those are the basics here. Now let's talk about just managing rows and columns. So in this case, what I want to do, I want to go ahead and add 2 columns to the right, one for Q3 and one for Q4. If I click on that last column, now when you're inserting a row or a column, it's based on the row or the column that you're currently interacting with. So it's based on your cursor location. Because I want to add a row to the right, what I want to do is make sure that I choose any one of these cells and a column to the right. I want to make sure I choose any one of these cells in this last column. I don't need to highlight the entire column. That will work as well. So I'll just go ahead and click here, and I'll click on the Layout tab. And on the Layout tab, you'll notice that we have an entire command group dedicated to rows and columns. I don't want to insert a row above, not below. Don't want to insert a column to the left. I want to insert a column to the right. So I'll use this tool, and here's my other column. I'll go ahead and put Q3 in here. I'll show you another way to add another column. For my Q4 column, I'll right click this time. Again, want to make sure you select on the column where you want to add the other column here as well. So I'll right click on that last column. Here, a long list of commands I can use. Here's insert. I want to insert a column to the right. And there we go. There is Q4. I also want to insert a row below for another product. So I click any cell in the bottom row here, and I'll just right click and I'll say insert rows below. Right. Now I can go ahead and add another product here as well. Right. So I'll go ahead and add a energized product. And there we go. So now I can go ahead and add some content in here as well. But what I would like to do, I would like to go ahead and insert a row at the top so I can add a title for my actual table here. So I'm going to insert a row above. So again, I can either right click, and choose Insert Row Above, or I can just use the Insert Above from the Layout tab. Right. So I'll insert above. Now here's my row at the very top. But as you can see, I have cells here, and that's not what I want. I want this to be one big cell. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and highlight all of these cells here, and then I'll click on the Merge Cell command. That will merge it into one big cell for me. Then I can go ahead and add my title and center the text as well. So I'll highlight those cells in the top row, and I'll click on Merge Cells. Now it's just one big cell. And now I can just go ahead and put in my, call this year, product sales. Right. Now when you're working with the text that's in these cells, we can go back to the Home tab, and we can do things like change the color. Right. So if we want to, we can do that. We can apply all these font and paragraph commands to them here as well. But what I want to do is I want to go ahead and use a table style. So I'll click on Table Design. Let's take a look at the styles that are available. So if you click on the table design here, you notice that we have several styles to be able to choose from. I'll click on this drop down here to take a look at the entire gallery of the table styles that are available. And we can see we have some plain tables. So this is kind of the default that I'm using right now. And if you hover over these different table styles, you can see it's applying that change or giving you a preview of what that would look like. So all these tables, they have their own formatting. We have grid tables. We can clearly see all the cells have a border and a color. If you scroll down, they have different formatting. Sometimes the first column has a special formatting. Sometimes the first row has special formatting. Here are list tables down here at the bottom as well. So those are the two options that we have. I'm going to go for this basic list table here. List table 2, accent 5. Right. So there we go. All right, so there's a table design. So go ahead and choose a table design. You can always change it right from here just by hovering over a style that you like and choosing that particular style. Actually, I'll go with this one. List table 3, accent 1. Right. Now, what I want to do with this table, we already know how we can insert rows, we can insert columns, we can also delete a row and delete a column. So if I want to delete this particular row, I just need to click on the row. If you feel more comfortable highlighting the entire row, that's perfectly fine. But you can just go ahead and click on the row, click on the delete command here under the layout tab, and we can use the delete row command. I'll press Ctrl Z to undo that, and I'm good to go. Let's click on the layout tab here. Some other things that we can do with the table. We can add text, we can edit the text, we can edit the text inside of each cell. We can select the entire table and specify the formatting for the entire table. So if I wanted all of this to be the Georgia font, I can do that. If I wanted to change the font color, I can go ahead and do that here as well. Let's go to the layout tab. Let's take a look at some of the other layout options. But first, I want you to go ahead, apply a table style. Go ahead and add as many rows and columns as you want to. Go ahead and merge that top row and come right back. So now that we've added a couple of rows and columns, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the layout options here for our table. Right. So I'll click on my table. I'll go ahead and click on the layout tab here. And what I want to do, I want to go ahead and center everything on my table. Right now, we can see that everything is, in terms of alignment, everything is aligned to the top left of each cell. So what I want to do is I want to make sure everything is center aligned in every cell. Just for me, it makes it a little easier for me to read. Now, if I click on, let's say, my products here, and I click on this align center, so it's going to center the text horizontally and vertically within the cell. It only applies that to that particular cell. So if I want to apply that to the entire table, I can either highlight the entire table like this, and then choose the Align Center. Notice how that center aligns everything for me. I'll go ahead and undo that. The other thing that we can do is if we click on the four-way crosshair here, right over here, that actually selects the entire table as well. So if I click here, I can go ahead and apply some type of universal formatting to the entire table as well. So that's what we can do. I'm going to go ahead and put some numbers in here. I'll go ahead and pause the video. I'll add some numbers and I'll come right back. Okay, I was able to add some data here. So here are my products: Immune Boost, Detox, and Energize. Here are my quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4 sales for each of my products here as well. And so that's my table. Looks pretty nice, right? The other thing that we can do is we can take a look at the auto-fit behavior of our actual table. Now remember, one of the options when we're inserting a table is to specify the auto-fit behavior ahead of time. On the Layout tab, here's the auto-fit. Let's go ahead and toggle these different options here and let's see what happens. The first one is to auto-fit the contents. If I click here, so notice what it does. It made my table only as big as it needs to be so that every cell can accurately display all the information in that particular cell. So that's the auto-fit contents. And then we have auto-fit window. So this will use the entire row to display the actual table. And it's still evenly distributing the table for us here as well. So if I were to resize my document here, it would resize accordingly. And then the other one, fixed column width, we can use that one there as well. Right? So just a couple of different options. My preferred one is to always auto-fit the window because I'm constantly resizing my Microsoft Word document here as well. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and change my table design because why not? We'll go with, let's see, go with this one. And I'm good to go. So those are the basics for inserting a table in Microsoft Word. Now what I'll do, let's see, I want to go ahead and copy this data here. And I'm going to insert a table from Excel. So let's see what that would look like. I'll go ahead and click on Insert. I'll use Excel Spreadsheet. And I'll just copy and paste that data right in here. Now what's really nice about Excel, now I can go ahead and use different things like the formatting, right? And I can go ahead and can also go ahead and put summaries in here, right? So if I wanted to use the sum function, I can summarize the data here. So this is just another benefit of inserting a table via Excel, because you have more options available there as well. I'll go ahead and close this. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. So there we go. Now, if I want to make any changes to this, notice when I click on it now, I do not have the table layout and design options here. We're basically getting the output of our table from Excel. So if I want to manage this, I can double click on it. That reopens Excel for me. And now if I want to make any changes, I can go ahead and make some changes in here as well. Right. So there we go. So if I want to maybe add another product in here, I can go ahead and do that. Right. So I can insert it anywhere. I'll just call this one the Mojo. Don't have any data yet. Let's close our Excel window, and there we go. Right. So a couple of options. You can either manage the table right inside of Microsoft Word. We have the basic tools that we need to be able to manage it. Or if you use the Excel overlay, then you have more robust tools to be able to manage the table. Any visual changes, you would need to make those changes in Excel in order for them to show up here as well. Right. So very good. Let's go ahead and come right back. Go ahead and insert a table from Excel. Copy and paste your data from your table right into Excel. And once you have it up, go ahead and double click on it, as I did here. Make some changes, close the Excel window, and you should be good to go. Come right back, we'll move on to lesson number 3. Now that we've covered the basics of tables, another great visual to add to your Word document is a chart. So you can either say it with a table or say it with a chart. To insert a chart, we can click on the Insert tab, and we have our insert tools that we can use here. So here's Insert, and we have Illustrations, and this is where we'll find our chart. Now what happens is when you insert a chart in Microsoft Word, it's going to open up a small Microsoft Excel window. So you'll have your small Microsoft Excel window at the top, and you'll have your chart on the bottom. Now the chart is connected to the data that is in your Excel. So whatever information we put into the Excel spreadsheet is going to be displayed on our chart. And there's different charts that we can use. By default, it gives us the clustered column chart. We can choose another chart here as well. And what I'll do, I'm going to go ahead and copy the data from my table above here. So I just want the products and the quarterly sales. Let's create a chart from this particular data. So I'll highlight, and I'll right click and I'll copy that to the clipboard. Let's go back down to lesson 3 here. And let's go ahead and insert a chart. So here's the Insert Chart dialog box. So there's different charts that we can use. Here's the clustered column. Really nice chart to be able to use when you have multiple series, like in this case quarters, and different variations of the clustered column. So stacked, 3D clustered. We can always change the chart after we insert it here. If you want a line chart, here are different line charts, pie chart, bar chart. Some of the new charts like tree map, the bigger the box, the greater the value, and sunburst as well. Now keep in mind that all of these charts are good candidates for displaying different types of information. For example, a pie chart generally will only give you analysis on one particular series at a time. Well, let's go ahead and keep it simple. We'll insert the clustered column chart here. I'll go ahead and press OK. And as I mentioned before, we have on the bottom, here's the chart. It's just waiting for our data. On the top, this is where we manage the data, or this is where we input the data that we want to be displayed on the chart. So it's helping us out here. It provides us with just a couple of default categories, categories 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we have our series over here. In this case, we have 3 series. So the way the clustered column chart works is we have clusters. So here's our category 1 cluster. And the blue bar represents our series 1, then series 2, and then series 3. So that's pretty much how that works. So it's a really nice option for a chart. I can actually type in here if I want to. So if I wanted to maybe put my products in here, right? I can say this is detox. And you can see it's already changing here on the bottom of my chart. And if I start putting in some numbers in here, let's say 500, 700. So as we're adding the data to our Excel, it's actually updating the chart for us as well. So we can do this manually, but I already copied the data from my table. I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here. All right, so here we go. My data is pasted in here. All right. So I just have my products, Q1, 2, 3, and 4. Here are my 3 products, Immune Boost, Detox, and Energize. Here are the values as well. So pretty much this is a really nice feature because before we close this Excel dialog box here, we can take a look at our chart, make sure that the data is showing that's accurate. It's showing the way that we want it to show. Okay, I'm good to go. I'm going to go ahead and close this dialog box here. Okay, so we just added our chart. Well, what can we do next? Well, there's a lot of things that we can do. We'll notice that we have a chart design tab here, which we'll use. But before we do that, we just want to go ahead and edit the data. So let's go ahead and edit the data. What if we wanted to make some changes to our data here? What can we do? Well, let's click on the chart design tab and let's click on edit data. If I click here, it reopens that Excel window for me. And now what I can do is I can come in here and let's say in quarter 4 for Energize, instead of 6,500, we had a big jump. So it went from 6,500 to, let's say, 16,500. Now look at that. We can see the bar jumps up right away. So if you ever need to edit the data, we can just click on Edit Data. We can come back right here and make any changes here as well. Right? We need to change the name of a product. We can actually do that here as well. I'm going to go ahead and close this window. Here is the updated information. Another good thing to see here is, what if you don't want all of the data on your chart to be displayed? If I click on Select Data, so notice here, whatever I have highlighted, this is what will be displayed on my chart. So if I just wanted to display the data from quarter 1 through 3 and exclude quarter 4, I can just simply highlight all of my data for quarter 1, 2, and 3. I'm leaving out quarter 4. If I press OK, we can see now my chart is showing quarter 1, 2, and 3. And we can see that the Excel, it's excluding column E or quarter 4. I'll go ahead and press X and I'm good to go. So that's how we insert a chart. That's how we change the data. And that's how we also select the data that we want to be displayed on our chart. Go ahead and insert your chart, add any data that you want in there. Just practice editing the data and practice selecting only the data that you want to be displayed on the chart. Come right back and we'll customize this chart to our liking. Welcome back. So here is our chart. And again, this is an object. So because we're interacting with another object, we get a contextual tab called Chart Design. We were already able to select the data and edit the data here as well. Some other things that we can do is we can change the chart type. So if we wanted to change this to another type of chart, we can do that. We can also customize the chart. So we can do things like add chart elements, apply a quick layout, and even change the colors here as well. It can be a little overwhelming with the ribbon. So what we're going to do, we're going to use these buttons here on the right of our chart. So this plus sign icon here, this allows us to customize the chart elements. So for example, if I want to add a chart title, do I want to add some more details on the horizontal and the vertical axis? Do I want the numbers to show at the top of my bars here? We also have the nice little paintbrush that gives us different styles that we can choose from. So we can choose an existing style. They have different orientations and it presents your chart in a different way. So it's a quick way to just kind of choose a template, if you will. And we can also change the colors. So let's take a look at these different options here as well. Let's go ahead and click on the chart elements. And we have a nice little dialog box here. And we can turn things off or on. So if I were to turn the axes off, you can see we're missing our detail down here. We don't have the details. We don't have the numbers on the left. So you may want to turn that on. I'll leave that turned on. Now everything on this chart is interactive. If you hover over a particular bar, it gives you the information. This is the Q1 value for the Immune Boost product, the value is at 7,500. Okay. So we can always get a quick tooltip once we hover over these bars as well. Here's the axis titles. So if I turn this on, this basically just gives an extra text box here, allowing me to provide a little more context in terms of what's being displayed. So it's a basic text box, so it comes with its own formatting. We can add our own data in there, and we can change the font and things like that as well. I don't want that. I'm just going to go ahead and click back on my chart. I'll turn off the axis titles. For the chart title, you can turn it off. Gives it a little more room for your chart. I'll leave it turned on, and I'll go ahead and put a title in here. I'll just say 2023 product sales. There we go. And I can also do something like this. So if I want to, I can change the font color in here as well. Again, it's a text box, so I can make changes. I'll leave it as is because I'm going to eventually use one of these styles. So here's the other option. Now for each of these elements, you'll notice we have a small arrow to the right, indicating that we have some other sub-level items that we can use, such as the location of the chart. Maybe I want it to be overlaid on my chart as opposed to taking up a lot of space in the top. I can do that. Here are the data labels. So if I turn on the data labels, basically shows the numbers. The numbers are being displayed at the top of the bar. Makes it a little easier instead of trying to follow the number from left to right here. And there's different types of options. So I can show it inside the base. Here's the data callout, which is pretty cool. Works best though when you don't have, 9 different bars. So I'll leave the data labels basic here as default. Here's the data table. Data table is like a hybrid chart. So you basically have your chart on the top and you have the actual data table down here on the bottom. It comes with its own legend. So I can actually go ahead and just turn this one off. Right. I'll leave the data table turned on and I'll turn off the legend here. Now, as we can see, the more of these elements we add to the chart, the less room we have, right? And then we have some other things here like error bars and trend line doesn't really apply here. So I'm good to go. Just some basics here, customizations. Now, here are the different chart styles that I can use. So let's check these out. Here's the basic style, nothing fancy here. Here's style number 2, which is pretty nice because as we can see, style number 2, our numbers are being displayed in a horizontal manner. So it's a little easier to read. They're not overlapping each other. So that's one option. Here's style number 3. If we just kind of scroll down, there's different styles that we can choose from. Style 5. I like style 8. So here's style 8, nice dark theme. Pretty modern, vibrant colors here. And if we keep going down, so again, 14 styles to choose from. Really nice way to just quickly get some nice style for your chart here as well. I'm going to go ahead and choose style 14. And then I'll click on the color here. So we have 4 colorful palettes to choose from. Here's colorful palette 2, 3, and 4. And on the bottom, we have some monochromatic colors to choose from. Now in just a little bit, we'll take a look at themes for module 4. So all these colors, they're all based on the current theme that we have selected using the standard office theme unless we have changed the theme here as well. Okay. So those are the basics that we can do. I'm going to go ahead and stick to the colorful theme here and I'm good to go. So those actions that we just performed, they're also available here on the ribbon. So here are the colors, here are those quick layouts, here are the chart elements, and also here are the different chart styles as well. Go ahead and customize your chart elements. Go ahead and choose a quick style. And if you want to, go ahead and choose a color palette and come right back. Welcome back. Let's move on to lesson 4, inserting and creating quick parts. So what exactly is a quick part? And where can we find our quick parts? Well, quick parts is a gallery of pre-formatted content. If we click on the Insert tab, head on over to the Text command group, we'll notice we have quick parts. We see the down arrow. This lets us know that we'll be presented with a list of options here as well. So if I click on that drop down here, I can see that I have auto text. I can insert a field for the document property, such as the title, author, which is me. I can insert a field, and we can take a look at the building blocks organizer. Let's take a look at the building blocks organizer to get a better understanding of what the quick parts gallery is. So basically the quick parts gallery, part of that is our building blocks organizer. So here is where we'll find the library of different objects or content that we can add to our Microsoft Word document. So for example, here are bibliographies that we can insert. Right? So these are built in. Here are different cover pages. So these cover pages, they're already pre-designed. We just need to go ahead and insert them into our document. They already have tables, shapes, colors, fields in there as well. Several cover pages. I'll scroll down here. And we have footers. So different types of footers that we can insert into our document. Let me scroll down a little bit so we can see it. And if I keep going down, here are different headers. So here's the facet header. Here's the Austin header. Blank headers. Blank header with 3 columns. So when we're inserting things, and we also have tables as well. So let me go down to tables here. So actually some tables that we can automatically drop in. Here's a table of contents. We'll cover that a little later. But here are calendars. So if you want to insert a calendar, we can go ahead and do that. So the quick parts gallery builds upon a style. So we are able to create styles earlier on, but it only saves the formatting. But what if I wanted to save the text and the formatting? What I can do is add that to the quick parts gallery and use that over and over and over again. So what if I wanted to insert a disclaimer, but I don't feel like writing the disclaimer every time I want to add it to Microsoft Word? I already have one created here. I'll show you how this works. I'll click on the quick parts here. And under auto text, here's my little disclaimer. Please contact Mo Jones for permission to use this document. And look at that. As soon as I add that, so this is existing formatted content that I can quickly add to my document. So as you can see, we have some formatting in here. It's Arial Black 11. It's bold and italicized. Has this red or maroon font here as well. And it also has an underline. A lot of modern word processors, you'll see this feature. Typically on the left panel, you'll see a list of content that you can use, and it's drag and drop. You can literally just drag the block of content onto your document. It already has styles, formatting, and it has the content in there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and undo this. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and create a auto text. But before we do that, let's just go ahead and insert a quick part from the building blocks organizer. I'm going to scroll down to tables so we can sort by gallery. I'll scroll down to tables, and I want to insert one of these calendar tables. So this calendar here, I'll go ahead and click on insert, and there you go. So here is my calendar that I can go ahead and insert as well. Right. It's an actual table that has the calendar in here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. And let's take a look at one more. Quick Parts, Building Blocks Organizer. And let's see, I'll look for another table. Let's see, this table, I'll insert this. And there we go. So it's the Greek alphabet table, right? So again, this is pre-made and we're able to add it to any place in our document at any time. So go ahead and explore the Quick Parts gallery. Go ahead and insert a few items. And we can also just press Ctrl-Z to remove that item after you have inserted it. Go ahead and do that. We'll come back and we'll actually create content with formatting and save it to the Quick Parts gallery. Let's go ahead and create something here. We'll add some text, we'll format the text, and then we'll add it to our Quick Parts gallery. We'll click on the Insert tab here, and I'm just going to add another line here, and I'll go ahead and write a simple disclaimer. So I'll say, please contact Mo Jones for assistance. Or maybe just a little help file here. So I'll go ahead and modify this. I'll go ahead and maybe I'll give this a shade. So a light blue shade behind it. I'll give it a outline. Maybe a bottom border. And I'll change this to another font. I'll go ahead and change the color. Something like that. Okay. So if I want to go ahead and be able to reuse this at any time, I'm going to go ahead and highlight it. And then I'll click on the Insert tab here. And this time when I click on Quick Parts, at the very bottom, I have the capability to save the selection to the Quick Part gallery. Now when I save it there, the next time I come back, I'll see it showing up here that I can go ahead and apply to my document. So I'll click on Save Selection to Quick Part Gallery. Here's my little Create New Building Block dialog box here. Need to go ahead and give it a name. I want to make sure I save it to the Auto Text Gallery. And if I want to put a little description in here, this is optional. I can go ahead and do that. So I'll just call this Content 1. And I want to save this to the Auto Text Gallery. Again, when we click on the Quick Parts dropdown, we want to be able to see this appear in Auto Text. So we want to make sure that this is in the Auto Text Gallery. Everything else here, we can go ahead and kind of leave these as is. I'll go ahead and press OK. So I just gave it a name, and I'm saving it to the Auto Text Gallery. I'll press OK. I'm going to go ahead and enter a few lines here, break away from that formatting, and let's go ahead and click on the Quick Parts. And now when I hover over Auto Text, here's that reusable content that I just created. And as you can see, that works just fine. Now what's really nice is we can add other things to our Quick Parts gallery. Maybe I want to insert a table. So let's go ahead and insert just a basic table, 3 by 3. And maybe I'll just say something like, last name, first name, and department. Right. I could even give it a quick style. I'll go ahead and do that. Give it a quick style. And let's see if the Quick Parts gallery will actually save this for us. So I'll go ahead and select the entire table, like this. And I'll go ahead and click on the Insert tab. And I'll save this selection to the quick part gallery. I'll call this one Content 2. I'll save this to auto text, and I'll put something for the description here. All right, so basic input table. I'll press OK. Now let's go ahead and give it a test. I'll come up here. Just want to break away from that formatting there. And let's see. So here it is. And look at that. So we can see it's working really well. It maintains the text, the formatting, and in this case, it even maintained the object. So this is a table that we were able to insert here as well. So those are quick parts. So at this point, you can kind of start thinking about, well, what do I want to be able to reuse as a auto text? And this is where you'll spend some time just creating the different content and adding it to the quick parts gallery there as well. Let's just take a look at a few more here. So here are quick parts. If I want to insert the document property, let's say, who's the author? So we can see Word has what's called fields. Right? When you insert things like cover pages and other types of content, they use fields. So the fields can be found. If I click on the File tab here and click on Info, over here to the right, here are the properties of my current document. So not all of these are filled out. Some will be, such as the author. Right? If I wanted to go ahead and put the title in here, I can add a title. So this is where it's pulling in the information. If I click on Show All Properties, here are all the properties of this particular document. So when we insert one of these fields, that is basically what we are doing. I'll go ahead and insert another field here, or I can go to the document property. Let's just preview this really quickly here. I'll insert a field. So here are the different fields. Maybe I want the date. So I'll put the date and time. And here are the different date and time formats. I want today's date and the time. I'll go ahead and press OK. And so it drops that in for me. So again, this is a field that we can use. So as you can see, there are a lot of different content in the quick parts gallery or the building blocks organizer. But the main thing we want to see is that we can actually go ahead and create our own content and add that to the auto text gallery here as well. Go ahead and create a few. Insert a text box, add some content in there, give it a style, insert a table, add some text in there as well, or even just create some basic text with some formatting, save them to the quick parts auto text gallery, go ahead and use them and come right back. That concludes Module 3. So just a quick recap here for Module 3. We're able to apply and create styles. We're able to insert and manage tables, also with charts. And then we're able to explore and use quick parts. Now we'll transition over to Module 4. So please go ahead and open up the Module 4 practice file. And here are our main objectives for Module 4. We'll work with themes and templates. We'll take a look at some advanced page layout options, different page breaks and adding sections to our documents. We'll learn how we can reference objects, such as inserting a table of contents. And we'll take a look at email merge as well. So go ahead and open up that practice file for Word Module 4 and come right back. Welcome to Microsoft Word Module 4. We have 4 lessons for you. The first lesson here is Lesson 5. We'll take a look at how we can use templates to automate document formatting. The first thing we want to do is go ahead and select a theme and apply it to our document. So to do that, let's go ahead and click on the Design tab. Now, before we select a theme, what exactly is a theme? Well, a theme is a combination of colors, fonts, and effects. So that's pretty much what a theme is. A set of colors, fonts, and effects for our document. Right. So you'll notice when we click on the Design tab that over to the far right, we have the option to choose our own colors that we want to use for our document. We can choose our own font, and we can choose our own effect as well. We'll get to this in a little bit. Right now, let's take a look at some existing themes. So these themes were created by professionals. The colors, they work together well. And the fonts have their own special effects as well. So right now, we're all using the basic Office theme. So if we have not changed the theme, we're all using the Office theme here. But take a look at these different themes that I can use. If I grab the scroll bar here, there are a lot of different themes that I can apply to my document. Now, as you hover over these different themes, you'll notice that the colors, the fonts, and the effects of your document are changing. So here's the gallery theme, has its own set of colors. Right. Here's Ion, Ion Board, Organic, Retrospect. If I scroll down here, here's Main Event, very bold theme. Here is Parcel and Metropolitan. So lots of different themes that we can use. Here's Wood Type, one of my favorites to use. And these themes, they can be used throughout Microsoft Office. So you can use these same themes in Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and some other applications as well. But those are the main ones that you can actually use it in. So we can do something simple like selecting a theme. I'll go ahead and select Wood Type. And what we'll do, we'll just take a look at the difference here. What are the attributes of the Wood Type theme? Well, at first glance, we can see that it is using the Rockwell. Right, so it's using the Rockwell font. We can see that we have different colors that are available. Take a look at my styles now. My styles have different colors. They're no longer that default blue. We have other colors in here that are available. If I were to insert a table or a chart, I can see that I'll have different table styles available. So these are all based on the colors that are provided with this particular theme. So that's what a theme is: colors, fonts, and effects. I'll go ahead and change my theme. Notice when you choose a theme, it changes your entire document, not just a portion of your document. If I scroll down, I'll notice all of my headings has that new color based on the main event theme. I'll go ahead and change this to, let's see, I'll change this to something a little more blue here. Here's the, too many options to choose from. I'll go for Bandit. So here's Bandit, and we can see Bandit has the Work Sans font. So they all have their different font colors and effects. Some fonts are larger, they're taller and wider than others. So when you change the fonts on your document, you may notice that it's either increasing the size of your document or it's decreasing the size there as well. So go ahead and click on the Design tab. Go ahead and select a theme. Right? We can always go back to the Office theme, but go ahead and try them out and find the one that you like there as well. Once you find that, just scroll through your document and notice how it's changing all the elements of your document here, and come right back. Now, here is where themes really come into play. So I did reset this back to the Office theme here. So another really nice thing to do is to select a document formatting. So we have a lot of opportunities to interact with tables, charts, images, shapes, text boxes, but even your entire document as well. So another alternate to choosing a theme is we can choose a document formatting. So notice here on the Design tab, we have a really wide list of document formatting. So the best way to explain how these work is just to go ahead and hover over one. So here's the default document formatting. If I choose this one, we will notice that my headings are different. So my title is bigger. It has a different color. Let's see what the font is. It's still the same font, but it just looks a little different, right? So when we choose a document formatting, it's going to format any of the heading 1 styles that we've chosen. So heading 1, heading 2, the title styles, all these styles will be updated based on the document formatting that we choose. So if we have any existing heading 1s in here, which we do, these will all change based on the document formatting. Let's take a look and see how the document formatting can improve our document. Here's the third one. So it's just basic, it's simple. Here's the basic stylish. So it gives a green accent there for our headers. Here's black and white. So basic here, black and white, capitalized. So we'll notice all of our heading 1s, they're all in caps. Here is the black and white classic. So we can see some of the paragraph spacing has changed there for this one as well. And here's the black and white numbered. So it places a line and a number with all of our heading 1 styles. So again, it's all about the styles when we're choosing the document formatting. Wherever you have a header or a title or a different type of style, you'll notice the formatting change will take place there as well. So here's black and white 2013. Here is casual, right? Here is, this one is centered. So it center aligns my title, center aligns my headings here as well. And here's lines, which looks pretty elegant. Puts a nice line on top and it right align my title as well. And here's lines, simple. This one looks pretty nice as well, nice and clean. And then we have stylish lines. And a couple more here. Minimalist, one of my favorites. And then we have shaded, right? So these are things that we would spend a lot of time doing, but we already have these document formattings in here as well. I'm going to go ahead and choose a document formatting. And let's see what happens when I change the theme. So I'll go for, let's see, I'll go for this one here. Go for basic stylish. Then I'll change the theme to something else. And there you go. So if you combine a theme with a document formatting, you can really improve the look and feel of your document as well. So go ahead and do that. Go ahead and choose a document formatting. Once you find one that you like, go ahead and change the theme, right? We can always reset everything. We can always go back to the basic style set. We can always go back to the Office theme here as well. So go ahead and explore, try those out. When you come across one that you like, a good combination, go ahead and apply it to your document and come right back. Welcome back. Our next task here for lesson 5 is to talk about templates. So we'll open up a template, we'll modify it, and then we'll save it as our own template. Right? So to do that, let's go ahead and open up an existing template. I'll click on the File tab here, and then I'll click on New to get to Templates. And we just want to keep it simple. We can create a template from scratch, but that would take a very long time. So let's just make some simple modifications to an existing template. And then we'll go ahead and save it here as well. So I want to do a search for logo where order form. I'll go ahead and press enter. And here it is. So go ahead and search for the logo where order form. Once you have it, let's just go ahead and open it here. And it's just a simple order form that was created in Microsoft Word that can be printed, or it can be filled out digitally here as well. I'll go ahead and click on create. And so it opens up that particular document for me. So this one is just to order some clothing, right? So we have tables in here. You'll notice a lot of these templates that are created, most of them, they use tables. So here we can see the table design. And the reason that's the case is because tables really helps you to overcome some of the formatting issues that you may encounter when you're working with Microsoft Word. Every cell is its little kind of formatting environment, if you will. So you have more control. You can use more of the space on your document here as well. So let's go ahead and analyze this particular template here. So we can see that we have in the header, so here's the header space. We can see that we have a little icon here. And we have the title of the form, so logo where order form. We'll go ahead and change both of those. We have another little table here. Submitted by, phone, email. Maybe we don't want the address. Maybe remove those two lines there. And then down here is the actual order form. So the item, description, size, color, quantity, unit price, and amount as well. And then down here for the footer, we have the space to put the name of the organization. We can add a logo in here as well. So I'm going to go ahead and start working on this. But the first thing I want to do is maybe I want to change the colors that are available. So I'll click on the Design tab, and I'll change the theme. So notice if I change the theme, I can kind of get more of the look and feel that I want to here as well. So I can use an existing theme, or I can do something like choose my own color palette. Right? So I have color palettes to choose from here. And I can choose my own font if I want to. Right? So right now, let's see what font is being used. This is using the default font, Calibri. So I'll click on the Design tab. I'm going to go ahead and change the font to, let's see, I'll go for Georgia. Why not? So everything changes to Georgia. For the colors, I'll choose another color palette here. Maybe I'll go for not something too bright. I'll go for Violet 2. Right. So I just chose my own color palette. I chose my own font. Here are the effects as well. The effects are more for like tables and charts. I'll just go for a glossy effect here as well. And now what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and remove the address and the city state zip. I just want submitted by, phone, and email. So again, this is a table. I'll click on the Layout tab and I'll delete those rows. There we go. That looks better. I'll come down here, looking good so far. Now I want to go ahead and change the logo here, and I'll change the actual information. So to get into the header space, I can double click right here. So if I double click up here, this opens up the header space. So now I'm in the header. I can see that my ribbon is now displaying the header and footer tools. And now I can see this is also a table. So I'll just call this order form. So I'll just say order form. And if you want to, you can change the logo. I'll just right click here and I'll click on change picture. And I want to use an icon. And let's see. Maybe I'll put a baseball cap instead, right? Remember, it comes with its own formatting, so I can go ahead and change the colors here if I want to. Probably should not do that because I don't really have any vibrant colors here to work with. So I'll just leave it as is. I'm done with the header. So I'll click on header and footer here and I'll close the header and footer. I can also just press the escape key to get out of there. And here we go. So I'll scroll back down here. So what I'll do is now I want to change the footer. So again, I can just go ahead and double click on the footer space. And now I can go ahead and put my information in here as well. I'll just say Moe's Athletic Clothing Co. Right. Then I'll change this logo. So I can right click on it and I can change the picture either from a image on my computer or I'll look for some type of stock image. Let's see if I can find something that's meaningful here. Maybe I'll look for icon. Sports. And let's see. I'll go ahead and use this one. Okay. So I'll go ahead and close the header and footer. I can even manage this here if I want to. I can give this table a quick design. Why not? I'll go ahead and do that. I'll close the header and footer. So we're just modifying a simple template here. So once we've made all the changes, this is good to go. Let's see if I can fix this table here. We choose the auto fit contents. There we go. So now I can see everything nice and neat here and I'm good to go. Right. So let's go ahead and lock in all those changes that I made. Let's go ahead and lock in the font, the colors, the effects, and this basic order form. So I'll go ahead and save this as a template. Now to save this as a template, we need to click on the File tab and click on Save As. Sorry about that. Once I click here, the key is I want to go ahead and give this file a name. So maybe I'll call this order form. But take a look at the save type. It wants to save it as a docx, which is a Word document. Well, I want to save this as a template. So what I'll do is I'll click here and I'll go down to where it says Word template. When I do that, it saves to the default location on my computer where the templates are saved. We don't want to change the location. We just want to go ahead and name it and press save. So I'll go ahead and press save. And once I do that, let's see what happens here. Right. So now, if I were to close this file and go back into, if I open Word the next time, I want to be able to access that template. I don't want to make a copy of that file. I don't want to remake it all over again. I want to be able to work right from it here as well. I can see it showing up right here as a recent file under Custom Office Templates. I'm going to go ahead and pin that right away. And now I can click on my pinned list and I can see my order form here as well. So I'll click here. And so what that does is it opens a separate copy. So it basically makes a copy of the file that you can use with all of the formatting that's saved in there as well, right? The original template remains intact. And that's the benefit of working with a template. Makes a copy for you so that you can go ahead and just create that document while the original stays intact. For companies that This is a really nice tool to brand your Word documents and to make sure that your entire team is on the same page. They have the same document to work with here as well. So that is how we create a template. Let's move on to lesson number 6, controlling the flow of a document. We'll use this space to practice section breaks. Now, section breaks is all about the layout tab. So we'll click on the layout tab here. And on the layout tab, we'll notice that we have different types of breaks. If I click on this drop down, I can insert a page break, which basically moves my content down to the top of the next page. We have column here as well. We'll take a look at that in just a little bit. We have a next page section break. So this basically will add a different section to our document on a next page. We can also create another section on the same page here as well. Now let's go ahead and see how these actually work. Right now, if you take a look at my status bar, if I right click on my status bar here, I want to make sure that we can see the section number. So just right click on your status bar. You can right click anywhere on there and make sure that the section is checked off here. This will allow us to see how many sections we have in our document. By default, when you create a Word document, it's just one continuous section, unless you specify that you want different sections in your actual document. Now, why would you want to create different sections in your document? Well, maybe I want a part of my document to have a 2-column orientation as opposed to just one long column. So let's do that. We're going to highlight my first 2 paragraphs here. And actually, I'll go here. I turned off my paragraph spacing. So I'll highlight my first 2 paragraphs here. And on the layout tab, I am going to tell Word that I want this to be a 2-column orientation, almost like a magazine or a book. Right. So I'll go ahead and make this 2 columns. And as you can see, this particular part of my document has 2 columns. If you take a look at my status bar, it says that I'm in section 3. So before I had 1 section, but now I have 3 sections. So the area above my 2 column, this is basically section 1. So this is section 1, just 1 column orientation. Now here is section 2. So where I have my 2 columns here, this is section 2. And anything below that, this is going to be section 3 and onwards here as well. So that's one way. Now, if I were to continue adding text here to this 2-column orientation, it will continue to grow. And that's always going to be section number 2. So notice when I click here inside of my 2 columns, it says section 2. If I click on lesson 6, it says section 1. Anywhere below my 2-column section is section 3. So that's how that works, right? Now be very careful when converting your content to columns. I selected the paragraphs that I wanted to be in a 2-column orientation. If I did not do that, it would have converted my entire document to a 2-column orientation. So for example, I'm going to go ahead and undo that. And what I'll do, instead of selecting a chunk of text, I want to convert my entire document to a 2-column orientation. And so what it does, it goes to the end of the document and it wraps over to the next column here as well. So we have 2 columns here that we're working with. I'll go ahead and undo that. As you can see, it can be a little problematic. So we want to be careful when we're working with our columns. So I'll just be very specific. I'll select these 2 paragraphs and I'll give these the 2-column orientation and I'm good to go. Right. So go ahead and highlight some text and convert it to a 2-column orientation. Make sure you turn your sections on. After you convert a chunk of text to the 2-column orientation, go ahead and navigate your document and make note of the different sections that are available. So we're able to insert a column or a section for columns here as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at another type of break that we can insert. So again, under the Layout tab, if I click on the Breaks drop down here, I have what's called a Next Page section break. Let's go ahead and insert a Next Page section break. Basically what this will do, based on your cursor location, this will push the content down to another page and create a section. So remember, if I were to just insert a page break, just a regular page break, there's a difference between the two. So the page break just pushes the content down to the next page whilst remaining in the same section. But down here, this is a section break. So if I insert a next page section break, I can do some really nice things for that particular page. I can give it its own margins, orientation, and size here as well. So let's take a look at that. I'll go ahead and push my content down. I'll go from here. So I'll insert a next page section break. And we can see it pushes it down to another page, and now we are in section 4. So this page has its own section all by itself. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and change the orientation. So if I change this to landscape, notice it only changes this particular page to landscape, right? So we can change the orientation, the margins, and the size for each section or page section on our document. So if we were just working with one section, if we change the orientation, it would change the orientation for all of our pages. But because this is a section break, we can do something like that. And that's the main benefit of creating a next page section break. I can also change the paper size. I'll put the orientation back to portrait, and I'll make the paper size legal. So we can see this page, page 3, aka section 4, now is legal, while my other two pages, pages 1 and 2, they have the letter paper size. So this is a special section. I want to add my own formatting in here. I'll change the margins as well. I want narrow margins. So now I'm using more of the margins on the left and the right, whereas my other pages, I'm still way inside of those margins here as well. So that's one of the benefits of inserting a next page section break. You can have your own margins, orientation, size, and of course you can even add your own columns in there as well. So that is a benefit of working with these section breaks. Now, if you need to maybe work with a document that has sections in there, what you want to do is click on your Home tab, and on the Home tab, you want Word to show you where those section breaks are. So over in the paragraph command group, we'll click on this Show Hide icon here, and this is going to add some little code marks on our document to show us where those breaks are. It shows paragraph marks and tabs. Let's go ahead and turn that on, and let's see what we see here. So as we can see, we have a lot of paragraph marks here. I'm going to scroll back up here, and right here we can see that we had a section break here, a continuous. So continuous just means you're adding another section, but it's on the same page. Here's another point in which we had a section break. So this is a next page section break. If I scroll up here, here's another section break, continuous. This was for my 2-column orientation. And we have a page break. So this shows all the different breaks that are actually in the document. So if you ever needed to manage these sections, You can come in here, identify them, and you can simply just go ahead and delete the break right here. Just keep in mind, if you delete a section, what it does, it's going to merge the formatting from the section above. So if I were to delete this section break here, it's going to inherit the 2-column orientation here as well. So turning on that show hide is a good first step to finding out where the breaks are in your document and how you can manage them as well. But in this case, we're able to do something like change the orientation of our document and give it its own margin and size there as well. So go ahead and insert a next page break. Go ahead and change the margins, the orientation, and the size, and make any other formatting that you want in there. You may want to convert it to 2 or 3 columns, and you are good to go. Let's move on to lesson number 7. We'll insert a cover page. We'll insert a table of contents. We'll caption a few items and add an index. And then we'll kind of preview what we can do with the outline view as well. Let's go ahead and insert a cover page into our document. It's a really nice way to make our document look more professional and just add some more content as well. To add a cover page, there's several ways that we can do that. We did take a look at the quick parts gallery earlier on. We can find cover pages in there. But if we click on the Insert tab right here, we can go ahead and actually insert a cover page. We can go ahead and choose from a list of options. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Now, when you insert a cover page, it always inserts at the very top of your document. It's the cover page, so it will always insert at the top. So we do not necessarily need to go to the top of our document to insert this here. So here's different cover pages. Again, these are all designed. Most of them are tables with some different formatting and some of the quick part fields that are pulling in the properties of the document. Let's go ahead and choose a cover page and add that here. So some of these are simple, some more complex with pictures and shapes, icons. Right. Maybe I'll go with this simple one here. I'll go ahead and click on this one. And notice how it inserts it at the very top of our document. And so what this does is it's pre-programmed. So these are the fields that we saw earlier from our quick parts gallery. So this allows me to choose a particular date. So I'll go ahead and put today's date in there. Here's the document title and the document subtitle. So I'll give this, let's see, in this word training, and the document subtitle, I'll give this module 4. Typically these would be filled in automatically if this information was actually being recorded in the properties of the document. So, but in this case it was not, so I had to come in here and enter it manually. If I scroll down, I'm already the author, so my name pops in here automatically. And if I go ahead and put in my company name in here, this will actually show up here as well. All right, so if I type Learn It in here, and there we go. Right. Interestingly, as I make the changes here for the document title, subtitle, company, if I go to the properties of the document now, so if I click on File and click on Info, I can see now that the title that I entered here is showing up. We show all properties here. Right, so here's the title, here's the subject, module 4. So if I add the data here, right, so let's say this is in progress. If I were to add the information here, it would automatically populate anywhere that these fields are appearing on my document. But as you can see, I can go ahead and add it from the cover page there as well. Right. So I'll go back here. And so that's the cover page. Really nice looking. Have some shapes in here, some fields that we can use as well. I can also change the cover page. So if I want to go ahead and remove the current page, I can remove it. No harm, no foul. And then what I can do is insert another one. So maybe I'll go for, let's say, this one. Right. Now that I've entered the information, it automatically populates. Right. And there we go. So there is the cover page. So go ahead and insert a cover page, go ahead and remove it, go ahead and add another one, and then come right back. Our next task here is to insert a table of contents. Now, one of the really nice things about a table of contents is that Microsoft Word will automatically create the table of contents for us based on the type of headings that we use. Now remember, we have different headings here. We have heading 1, we have heading 2, and we also have a heading 3. We can't see it right now, but we can pull up our full list of headings to be able to find that here as well. So because we have these headings that are in here, notice all of my lessons have the heading 1 style. So lesson 7 has the heading 1 style, lesson 8. And so what we can do is we can start to simplify our document. I'm going to click on the View tab, and what I want to do is turn on the navigation pane. And what that's going to do, it's going to give me a pane over here on the left, and I'll be able to navigate my document. 5, 6, 7, and 8. So if I click on any of those lessons, it will jump right to where that lesson is. So let's go ahead and turn on the navigation pane. And we can see our navigation pane appear here on the left. So if I click on lesson 5, it jumps to lesson 5 on my document. If I jump to lesson 8, it goes to lesson 8. So the heading 1 is a really, really special heading in Microsoft Word. It's the first step to being able to navigate your document. Now, in order for us to create a table of contents, we must have heading 1 or heading 2 styles in our document. So let's go ahead and see how this works. Now, unlike the cover page, when you're inserting your table of contents, it is based on your cursor location. I want this to be maybe right underneath my title here. So I'll go ahead and press enter under my title. I'll enter a space twice. And here I'll go ahead and insert my table of contents. Now to do that, I can click on the References tab. And on the References tab, so first I'll choose my location. And 2, I'll click on the References tab. Over here on the far left, we see our table of contents. So if I click here, well, notice that I have 3. I have automatic table 1. And notice it says right there, includes all the text formatted with the heading 1 to 3 styles. So this one just says contents. The next one says table of contents. This one does the same thing, just a little different type of formatting. And then you can create your own manual table, which is a lot of work. I want Microsoft Word to do the work for me. So I'll go ahead and use automatic table 2. And look at that. It automatically inserts the table of contents for me based on my headings. So let's see how this works. So if I open this document for the first time, here's my cover page, here's my title. I want to go to lesson 8. So it says control click to follow the link. And it brings me to lesson 8, just like that. Right. So that's how the table of contents works. Now, again, we need to be using the heading 1, 2, or 3 styles. So let's go ahead and make a simple change to the table, to my document here. So let's say I have 2 tasks here under lesson 5. So for this one, I'll give this one a heading 2 style. And for this one, I'll also give this a heading 2 style. Now you'll notice when I converted those two to the heading 2, if you take a look at my navigation pane over here, I can see that they are now included on my navigation pane because they are a heading 2. So if I go back to my table of contents, you're saying, well, Mo, we don't see the heading 2s in here for lesson 5. Well, when I click on my table of contents, I see this little update table icon here. And if I click there, Word is going to search. It's going to rescan the document, look for all of my heading 1s, 2s, and 3s. I'll choose update the entire table and I'll press OK. So there we go. So here's the lesson 5, which is a heading 1. And here are the 2 sublevels that I just added here as well. Right? So that is how that works. So that's a really nice feature. And as a matter of fact, if I were to even move my headings around, my table will automatically update and display the page number that that particular heading is on as well. So that is how that works. I'm going to go to the end of my document here. I'll jump down to using mail merge, and I'll just add one more lesson here. I'll call this lesson 9. And I'll just say wrapping up. And I'll give this a heading 1 style. Now I'll go back up to the top of my document and let's see if that displays on my table of contents. I'll update the table, update the entire table, and there we go. So that's the beauty of it. So again, these headings are a really big deal in Microsoft Word. It allows us to turn on the navigation pane and be able to simply move back and forth in our document from one place to the next. It's the key to having Microsoft Word automatically inserting a table of contents for us as well. So go ahead and insert a table of contents. Go ahead and add a few more heading 1 and heading 2s to your document. Go ahead and update your table of contents. Just confirm everything is working. And go ahead and click on the links and navigate through your document and come right back. Our next task is to go ahead and add an index. Well, what exactly is an index in Word? Well, if I click on the References tab, I will see over here in the Index command group, I have Insert Index, I have Mark Entry, and I have Update Index. Well, if I hover over it, it tells me that I can add an index listing keywords and the page numbers they appear on. So if I wanted to go ahead and highlight some keywords here to be able to add them to an index, I can let my user know the actual page number that actually has that key phrase. So the first step is we need to mark different text for entry. And once we've marked all of our entries, we can insert the index. It's going to provide us with a little list. It's going to have the text followed by the page number over here on the right as well. So I'll go ahead and just mark a few. We can create our own index. I'll go to the top of my document here. I'll press Control Home. I have my cover page there. And I'll go ahead and, you know what? I'll just go ahead and add this here. I'll add lesson 5 to the index. So I'll go ahead and mark that for entry. So here's the main entry, just says lesson 5. There's some other more advanced features that we can use, but we'll just keep it simple here. We just want to go ahead and mark this for entry. So I'll click on Mark. I'll go ahead and close this. Notice it turns on the show hide, so I'm seeing all of the code in here. I'll go down to lesson 6. And I'll go ahead and mark that for entry as well. I'll click on Mark, then I'll click Close. Then I'll go down to lesson 7. And I'll mark that for entry. And maybe I'll do one more. I'll jump to lesson 9. I'll mark that for entry. I'll go ahead and click Close. So I just highlighted a couple of different text here. and maybe I'm not using the table of contents. Maybe I don't have the navigation pane turned on. I want my user to be able to know where to find those particular lessons, what page they're on. Maybe this is a really long document, so I'll add the index there as well. First thing I'll do is I'll turn off the show hide to get rid of these marks. And I'm going to go ahead and place maybe I'll place it right here. I'll choose a location where I want to insert my index. And the next step after marking all of my text is to click on the References tab and choose my location and actually go ahead and insert the index. Now let's see what that looks like. So once I click here, here's my index dialog box. It's just asking me a few questions here. Do I want it to be indented? How many columns do I want? Well, I just want 2 columns. That's perfectly fine. And over here is a preview of what it would look like. But I want to right align the page numbers. I don't want the page numbers to kind of be nested like this. So that looks a little better. I want it to look like that. We can change the tab leader, make it a solid line. I'll leave it here as a dashed line. And that's it. Once I press OK, it's going to insert an index that looks like this. The text on the left, followed by the page number on the right. I'll go ahead and press OK. And here's my index, right? So it's not a hyperlink, but it tells us what page. So lesson 5 can be found on page 1. Lesson 9 can be found on page 4, right? So we'll cover how to use bookmarks in another course to navigate to specific places in our document as well. So go ahead and mark a few words or chunk of text, and then go ahead and insert your index and come right back. For our last task for lesson 7, we'll just take a look at what we can do with the outline view. So the outline view is really meant for really long documents. There's a lot of really nice tools that we can take advantage of. We can move chunk of text around, and we can promote or demote different headings, different places in our document. So I'll go ahead and click on the View tab here. And on the View tab, I want to go ahead and change it from Print Layout to Outline View. So here is our outline view. To get out of outline view, we need to click on Close Outline View. But for now, we're seeing our document at a very high level. So typically we would come in here, not because we want to see the full details of our document, but the high level items. So we have some outline tools, which is what we'll take a look at. Over here on the left, we have some basic tools. And over here on the right, we have some more advanced tools as well. So right now I'm seeing my entire document. I'll go ahead and turn on the text formatting. So once I do that, I can see more. I'm not seeing my cover page, not a part of the outline, but here is my table of contents, lesson 5, 6, 7, so forth and so on. So what if I wanted to simplify this document? What if this were a 200-page document? I don't want to see all of the paragraphs and all of the lines. I just want to focus on all of my headings here. So what I can do is I can click right here where it says Show Level. I can say, just show me all of my level 1 items. And notice how it rolls up our document for us into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different segments. So here's lesson 5. If I need to go ahead and focus on lesson 5, I can double click on that plus sign there. And now it expands the content of lesson 5 for me. And now I can go ahead and work on lesson 5, right? So right now we're taking a look at all of my level 1 items. If I change this to level 2, this includes the 2 level 2 items that I had here under lesson 5. I just want to see level 1. And I'll go ahead and expand lesson 5 by double clicking on it. If I double click again, it collapses it. I'll expand it. And maybe what I want to do is I want to go ahead and promote this level 2 item here to a level 1. So I'm going to go ahead and promote this to level 1. And so as you can see, I didn't have to highlight the text and click on styles and give it the heading 1 style. I can just simply, with one click of a button, just promote that to level 1. And so I've basically promoted those to level 1. So if I close my outline view and go back, I can see clearly right here, these have been promoted to a level 1 item. If I update my table of contents, we can see that they have been promoted to level 1 here as well. I'm going to go back into outline view and I'll demote them, put them back to where they were. So I'll go here and I'm going to go ahead and make this a level 2 item. I can keep going. I can make this level 3, keep on going like that. I'll just make this a level 2. I'll also make this one a level 2 item. I'm going to go ahead and I only want to see my level 1 items and I'm good to go. Now, another thing that I can do is if I wanted to move something around, let's say I wanted to move mail merge to the second lesson here. Think about doing that in Microsoft Word. We would have to copy and cut that entire segment, go back up to lesson 6, insert some kind of break, and then insert the content there. But now that I'm in outline view, what I can do is grab this, and now I can move this entire chunk to any other place in my document. I'm going to move it right here in between lesson 5 and 6. And just like that, I can do that. Let's close the outline view and let's see what that looks like. And look at that. So the entire content of lesson 8 has now been moved up in between lesson 5 and lesson 6. So a really nice tool to be able to manage long documents here. I'll go back to the outline view. I'm going to put this back down here as well. I think that's it for now. Let's take a look at all of our levels. And I just want to show the first line only. So this is another option, and it condenses the paragraphs for you, so you're not seeing all of that detail. Right. So lots of different tools that we can use to manage our document here. So go ahead and take a look at the outline view. There's some others in here, such as the master document. This is really for book writing, so not really diving into that here as well. Right. I'll close the outline view. Go ahead and turn on the outline view. Go ahead and promote a few items, demote a few items. Go ahead and move some chunk of text from one place to the next in your document and come right back. For lesson 8, we'll be using mail merge via Outlook email to send out a message to our really important customers here as well. Here's the text below that we want to use to conduct the mail merge. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this to the clipboard. And I'm going to go ahead and open up a new document. So I can press Control N to open up a new document, or I can just click on File and click on Blank Document here as well. I'll press Control N, open up a new document. So when it comes to mail merge, we have a mail merge wizard. So I'll click on the Mailings tab here. And right here on the Mailings, it's all about mail merge. Well, what I want to do is start a mail merge. I'll click on this drop down here, and I'll have Word help me out in terms of what I want to do. I'm going to skip all of these here, email, letters, labels. I want the step-by-step mail merge wizard. It's going to give me a lot of guidance along the way, and we'll answer questions as we're being presented here as well. So here is step 1 of 6. I need to go ahead and select my document type. Well, I'm not sending out letters, I'm sending out email messages. So I'll go ahead and click on email messages here. On the bottom, it confirms to me that I can send email messages to a group of people, and then I can personalize the email message that each person receives. I'll go ahead to the next step, which is the starting document. So again, it asks me some questions here. How do I want to set up my email messages? Do I want to use the current document? Do I want to start from a template? Or do I want to start from an existing document? Well, I do want to use this document here. So I'll go ahead, paste the details of my message here. And I'll go ahead and just add a few spaces. Right. So I'm using the current document, and I'll go ahead and click on Next to select my recipients. Now, I have a couple of options here. I can either use an existing list, I can select from Outlook contacts, or I can type a new list. Well, I'm using Outlook, so I'm just going to go ahead and click on Select from Outlook contacts. So notice whatever option I choose on the top, the options on the bottom changes here. When I chose Select from Outlook contacts, it wants me to choose my contacts folder. So if I click on Use an existing list, it's asking me to browse to that database that I have saved. I can use an Excel file if I wanted to, or I can type in a list manually. So this is what it looks like. I can just type in each record on each line one by one, but I want to select from Outlook contacts. So I'll click Choose Contacts Folder. And here's my Sandbox account. I already have Outlook open, so it's pulling up my personal contacts. I'll go ahead and press OK. And so whether we're using the existing Outlook contacts or we're using an Excel file that has these fields, last name, first name, title, company, so forth and so on, or whether we are creating or typing the list, this is what the database looks like here. So from here, it's pulling in my personal contacts, and so I can go ahead and choose who I want. This is blank, I'll remove that. I can sort the list if I want to, I can filter. Typically, you would send out an email using mail merge if you want to send out a mass email to a large group of people, but you want to personalize each message, maybe add their name in there without typing their name in. Microsoft Word will pull in their name for us and add it to the greeting part of the message for us. So for now, I'm okay with what I have. I'm going to go ahead and press OK. So the next thing to do is to write my email message. So here we go. So it's telling me if I have not already done so, go ahead and write my message now. I already copied and pasted the message in here, so I'm good to go. Now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and add some of the recipient information. So the first line of my email is going to be the greeting line, right? So I'll go ahead and drop in the greeting line here. So insert the formatted salutation. Here's a little preview of what it would look like. I can say dear or to. I'll actually leave it blank. I'll just use the first name here. So this is what it would look like here as well. Right. I'll go ahead and press OK. I can cycle through them to see what they would look like. So there's Jessica Hudson. Here's Megan Bowen. Adele Vance. So that's what that first line would look like here. Right. I can actually do something like this. So just different salutations or greetings that we can use. I'll go ahead and press OK. I'll just leave everything as normal. It's an email, so right. Now the next thing I want to do, I want to go ahead and personalize the message. So what I want to do is look for opportunities where I can personalize this message. So maybe right here where it says our growth would not be possible without customers like you, I can probably enter their name here. So for example, Mo, our growth would not have been possible without loyal customers like you. So to do that, I'm going to use one of these fields under mailings. So right here, we have insert merge fields. So these are the fields that are in that database that we created. Well, I want the first name to be inserted there. So I'm going to go ahead and insert the first name right in between these two sentences. So I'll place my cursor there. I'll put the first name and I'll add a comma, space, and I'll change that to a lowercase o. I'm going to add another line as well. I'll say, please confirm you are still with, and then I'll insert their company. So I'll insert the company information in here and add a period. So 3 opportunities where I'm customizing this message. Their name will appear here, their full name. Their first name will appear here as a part of our appreciation, and their company name will appear here based on what we have on record for them. The next thing to do is to preview the email messages. So let's see what they look like. So for example, here's the first one for Adele. So Adele Vance, as you may know, this marks our 16th year of doing business. And then here, Adele, our growth would not have been possible without you. Please confirm you are still with, well, Adele doesn't have a company listed here. I could go back to my contacts and add a company for Adele. Thought I had one, but let's go to the next one. I can cycle through my recipients here. All right, so here's Jose Montana. Please confirm you're still with the NFL. Right. Aaron Dodgers. All right, so we can do that here. Jessica Hudson, The Voice. And that's it. So the next thing to do is to complete the merge. Now I do have the opportunity to search for a particular recipient in the list, and I can also exclude one. So for example, I don't have a company for Megan, so I can exclude this recipient. And I'll go ahead and click on Next to complete the mail merge. It says mail merge is ready to produce your email messages. I'll click on electronic mail. And now is where I can put my subject line, and I'll just put AdWorks here. It's going to the email address that we have in the database, and I want to send all records, and that's it. I'll go ahead and press OK. And we can see just quickly there, cycled through all of my messages, and I'll go to my Outlook and check my sent items folder, and we should see those in here. I'll bring that over here. And here you go. So here are the different sent items here as well. I'll go ahead and open up one of the messages for James Fox. So here you go. Now these are all fictitious emails, so this was going nowhere. But here, this is the benefit of working with mail merge. Right. So pretty nice to be able to use. And that is mail merge. Once I'm done, I can go ahead and close this out, and I am good to go. Congratulations on completing our Microsoft Word Intermediate course. Just as a recap, we're able to apply and create styles to our document. We're able to insert and manage tables. We had some fun inserting and managing charts. We're able to explore and use quick parts, create some reusable content. And then for module 4, we're able to manage themes and templates. We're able to apply some page layout options, such as 2-column orientation and having a next page section break. We're able to reference objects by turning on the navigation pane, including a table of contents, and also inserting an index as well. We're also able to perform mail merge. So congrats on completing the course, and I hope to see all of you in a future course. Welcome to Microsoft Word Advanced. You're learning with Mo Jones. Let's take a look at what we'll be covering today. We'll discuss how we can add multimedia and graphics into a document. We'll spend some time collaborating on a document and tracking changes as well. We'll also be able to create some academic references and lists, things like table of contents, endnotes, footnotes. For Module 6, we'll take a look at different ways that we can secure a document. We'll also be able to create fillable forms and distribute them as well. And then we'll take a look at some other developer tools, such as creating macros to automate repetitive tasks. Go ahead and open up the practice file for Module 5 and come right back and we'll dive right in. I do have my practice file Word Module 5 open here, and we have 4 lessons that we have prepared for you. Here's the space for lesson 1. So we'll talk about incorporating media. So we'll insert an online video. We'll take a look at the screenshot tool and the screen clipping tool here as well. Well, what I want to do, I want to go ahead and insert an online video. Now, why would you want to insert an online video into your Word document? It's a great way to provide a resource for your audience and maybe even a quick tutorial or some kind of how-to as well. To do that, I'll go ahead and click on the Insert tab, and we have a Media tab that's dedicated for online videos. So once I click here, Microsoft Word will tell me the different sources that I can use to stream video from. So for example, we can stream video from these different sources: YouTube, SharePoint, OneDrive for Business, so forth and so on. So I need to go ahead and copy and paste the address of the video. Now, Microsoft Word is not going to download the video for us. It's just going to act as a pass-through. So it will actually stream the video for us without taking up a lot of space in our Word document. I already have the video up here. I'll go ahead and click. So here's the video. I'm going to right-click on it. And what I want to do is copy the video URL. Go ahead and copy that. I'll go back to my Word document. And I'll right-click in the text box here, and I'll click on the paste command. And just like in PowerPoint, when you insert a YouTube video, we get the preview right here, so we can make sure it's the correct video that we want to add. I can even play it right here if I want to. I'm going to go ahead and click on Insert here. And just like that, here's the container for our YouTube video. Now, you'll notice that Microsoft Word is treating this as a picture. Because if you take a look on the ribbon, you'll see we get the picture format. So remember, all objects have a contextual tab. So there's a few things that we can do. We can go ahead and just give it a quick style. Right. We can even recolor it if we want to, believe it or not. So all the adjustments here that we can normally make to a picture, we can do it here. To our video. We don't have any playback formatting options though. We do have the capability to resize it as well. And that's it. So it's a matter of just copying and pasting the link to the video. Now, once I click on play, it will open up the video for me. It will not take up the entire screen, but it will come in and at the basic window size here, and it will play within this window. Now, I'm not going to play the video because of my screen recording tool. There's a conflict, so it's actually not going to play. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and click on play and show you what the interface will look like. So as you can see, this is the container that it will play in, and we'll have the YouTube controls down here for this particular video. I'll click away. And so that's how we can insert a video from an online source. Now let's go ahead and use some other tools here. Let's take a look at the screenshot tool. I'll just go ahead and resize my video here. Just make a little room for my actual screen clipping here. So if I go back to the Insert tab, you'll notice on the Insert tab that we have under the Illustrations command group, we have the screenshot. Now, if I click on this drop down, I'll get 2 options. I can either take the full screen of an existing window, or as you can see, I have some available windows here. Here's my slide deck, my presentation, or I can take a screen clipping. So the screen clipping will basically allow me to take a clipping of pretty much anything on my screen. I'll go ahead and just grab the slideshow here. Okay, so my slideshow is running here in the background. There it is. So I want to go ahead and grab that. So I'll click here. And there you go. So it copies the entire screen here as well. And now I can go ahead and just resize this to my liking. And of course, I get all the picture formatting tools that I can use. Go ahead and put that in a frame if I want to. I'll just put a basic shadow here as well. And so that is the particular tool that we can use there as well. So another aspect of the screenshot tool is taking a screen clipping. So if you do not want to take a snapshot of an entire window, you can take a screen clipping. Again, this is going to conflict with my screen recorder, but when you're taking a screen clipping, it's the same thing as using the snipping tool. So if I search for the snipping tool here, so here's my snipping tool, and this basically allows me to take a screenshot or pretty much draw a shape around any portion of my screen that I want to. So if I click on new here, now I'm in clipping mode, and maybe I just want to go ahead and grab part of my ribbon here, like that. And I'll let go, and there it is. So it's copied to the clipboard. Now when we run the screen clipping tool, it's actually going to automatically insert that into the document for us. So that's pretty much how that works. Now what I can do, it's already on the clipboard. I'll go ahead and paste that in here. And there we go. So here's my 3 different types of media. We have my YouTube video, here's my screen clipping, and here's my window clip here as well. Just going to go ahead and move them around a little bit here so we can actually see them a little better. And there we go. So go ahead and insert a video from one of those streaming services. Just go ahead and grab the link to the video. Go ahead and insert the online video. Take a screenshot of an entire window. Go ahead and use the screen clipping tool as well. Make any adjustments as necessary and come right back. Before we finish up lesson 1, there is another way that we can actually add media to our Word document. And you may notice that there's no option to actually insert a video from your device. But one of the things that we can do, if you take a look, we can see that we have my videos here. So what I can do is, what if I want to go ahead and add a video that I can click on and play? Well, here's a small video that I have. It's about 3 minutes. I'll go ahead and drag this from my folder to my document. And basically what that does, it puts a little placeholder here for me. So now this is embedded inside of my Word document. If I want to go ahead and play this, I can simply go ahead and double click on it. It's going to open in my default media player. If I click open, opens up my media player here. Okay, and there we go. So that's a quick way. It does not play right inside of your document, but you do have the capability just to kind of park some videos in here and play them as needed. I can also add audio. So if I go back to my music folder here, and I'll drag this audio file to a particular place on the canvas. And same thing, if I double click here, this is going to open up with my default media player. And so now I can go ahead and play that media. Of course, we can make it full screen if I want to. Right? So just some other ways that we can actually incorporate other media into Microsoft Word. Just drag that video from your folder right into the document so that you can access it later with the default media player. Go ahead and drag that audio file from your computer as well right into the Word document. And there you go. Right. Excellent. So go ahead and perform those 2 tasks if you are able, and come back. We'll move on to lesson number 2. Welcome back. So I made a little space here for lesson 2. Now, we want to talk about integrating informational graphics or an infographic. Now, when we talk about an infographic, we're talking about SmartArt. So basically, we've learned that when we integrate text with some kind of visual, that it captivates your audience's attention more than just text. It also increases retention. So in this case, what I want to do is just create a simple infographic that demonstrates a learning path. So we're going to go ahead and learn Microsoft Word first, and then we'll go ahead and learn Excel. Then we'll go ahead and learn PowerPoint. Now, it's a lot better than just typing some text that says Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. So let's take a look and see how we can go ahead and create this graphic here. And by the way, once we create the graphic, we can do things like recolor it if we want to. We can go ahead and give it a nice effect, make it a little more vibrant. We can also convert it to another type of graphic if we want to. So this is the world of SmartArt. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we can do that here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this graphic, and let's go ahead and dive in. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and click on the Insert tab. And from the Insert tab in the Illustrations command group, here is our friend SmartArt. Just 2 doors down from our little screenshot tool that we used earlier. So here's SmartArt. If you hover over it, tells us that we can insert a SmartArt graphic to visually communicate information. We have things like Venn diagrams, org charts, graphic lists, so forth and so on. Well, let's go ahead and click on here. Now here is the library. So on the left pane, we can see that we have different options to choose from. Whether we want to express something as a list, as a process, as a cycle, we can go ahead and do that. On the far right, it gives us a preview of what the graphic would look like. And it gives us some information down here as well, kind of showing us or explaining to us how the graphic works. Now, some will be very basic and some are more advanced. As you continue to work with SmartArt, we can venture into some of the more advanced options that are available. For now, I just want a basic process. So if I click on process, I can see here are some different processes that I can communicate. Here's a step up process, kind of like 1 step, step 2, step 3. We have a step down process. And if you scroll, there's lots here that we can use. Some of these have more modern shapes that we can use to express a process. If I keep going down, we can even integrate pictures into some of these processes here as well. But let's keep it simple. Let's go ahead and create one. We'll create 2. The first one will be very simple, just a basic process. I'll go ahead and press OK. And here is our SmartArt. So how do we actually manage this SmartArt here? Now, when we click on the SmartArt, we'll notice that we have a SmartArt Contextual tab. From the SmartArt design, we can do things like change the layout, and we can also go ahead and manage our SmartArt here as well. So if you want to go ahead and add another shape, maybe a 4th shape, we can move things around. But for now, let's just go ahead and add some text. 2 ways we can add text. I can click right here on the shape, and I can go ahead and add my text in there. So I'll type Word, because we're going to learn Word first. And I could click on the second shape here and do the same thing, but I prefer to use a little text pane over here to the left. And you'll notice that this is a bulleted list. So SmartArt is based on the levels. Right now, these are all level 1 items. If I were to introduce a level 2 item, we would see another shape or a subshape underneath these other shapes here as well. If for some reason this text pane is not turned on, sometimes it's off by default, go ahead and click on this little arrow right here, and that will open it for you. So I'll go ahead and click on there. That opens it for me. And now I can just go ahead and enter my information here. So I'll say Word, Excel, and I'll press enter. And here's PowerPoint. Now notice when I press the enter key, it actually adds another shape for me. I do not need that last one for text, so I'll just press the delete key. So important thing to note here is we're managing the SmartArt by interacting with this list over here as well. We'll talk about that in just a little bit here. So that's how we basically add text to our SmartArt. I'll go ahead and add one more. I'll press the enter key. That allows me to add another shape here, and I'll include Outlook in here. And I'm good to go. So there's my graphic. At this point, I can decide if I like the way that it is, or I can go ahead and do something like change the color. So I'll click on SmartArt Design, and I'll go ahead and change the color. And I'll go ahead and give it a quick style as well. Maybe I want something a little more glossy. So lots of color palettes to choose from. Here's the colorful, and as we hover, we get the preview of what it looks like. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colorful palettes to choose from. I'll choose this one. We also have different accents. So depending on the theme that you're using for Microsoft Word, we have different accent colors that can be used. So a lot of options here to be able to do that. I'll choose that one, and then what I'll do, I'll go ahead and give it a quick style. So I'll give it a polished style. Maybe that's a little too intense. I'll just go with the intense effect here as well. We can also resize this graphic if we want to. It is a shape, so we can resize it. We can also specify the layout options here as well. So those are the basics with inserting SmartArt. So go ahead and insert some SmartArt. We'll come back and we'll take a deeper dive into SmartArt as well. Welcome back. Hopefully you're able to add your SmartArt for your particular process. I want to make some changes here. Well, what I want to do is maybe I want to go ahead and change the type of graphic that I'm using here. So what if I just don't want these, it looks really nice. We have these arrows and we have these rounded rectangles. I'm going to click on SmartArt Design. And one of the things that I can do is I can change the layout. So if I click here, I can see the layout. Now, because I chose a process, here are the different layouts for a process. So here are the different ones: step up process, step down. So these are all processed. So I can do something just like hover over each one, get a quick preview to see what it looks like. So here's the step up process. Here's the step down process. That looks pretty good. Okay. This one is an accent process. This one allows me to add a picture behind it. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll choose this picture accent process. When I click on it here, it allows me to choose a picture from File, Stock Image, Online Pictures, or Icons. I'll look for an online picture, and I'll look for a free-to-use Microsoft Word logo. I'll go for this old school logo here. And there we go. Pretty nice. I'll grab one for Excel. It's usually a little hard to find Excel. I'll go for the old school one here. Let's see if this one works. Yeah, that works. PowerPoint. And why not? I'll go for the 2007 variety there. And there we go. Now, what I can do as well, since we're talking about managing SmartArt, what if I don't want to include Outlook? I want Outlook to be removed. So I can go ahead and remove it. But again, just by using the list here, I'm just going to go ahead and delete it here from my list in the text pane. I'll head up to PowerPoint and I'll press the delete key. And so now my list only consists of 3 items, and therefore my SmartArt only consists of 3 items here as well. What if I wanted to move PowerPoint into the second position? Well, I can do the same thing. I can kind of move it up here. But if you take a look at the ribbon here for SmartArt Design, we can see that based on what I have selected, I can either move it up or down in the sequence. So right now I'm on PowerPoint, not getting the select box over here, but that's okay. I'll click on PowerPoint. I'll click on Move Up. And notice how it moves the picture, the shape, and the text for me as well. Right? If I want to move it back down, I can go ahead and do that. So that is how we adjust this here as well. Well, I want to do one more thing here. I want to add a little more context for my word. So again, I'll manage the list. I'll press Enter. I'll tab over, and I'll just say Create Documents. So it did not create another shape for me, but it does give me extra room here to add text. Some of the SmartArt graphics, they will add another shape. Some of them have multiple tiers. This is a simple SmartArt graphic. For PowerPoint, I'll do the same thing. I'll say Create Presentations. And for Excel, I'll do the same thing. I'll say Create Spreadsheets. And there we go. Now, what we can do as well, if we wanted to recolor these individually. So if I click on the shape here for PowerPoint, and I click on the Format tab, so I can do a shape fill here. Let's see if I have a style that I can use. Maybe I'll give it this style here. Excel's already green, so we're good to go. So those are the different ways that we can manage our SmartArt as well. So I'm good to go, but let's go ahead and see if I change this to another graphic, what will happen. Let's see if there's any other picture graphics available. Let's see, here's one, continuous picture process. So this still incorporates our shapes, text, and images as well. Right. Here's another one, basic bending process. And we are good to go. Right. So go ahead and modify your SmartArt. Go ahead and take a look at the other layouts that are available and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and annotate our document with the drawing tool here. Now, if you take a look on my ribbon, you'll see the Draw ribbon tab. If it's not on, we can go ahead and turn that on from the Word Options dialog. We want to customize the ribbon. So I can click on the File tab and then click on Options. And we get to this pane here. Once we get to the word options, I'm going to go ahead and click on Customize the ribbon. Over on the right, we'll see all of our main tabs, such as Home, Insert, Draw, Design. If your Draw is not turned on, you'll notice that it's unchecked. Just go ahead and make sure that it's checked off. And once it's checked off, just go ahead and press OK. And it will now be displayed on your ribbon. There we go. So here is the drawing tool. Well, what can we do with the drawing tool? Well, there's a couple of different command groups here. We have drawing tools. We can do things like erase. We can use the different markers here to annotate or draw things. We have a ruler that we can turn on. Then we have this capability to ink to shape. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. It's currently turned on right now. Let's just take a look at our first marker here. When you click on our marker, you'll notice that you have some secondary options here, such as the thickness, and you can change the color here as well for the particular marker. Well, I just want to go ahead and highlight a few words here. I'll highlight Create, and I'll highlight the Drawing tool. So that's how that works. Our document now has embedded these drawings here as shapes. If I want to delete them, just use my little eraser here and delete them. I'm going to go ahead and use the other pen here, and I'll change the thickness for this one. Well, this one is already a little thicker. So we can see this one is a little thicker here. I'll change the thickness. I'll make it 1 millimeter. And there we go. Finally, I'll go ahead and change the color. I'll give it this orange color here. And I'll draw a little arrow there as well. So that's how the drawing tools work. But the good thing is they're not just temporary. They will remain on our Word document here as well. So it's a great way to kind of point to things in your document or to just kind of annotate things here as well. Next thing I want to do, maybe instead of drawing lines, I want to go ahead and maybe highlight these different text. So I want to maybe draw a shape around it. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these here. And I'll click on the ink to shape option here. So it automatically refines my hand-drawn shapes. I'm going to go ahead and draw a rectangle around annotate here. And we can see it turned my squiggly rectangle into a perfect rectangle. I'll draw an oval around my, let's see, around SmartArt. And there you go. So it snaps it into an oval for me. Now these are actual shapes. So when we click on them, we can do things like we can rotate them and we can actually resize them if we want to. I'm going to move this over a little bit, just like that. So it's not interrupting my other word to the left here as well. So we can do that. We can even click on the shape format and we can do something like give it a quick style as well. So just different things that we can do here with the draw. I can go ahead and delete that shape. Just click on it and press the delete key. Okay. We do have ink to math. So what if I wanted to add a math equation down here? I don't have on my keyboard, I don't have all the symbols for the different mathematical equations. So if I click here, I get a little math input control. And I'll just write a basic formula. I'll say y equals mx plus b. So as you can see, it converts it to the proper font here as well. I'll go ahead and click insert. And here's my little equation, y equals mx plus b. I'll do one more. I'll put this one over here. Let's see, I'll go down one line. And I'll do ink to math. I'll say force equals mass times acceleration. And there we go. So pretty cool things that we can do with the drawing tool here. Let me click away from that. I'm going to turn off the ink to shape here. And I'm going to actually I'm going to insert a canvas. So actually, let's see if I can remove these, delete these. I'm going to use the drawing canvas here. So this basically insert a drawing canvas for me. I can resize it. And this gives us a little free-form area that I can use to just kind of annotate something. So maybe I want to do something like, create a little brainstorming here as well. So here's my kind of like my main idea. And now I can go ahead and just kind of free-form some brainstorming here. All right, so maybe this is idea 1. Idea 2, 3, maybe 4 is a really good idea. And then so forth and so on. So it just kind of gives us a little free form here that we can use. Once we're done, it's basically a shape. Welcome back. So we'll take a look at just a few more features here that we can use when it comes to the drawing tool. One of the things that we can do is we can format the background. So we can add rules or grid lines. So if I click here on the format background, I can go ahead and notice how I have the lines here on my document. I can go ahead and maybe use the graph paper format here. So here's a nice little graph that I can use. I'm going to go ahead and resize my shape here. And so here's this little graph that I can go ahead and use. I can also turn on the ruler. So here's the ruler. So I can move the ruler. And the ruler basically allows me to just draw straight lines. So if I want to draw a line through here, I can go ahead and do that. If I want to rotate the ruler, I can just scroll down on my mouse or scroll up on my mouse. That will rotate it. Right. So I can do something like that. I can just draw lines through my document like that as well. Go ahead and turn off the ruler. Now, one of the things that we'll take a look at is the action pen here. Right? So let me click on my select here. I'll scroll up and I'll turn off that background. I'll say none. And basically with the action pen, it allows us to edit with natural gestures. So I'll turn it on and I'll click on the down arrow here and I'll click on ink gesture help. So it opens a little pane over here on the right and it gives us some gestures that we can use to modify our document. So naturally, if we wanted to delete a word, we would kind of scribble through it like that. To select a word, we'll draw a circle around it. We'll add a new line. So we'll take a look at those three here as well. So what if I wanted to delete this word? I actually didn't do that correctly. It's trying to thinks that I want to insert a word. There we go. So that deletes it. If I wanted to select a word, maybe I'll select this word here for tool. So it basically selects it for me. So now I can do something like highlight it or change the font or so forth and so on. That's what I can do. And then we have add a new line. So if I wanted to split this line here, so it splits that line for me, pushes everything down to another line. Right. So pretty nice. We have some other ones here, like how to split a word or join a word or insert words into a sentence. So if you were kind of a classic writer and you prefer to use these natural gestures, you can go ahead and use these here in Microsoft Word. Some basic edits to your Word document here as well. The other thing is we have the Galaxy Pen. So the Galaxy Pen just kind of gives us some really nice, interesting colors here to work with. So using the Galaxy Pen, we get these really dynamic types of pens to work with here as well. Go ahead and change that to a rainbow color. And there we go. So go ahead and check out the action pen, check out these gestures, see if you like them, and come right back and we'll move on to lesson number 3. Welcome back, and let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 3, collaborating on documents. Now, the first step to collaborating on a document is that you need to save it to one of Microsoft's cloud-based services. We'll be using OneDrive in this case. So the first step is to click on this share icon here. Now, once we click on the share icon, we'll be provided with the capability to either save our document to OneDrive if it has not been saved. If it's already been saved, we'll get the share dialog here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on share so that I can go ahead and first save it to OneDrive and then be able to share the document. So my document is shared to OneDrive, so I'll go ahead and click on the share icon. We can also get here by clicking on the File tab and also clicking on the share dialog here as well. We can also do it from there. I'm going to go back and I'll click on the share icon. It's right here. And because it's saved to OneDrive, here is the share dialog box. So just a couple of things that we want to make note of here in terms of when we're sharing. We want to make sure we know who are we sharing it with, how are we sharing it, and what type of access should our recipients have here as well, right? So for the who, I'm just going to go ahead and share this with my secondary account, right? So just my sandbox account here. How do I want to share it? Well, I'm going to go ahead and use a link. And I want to make sure that my recipient has edit access. So I'll go ahead and fill this out here. So the first thing I could type in the email address in here if I want to, right? So I can send it by email, but I'll just go ahead and copy the link. Sometimes it's more efficient to copy the link, especially if you are collaborating with several of your colleagues here as well. So I want to make sure that my recipient can edit the document. So if I click here, notice I can either say you can only review, so can make suggestions, or can view. So basically you can either view it, but you can't make any changes to it, or you can add comments to it. But this is collaboration, so I want to make sure that the edit access is granted here. Right? So I'll say anyone with the link can edit this document. I'll click on apply, and now I'll just go ahead and copy the link. And that's it. So now this document is shared. I can go ahead and paste that link in an email or in Teams or another Microsoft application, any way that I want to do it here. I'll go ahead and close this. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up my Sandbox account and open this document in my other environment. Okay, so let me go. So here is the environment, my Sandbox environment. I'm going to paste the link in here. And here is Word opening up in the web. So this is basically Adele. So this is Adele's mailbox here. And so now I can come in here and I can actually make some edits if I want to. I'll scroll down to lesson number 3. And maybe I'll go ahead and do something like insert a comment in here. All right. I'll say thanks for granting access. Go ahead and send that here. I'll go back to my Word document and let's see what the environment looks like now. Now, because one of my recipients is actually working in the document, I get a quick cue right here letting me know that I have a guest contributor, and I can see the icon showing up over here as well. If this were a colleague that's inside of my organization, I would actually see their avatar showing up here. But either way, for each contributor that's in here, we can see their avatar and we can see what they're actually doing in here as well. Right? So Adele inserted this comment here that I can clearly see. I'm going to go ahead and turn on tracking changes. And we'll take a look at that in just a little bit. Now that I've shared this document with Adele, I can see Adele is currently working on the document, inserted a comment, and I can see exactly where Adele is working in the document here as well. Right. So at this point, maybe what I want to do is to start tracking changes. So to do that, I'll click on the Review tab. And while I'm on the Review tab, I'm going to go ahead. So there's two really command groups here. We have one for tracking and we have one for changes. The first thing I want to do though is turn on track changes. And then optionally, I can decide what I want to see. So I'll turn track changes on for everyone. So any changes that are made to the document, Microsoft Word will notify me. And then I have the capability to review those changes and either accept or reject them. So at this point, we just want to go ahead and make a few changes here as well. Optionally, if I want to see different levels here, right now I'm seeing all markup. We can change these a little bit later to see what details it provides us once changes are being made. But for now, I'll leave it on all markup. Some other sub-level options here, show markups. What do I want to see? I want to see insertions and deletions, formatting, any updates. And then we have balloons here. We can show revisions in balloons, in line, or only formatting in balloons. Well, I want to go ahead and start making some changes. So we'll just expand my list here. And I'll just say save to OneDrive. And then share. So we can see we're getting some cues here. We can see we have this line indicating that a change is pending here. And we can see that the text is also highlighted here as well. I'm going to head over to Adele's, and we can see the changes. We can see the updates are already here. So for Adele's going to go ahead and insert just a little table here, and just a couple of different processes here. So we'll say review tab, and we'll go under tracking, then we'll turn on track changes. Right. So that is what that looks like. So Adele can also see those pending changes here as well. If we click on the review tab here, we have a simplified version for Word on the web. So here's a simplified version of the tracking. We don't get all the details, but we still have the tools we need. So we can track changes, and then we can go ahead and either accept or reject them here as well. So we can do it in either interface. Let's go back. We'll keep it simple. I'll go back to my Word file here. So now I have to go ahead and either accept or reject these different changes. One of the things that I can do here in Word is I can turn on the reviewing pane. So under the tracking command group, here is the reviewing pane. I'll show that on the vertical stack. So if you were ever assigned the daunting task of tracking changes in a document, you may want to go ahead and turn on the reviewing pane. Here it shows kind of a high level. I have 4 revisions. Here are the different revisions that I need to go ahead and make a decision on. If I click on each of those, let's see, I'll go to this one, and maybe I'll go ahead and accept this first revision here. Right. And I'll go to the next revision. This way I can cycle through them. I'll accept that one as well. For this one here, I'm going to reject this one. So that one is not on there. And I'll just keep cycling through them. So I'll go to the next one, and I'll reject that one as well. I'll accept that one. And it basically tells me that I am done here as well. Well, here's my comment actually. So what I can do is I can click here and I can choose resolve thread. And that basically takes care of that for me here as well. Now let's see if I can undo all of that. Another thing that I can do is I can say something like accept and move to the next one, or I can accept all changes, or I could accept all changes and stop tracking. I can also say, you know what, reject this particular change and move to the next one. Reject all changes, and I can also reject all changes and stop tracking as well. So, but let's take a look at the different views here. So right now we're looking at all markup. I will turn off the revision pane here. Right now we're seeing all markup. Let's change that to simple markup. And for the simple markup, we can see the difference. We still have this line here indicating where the markups are, but we don't get the underline and the colors of the different changes that were made here as well. If I click on no markup, then it just doesn't show anything. And if I go back to original, this is the original state of the document before any changes were actually made. So that's what that is for. I'll go back to all markup, and then I'll go ahead and accept all changes and stop tracking. And there you go. So if I accept all changes and stop tracking, I'm good to go. I'll reply to this comment. Then I'll go ahead and resolve this thread. We can also delete all comments if I want to. So I can go ahead and delete all resolve comments. That removes the comments for me. If you have multiple comments, it's a useful tool to be able to just delete all of them with one click of the button here as well. So at this point, I'm no longer tracking the changes. Let's go back to Adele's version and see what that looks like. Let me refresh the screen here. And let's see, we turn off the changes. There we go. Let's refresh again. So it just took a little while to sync. Okay, so even though I don't remember turning on the track changes here, but it was on. Either way, that's how we turn it off. And now Adele can see that I am working in here as well as Nestor. Very good. So that is how we are able to collaborate on a document, be able to track changes as well. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 4. The first thing we'll do, our first academic reference that we'll add, is a list of cross-references. Right? So to do that, we need to go ahead and click on the References tab. And over here in the Captions command group, we have our cross-reference. So what we want to do is insert a table of figures. So this will allow us to add a list of caption objects and be able to see what page they're on and be able to click and jump right to that object there as well. Now remember, objects can be pictures, tables, things of that nature here as well, even icons. The first step is to caption or label a picture or an object. And once we have labeled them, we can go ahead and insert a table of figures. So I'll go ahead and start. I'll go to the top here. I'll press Control Home to go to the top of my document. I do have an image here. So I'll go ahead and click on this image and I'll click on Insert Caption. So here's my image. I'll go ahead and insert a caption for this particular image, and that will add it to our little table of figures database here. So I'll caption this. Now, when I'm captioning this, I have two options. I can either keep it simple or I can have a more advanced option here as well. So notice it's giving me the automatic caption. So this is figure 1 because I do want to insert a table of figures. So I'll have figure 1, figure 2, so forth and so on. Now, if I just want to insert one table of many different objects, such as, an equation, picture, a table, so forth and so on, I can do that. If I want to caption each object as an icon, as a picture, or a table, I would need to insert 3 different tables of figures, one for pictures, one for tables, icons, and so forth and so on. Right? You can also add a new label. So I actually added a new label for any icons that I have in this document. To keep it simple, I'm just going to insert everything as a figure. So I'll click OK here. So that's 1. So it adds the caption right here above my picture for me. I'll go ahead and capture this picture. So that's figure 2. I'll go ahead and press OK. And I'll go down. I don't have any tables in here. Let's see if I can caption this SmartArt. There we go. Here's figure 3. And let's caption my little drawing here as well. We do have a table. I'll go ahead and caption this table here. Okay, so notice I'm not labeling things as a picture or a table. Everything is a figure. So I'll go ahead and press OK. Now towards the end of my document, I want to go ahead and actually insert my table of figures. So I'll say table figures. I'll press enter. And then now I'll click on Insert Table of Figures. Here's the Table of Figures dialog box. So this is what it would look like, figure 1. And then it will provide the page number that it's on. And I'll also have a hyperlink capability here as well. So I can use this exactly the way that it is. Notice down here on the bottom left, I have to insert a table based on how I labeled things. So because I labeled everything as a figure, I can just press OK. But if I labeled a few items as pictures, I would need to insert a table for all of my picture objects, another one for all of my table objects, so forth and so on. I'll just go ahead and press OK. And here are my table of figures. And so now what I can do is I can go ahead and I can control click, and that will bring me right to that particular item that I captioned here as well. Now, if you notice, we don't have the names in here. We just have the actual figures. Let's go to the end of the document. I'll press Control End. Now, when you're actually capturing an object, let me caption another one here. We'll go ahead and just insert a quick table in here. Just a 2x2 table. I'll go ahead and caption this. So if let's see, I'll just go ahead and caption this. So I'll insert a caption. And right here after figure 6, let's see if I can type something. I'll just go ahead and call this caption table. And I'll go ahead and press OK. If I go down to my captions here. So I added another caption after my table of figures was entered here. So what I need to do is right click on it and click on the update field command. And I'll update the entire table just like a table of contents. And as you can see, it adds my figure 6 down here. And because I added the text while I was captioning that particular object, I can get a little more detail here. It's the caption table. So these are just different ways that we can insert a table of figures. I prefer to do that rather than using a cross-reference or index, because the table of figures gives us the capability to jump right to that particular figure. So go ahead and caption a few objects and then go ahead and insert a table of figures and come right back. Now, inserting bookmarks is an excellent way to basically mark different places in your document and be able to navigate to that particular space here as well. So bookmarks is a type of hyperlink that we can use to jump to a place inside of the actual document. So we'll take a look at bookmarks and we'll take a look at hyperlinks, and let's see how they behave differently here. I'll go ahead and bookmark a few items. Now to jump around, I'll turn on my navigation pane here. And because I'm using the heading 1 style, I can see that I have my headings here. So I can jump from one place to the next. I'll click on lesson 1 here. And I'm going to insert a bookmark right here where it talks about inserting media. So what I'll do is click on the Insert tab. And right here on the Insert tab, I want to go ahead and I'll place my bookmark actually right here. So I'll just click on bookmark. And that's all I need to do. So I'll place my cursor right here. I'll click on bookmark. I'll give the bookmark a name. I'll just call this lesson 1A. Now the bookmarks, they don't like spaces. That's why it doesn't work if I put a space in here. Notice the add is grayed out. So make sure we don't have any spaces. So I'll call this lesson 1A. I'll go ahead and click on add. I'll jump down to lesson 2. And let's see. I'll create a bookmark right here for annotate. So this is where it talks about annotating. I'll go ahead and add that. And I'll go down a little bit here, maybe to lesson 3. And this one talks about save. I'll use the underscores instead of spaces. So save to cloud. And I'll go ahead and add that. And let's see, bookmarks. Do one more. So I'll say adding underscore bookmarks. So there are my 4 bookmarks. So what this allows me to do is, what if I want to create like a little navigation table here? We'll just say this is navigation. Right. And I'll go ahead and do this. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and jump to those different bookmarks if I want to. Now, one of the things that I can do when it comes to accessing those bookmarks, I can use the shortcut Command plus G, or the Go To command. So if I press Control G, now that I have those bookmarks in here, I can click on Bookmarks on the left pane, and here I can jump to one of these particular bookmarks. I want to jump to Annotate. I'll click on Go To, and that brings me right to where that Annotate bookmark is there as well. So that's what I can do. I'm going to go ahead and press Control End to go to the end of my document. Another thing that I can do is I can say something like jump to, well, you know what, let's just insert a hyperlink. So I can press Control K. So right here, I can click on the Insert tab, and here is the link command. I can also press Control K to bring up this dialog box. Now the important thing to note here is that when we're inserting a hyperlink, there's a couple of things it's asking us for. Do we want to insert it? Do we want to link to a web page, so an external site, or do I want to link to a place in this document? Well, let's take a look at a place in this document and let's see what options we are provided with over here on the right. So when I click on place in this document, notice how it shows the structure of my document. And look at the different things that the different elements that we can navigate to inside of our document. So any of our headings. So here are my 4 headings. These are all heading 1. Notice we can also see them over here on the navigation pane. So that's why headings are very important in Microsoft Word. Table of contents, navigation, pane, and navigation as well. But down here are the bookmarks. So if I want to go ahead and, let's say I want to go ahead and jump to lesson 1A, that's all I have to do. Click on it and click OK, and I'm good to go. The text to display changes to lesson 1A. I'll just say jump to lesson 1A. I'll go ahead and press OK. And here is my hyperlink. This is going to link to a place in the document. I forgot the P, so I'll right click on this and I'll click on Edit Hyperlink. And I'll say jump to lesson 1. I'll press OK. It tells me to Control click to follow the link. I'll Control, I'll click, and it jumps right to where that bookmark was as well. Right. I'll press Control End to go to the end of the document. I'll go to another line. Let's go ahead and insert another hyperlink. I'll press Control K this time. And again, I can jump to any one of these places in my document. So to the top of the document, headings, and bookmarks. So those are the things that we can navigate to. I want to link to an external page. So for the text, I'll say learn it. And for the address, I'll go ahead and type in the address in here. www.learnit.com. So there we go. Right. So to an existing web page, here's the text to display, and here is the address. I'm going to go ahead and press OK. Once I press OK, now I can press Control click to follow the link, and it brings me right to learnit.com. So I'm good to go. So when it comes to navigating, we can either add a hyperlink. It can be either internal or external. Go ahead and add a few bookmarks. Go ahead and add at least a navigation item to a place in the document. Go ahead and add another hyperlink to your favorite website and come right back. Let's go ahead and insert footnotes and endnotes. I'm going to jump over to lesson 1 here. And to insert a footnote and or an endnote, we need to click on the References tab. And we have the footnote command group. Even though it says footnotes, we do have endnotes in here, and we have footnotes as well. So footnotes, basically, they will appear at the end of the page where you insert it. Endnotes will appear at the end of your document. So for inserting some media, I'll add a little footnote here. And notice how it leaves a space for me to add the footnote at the bottom of that page 1. So I'll say in order to insert media, I'll say click on the Insert tab, head on over to the Media command group, and click on Online Video. And that's it. If I scroll to the top, so now if my recipient is using this document, if they just mouse over that bookmark, they can see the text that appears below. They can also double click on it. Well, let's actually bring them to the actual footnote here as well. Well, what if I wanted to create a endnote? Right. So maybe on this page, I'll go ahead and create an endnote. So here's an endnote. Notice how it goes all the way to the last line at the very end of my document. So this is page 4. And for this, I'll say Insert and then SmartArt. And that's it. Now I can right click here. And if I right click on that endnote, I can say Go to Endnote. So this is a navigation item as well. It brings me right to that particular endnote here as well. Let's see if I double click on this endnote, it does bring me to the context of that endnote here as well. I'll right click, I'll click on Go to the Endnote. Now we just want to be mindful because when we inserted that endnote, it did insert at the very end of our document. We can still add content down here though. So if we wanted to add some content down here after the endnote, we can do so. So just be careful not to do that, right? So if you, as your document grows and you're adding content, you want to make sure that you add it before your actual endnote here as well. There's some other options. If you right click on the actual endnote or any footnote, we have what's called note options. And this will give us some more complex options here. So maybe we want to show endnotes not at the end of the document, but at the end of the section. If you're using sections in your document, we can do that. We can specify how many columns we want for our endnotes or footnotes if you have a lot of them. We can choose when to start the numbering at. We can also choose the numbering format. So a lot of other options here that are available for managing endnotes and or footnotes as well. I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel, and I'll go ahead and right click here and right here for the endnote actually. And let's see, I can actually convert this to a footnote if I want to, and that will take care of that as well. Now you can actually move endnotes or footnotes. You just want to be mindful. If you do move them, you want to make sure that you move the entire thing. So if I go to endnote here, so if you wanted to move this endnote, you want to make sure that you move the text and the endnote. If you move this to another place in the document, the endnote will still exist. However, if you remove the text from it, that will be a little problematic. I don't recommend moving or rearranging your endnotes or your footnotes, but if you have to, just make sure you grab the entire line and not just the actual endnote or footnote or the text there as well. Add some endnotes and some footnotes and come right back. To wrap up lesson 4, we'll take a look at the new research tool. So under the References tab, we have what's called the Researcher. And this is just basically another or an alternate to bibliographies. So if you're creating academic documents here, remember we can insert bibliographies in here if we want to, but we will need to first manage our sources. So we can start by adding different sources, and after we add them, we can go ahead and insert them into a bibliography. But let's take a look at the research tool as an alternate here as well. So what if I want to do some research? I don't feel like opening up another browser. I just want to go ahead and find quotes, citable sources, and images for my document as well. I'll go ahead and click on, let me click down here. Just add a little space here. I'll click on Researcher. So it opens up a pane over here to the right. And we can research, add sources to the document, and they are automatically cited. All right, so I'll go ahead and do a quick search here. I'll do a search on, let's say, I don't know, VBA. Okay, so I'm talking about VBA here, and let's see, just want a nice article that I can use. So here are the different sources that it gives me. As you can see, it's quite a lot here. So I can go ahead and look for one that I want. Right. So let's go ahead and grab something here. Let me view the details of this one. Right. So this is, let's go ahead and add this. Let's see what it looks like. So I'm going to add this topic as a heading. Right. So here is my Visual Basic for application. So it inserts it as a heading here. And I'll go ahead and go ahead and add that. So if I find a source that I really like, I can go ahead and automatically have Microsoft Word include that citation for me. So here's the citation. Here's the properly sourced article that I just pulled up here as well. So really, really nice way to just as research right inside of Microsoft Word. You find an article you like, you can go ahead and read it. I can open this in reading view if I want to, and I can go ahead and just use this as my actual source. So really nice tool to be able to use. Here's my bibliography, and I am good to go. So go ahead and check that out. Go ahead and turn on the researcher. Go ahead and search for a couple of topics. Go ahead and add the bibliography there as well. So we can see the research tool is pretty robust. Now, traditionally, the way that we would insert a bibliography is first we would need to manage our sources. So under the References tab here, once I click on Manage Sources, so if you were doing a research paper, you would click here. And if you already have existing sources in here, what we can do is we can go ahead and just add that. Right? So we need to add them to the current list. But typically what we need to do is click on New and first choose the style. So depending on what the style is, so we have MLA, we have APA, and we will choose the type, the source. So as you can see, if this were a website, the options change. We would need to go ahead and populate the author, the name of the web page. So all this information we would need to include and then press OK. So once we basically enter all of this information, we can add this to our list of sources. Once it's added, we can see our list of sources over here on the master list. And now it's a matter of inserting these into the current bibliography. So that's kind of the first step. You click on Manage Sources, you would insert your new source. And when you're ready, you can simply click on Bibliography and choose one of these bibliography styles here as well. Right? So this very first one automatically includes all the sources associated with the document. Right? Now, here's my bibliography here as well. I want to go ahead and add some more detail to it. So what I'll do is I'll click on Manage Sources. Maybe I want to go ahead and add, so I did add malware here, another article on malware. As you click on the source on the left, on the bottom, we can see the details. of that particular entry. So this is another website. Let's see, Microsoft Hardware. Another Microsoft website. Let's see if I can find one here. Don't think I had any journal entries in here or books. I think these are all websites. Let's see. These are all websites, it looks like. Okay, that's fine. So I'll go ahead and add that. Then I'll go ahead and click on close. And now I need to go ahead and update my bibliography. So I'll click on my bibliography section here, and I'll click on update citations and bibliography. And those three that I have over here on the right, we can see that they're now showing up in my bibliography. Right. So the research just saves a little bit of time because we don't have to manually fill out this information. The research automatically added that detail for us here as well. Very good. All right, that concludes our lesson 4. That concludes our lessons for module 6. As a quick recap here, we're able to add multimedia and infographics into our document. We took a look at how we can collaborate with coworkers on tracking changes in a document. And we're able to insert some academic references and links as well. So we move on to module 6. We'll take a look at how we can secure a document, different levels of protection. We'll create a fillable form. And we'll take a look at the VBA application for Microsoft Word as well. Go ahead and open up the module 6 practice file and come right back and we'll dive in. Welcome back. I have my Microsoft Word Module 6 practice file open. Here is lesson 5. We'll take a look at how we can restrict access to the document using several tools. What I'm going to do is click on the Review tab. And once I click on the Review tab, all the way to the right, we have a command group that's called Protect. So let's take a look at the different ways that we can protect our document. We'll see block authors. Now, block authors basically applies to a shared document. So once I save this document to the cloud, to either my OneDrive or my SharePoint, this feature will become active. What that basically allows me to do is select a portion of my document. I can highlight a portion of my document. For example, if I don't want my users to be able to make any edits to lesson 5, I can block authors from making any changes to this chunk of text here as well. So again, it requires uploading it to OneDrive or SharePoint and sharing that document there as well. We'll focus on the local security options here as well. If I click on the restrict editing option here, I can see that there's basically a few things that I can do. I can specify the formatting restrictions. So I can basically tell my users, you can do this, but you cannot do that. You can edit text only, or you can use these particular styles. So we have that. The other one here is we have another high level type of restrictions. We'll notice we'll have some of these security options when we share the document as well, such as read only or commenting and so forth and so on. Once we make a change, once we specify our formatting restrictions and or our editing restrictions, we need to go ahead and enforce the restrictions by clicking on this button. And this will basically allow us to enter a password to apply these different restrictions as well. Let's just take a quick preview of what we can do. So if I wanted to go ahead and limit the formatting, I can click on settings here. And here is my formatting restrictions dialog box. So if I want to limit the formatting to a selection of styles, I can do this. So here are all the different styles. So we have text styles, we have list styles, we have table styles. We have a lot of different things that we can insert into our document from the Quick Parts gallery. So I can basically pick and choose what I want to be able to access here as well. Now, we do have a couple of options. I can say, you know what, you can go ahead and select all. If I click here, everything is selected. So everything here is what can be done. I have the recommended minimum. So they can't use some of these list styles here. They can use some of the basic styles, none of the table styles. Right. So there's some basics here. Or I can go ahead and say none. Now, if I say none, basically there are no changes that will be able to be made to this document. Won't be able to edit text, add text, insert, delete, modify. There'll be no changes that can be made to the document. Down here on the bottom as well, if I want to go ahead and prevent themes from being used from the Design tab, so I can prevent themes from being chosen, or colors or fonts. I can also go ahead and block the quick style set here as well. And I can also choose to allow auto format to override formatting restrictions. I'm going to go back, put this back to all. We'll come back to this in just a little bit. We're just taking a brief tour to see what we can do in terms of limiting access to the document. Now, the second level here is editing restrictions. So we can only allow this type of editing in the document. So some of these are familiar. We have comments. So again, when we share a document, we see that we have the comment option available. Track changes, so they can only track changes. Only filling in forms. So when we go through our form tutorial, we'll see how we can lock down the document so that only the form can be interacted with. And then we have read only as well. So just some basic restrictions here that we can use. Remember, once we apply these different restrictions, we need to click on Enforce Protection down here, and that will basically allow us to enter a password, and from there we can apply these different restrictions to our document as well. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these formatting restrictions. I'll go ahead and click on Settings here. And let me just put this all back to default here. So this is typically what it looks like. I want to go ahead and limit formatting. And I'm going to choose one of the high level items here. I don't want any formatting. So I'll go ahead and click on None. So this prevents any formatting, any selection of styles here. So none of these styles can be used. So I'm just selecting None. And I'll go ahead and press OK, and let's see what we can and cannot do with this document. I'll press OK. It's asking me to remove any existing styles. No, I don't want to do that. I want to leave everything intact. So obviously, if I highlight some chunk of text here, I can still use the styles right now, but I need to go ahead and start enforcing the protection. So remember, it's kind of really two levels. So first you choose the restrictions, and then you want to go ahead and start the protection here as well. So I'll click on Enforce Protection. Ask me to enter a password 2 times. I'll just put in a simple password and press OK. Let's see what we can and can't do. So you'll notice right away, the only style that I can use is the normal style from the gallery. All of the other styles are hidden. I cannot even use them. If you take a look at the font commands, not a lot that I can do here. Paragraph commands, can't do much there as well. So again, these are based on styles. I'll scroll down to my table here. If I click on table design, there are no styles. So I cannot use any table styles here as well. Right? But I can enter text. I can make edits, so I can enter text if I want to. I just can't change the style of that particular text. Right? So that's what this is about. I can do other things. I can change the themes, because this has really nothing to do with the style formatting here. I can choose my font and my colors if I want to. So I can go ahead and do that. But basically, wherever we see styles, any type of text formatting, we don't have that capability to do so. So that's what we can and cannot do with that option. I'll go ahead and stop the protection here, put in the password. And now all of my styles are back. I can go ahead and use them. Let's try another one here. Let's click on settings again this time. And this time let's use the recommended minimum. So I'll choose the recommended minimum, and in addition, I'll block the theme or scheme switching, and I'll go ahead and press OK. I don't want to remove my existing styles. I'll say no. I'll start the protection, put in my password 2 times here and press OK. And now let's see what we can do. So we can see that we have the basics here. So when it comes to protection, we have our basic styles here that we can use. If I scroll down to my table, let's see the table design. So the table design was not on the list of just the minimum there. So we cannot change the table style. Right. We can add text though, so we can still edit the document. And we cannot apply any of the font or paragraph commands. So we just have basic styles here, but none of the font commands. If I click on the design tab, I did disable the themes, so we cannot change a theme. However, we can use one of the document formatting templates, but I cannot change my colors or my fonts there as well. Okay, now your recipient will see the side pane over here, letting them know what they can and cannot do. If we click here on available styles, this will show us the style sets that are available. So again, only the basic styles that are available here as well. I'm going to stop the protection. I'll put in the password again. I'll go ahead and press OK. Let's do one more. Let's be very specific. We can only use one style in the entire document. I'll click on settings here. I'm going to say none, and I'm just going to scroll down to one of my table styles here. So I'll say we can only use the grid table 2 accent 1 style. I'll go ahead and press OK. Going to go ahead and enforce the protection. And I'll press OK. So here we go. I'm highlighting text, font commands, no styles. If I go to the design tab, I still have the themes disabled, but we can use document formatting. I'm going to go down to the table here. I'll click on the table design tab, and we can see we only have that particular style available. So this grid table 2 accent 1. So if I click on available styles, I only have the normal style available for my text here, and then I have this basic grid table 2 accent 1. I'll go ahead and stop the protection, put in my password here. So that is the different ways that we can limit formatting to a document. Go ahead and apply some different formatting options, or restrict, allow, and come right back and we'll take a look at some other editing restrictions. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and take a look at some editing restrictions here. So I'll click on this box that says only, or allow only this type of editing. To keep things simple, I'm going to go ahead and remove the style formatting here. So I'll click on settings. I'm just going to clear this, put everything back to normal. And I'll go ahead and press OK. So I've basically reset that. And now, so the first one is just read only. So if I go ahead and enforce protection here, again, kind of the same thing as if you were applying the read only or view from the share command here. If I press OK, As you can see, can't do anything. I cannot add text. Can't use any of the styles. A lot of things I can't do here as well. Right. So no inserting, no deleting, no modifying. I cannot do any of those here as well. If I click on the next region that I can edit, it searches the entire document, says there is no region that you can actually edit. I'll go ahead and stop the protection here. So basically we've just made this a read-only file. If I choose another one here, so the other option is to track changes, comments only, filling in forms. We'll take a look at this in just a little bit. And then we have, of course, read-only here as well. Let's see what happens if we combine, let's see, read-only with limiting the recommended minimum here. I'll go ahead and press OK. And let's just see if the read-only will override the formatting restrictions. So I'll go ahead and put my password in here again. Go ahead and press OK. And let's see. So I cannot enter text. I cannot edit text. And in terms of styles, all of my styles are frozen. I cannot choose a theme. As far as table styles, I cannot choose a table style. So I'll go ahead and stop the protection here. So basically that read only overrides all of our formatting restrictions. So that's the top level that we can use here as well. I'll go ahead and press OK, and we're good to go. So these are different things that we can do, but just as a recap, we need to first go ahead and choose our restrictions, and then we need to go ahead and enforce those restrictions as well. Now there's some other options. We can add exceptions. Once we have uploaded our file to the cloud, we have some more advanced options that we can use. Again, being able to select parts of the document to see who can edit them, which is basically using the block authors here as well. I don't really have a good way to kind of model this because I don't have another copy of Microsoft Word. So let's see here. Trying to get that little, there it is. So keep others from making changes to the selected text. Right? It tells us right now it's disabled until we save it to a supported share location, such as OneDrive and or SharePoint. But once we do that, it's just a matter of selecting the text and clicking on block authors, and we'll be good to go from there. The other high level that we can do, if you click on the File tab, you'll notice some of these are also available. So if you click on the File tab and go to Info, we have this Protect Document dialog here as well. And it gives us multiple options or multiple ways that we can protect the document. So again, we kind of talked about this already. Read only. This one is a little different. You may notice by default, whenever you receive a file over the network, that automatically you get a read-only banner, and you need to click on that banner to enable editing here as well. This is the single highest level of security that we can use. We can encrypt this entire document with a password. The other one, restrict editing, that's basically what we were able to open. If we click here, it opens up the restrict editing pane here for us. I'll go back to File, Info, Protect Document, and then we have some more micro level access that we can use here as well. Right? If I click on Encrypt with Password, it basically asks me to enter the password 2 times, and we'll not be able to see the contents of the document until we actually enter the password here as well. So those are the basics for security. I'm going to go ahead and make sure I remove these restrictions. I'll go ahead and close my restrict editing, and I'm good to go. All of my styles are available, and I can make changes to my document as well. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 6, creating a fillable form. To create a fillable form, we're first going to insert a table into our document. I already have a table here inserted. We're inserting a table because it gives us more control. We can resize the columns and the rows, and we can add as much detail as we can. We don't have to worry about the line breaks and the tab breaks here as well. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at an existing form. We'll take a look at a simple one. I'll click on the File tab here, and then I'll click on New, and let's go ahead and search for some forms. So I'll type form in here. I'll press Enter. And let's see. So here's a basic form, a cash donation form. So we can see we just have some basic form controls in here like checkboxes. If I scroll down a little bit here, yeah, they're all pretty basic, but let's just take a look at an actual fillable form. I'll go ahead and click on this one, agreement to receive electronic communication. I'll go ahead and click on create. We'll just quickly take a look at it here. So we can see that this form is ready for being filled in here. Right, so I can go ahead and fill this out just by pressing tab. No need to use the PDF fillable forms here to pay money for that. We can create it right here as well. Some checkboxes in here, preferred method of communication. I'll check off this box that says email. Then we have some other things down here as well, like a signature. We can put in the date in here as well. And so this all works. Actually, some basic form controls in here. In order for us to add these form controls to our table, we need to turn on the Developer tab. So let's go ahead and turn on the Developer tab. We won't be creating a form that's as robust as this one. This will take a really long time. As we can see, we have a lot of cells in here that are merged. Some are split. We have a background color, but we just want the basics. Once we turn on the Developer tab, we'll see the tools that are available, and then we can go ahead and start building our form. I'm going to go ahead and close this document. Actually, I'm going to copy this table. I have a little bit of it to practice on here. So I'll put it, I'm going to add a page break. I'll press Control Enter to add a page break. I'm going to go ahead and paste this here. I'm going to, I'll use the destination theme. I don't want the entire thing though, I just want the top portion. So I'll go ahead and delete the rest of these here. So I'll go ahead and delete those rows. And there we go, right? So just a basic shell to work from here. Okay, very good. So let's go ahead and turn on the Developer tab. To do that, there's a couple of ways that we can do that. With the newer version of Office, we can right click on any one of these tabs, and we'll notice that we have the Customize the Ribbon option here. We can also go there the traditional way just by clicking on the File tab and clicking on Options. So here's how to get there, just right clicking on any one of those tabs. It brings us right to the Customize Ribbon section. And basically what we want to do is locate the Developer tab over here on the right side. If you're using an organization computer, just make sure to reach out to your IT department if you do not see the Developer tab here. You may need to either condense some of these tabs. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the Developer tab here. So the traditional way to get here, if right clicking does not work for you, we can click on File, we can go to Options, and it brings us here as well. We simply need to click on Customize the Ribbon. So go ahead and choose either way that you want to. Go ahead and locate the Developer tab. Make sure it's turned on. And then press OK. So 1, 2, and then 3. We're good to go. I'll go ahead and press OK. And now I'll locate my Developer tab. which is right here. Here's my developer tab. Now I see I have some form controls in here that I can use, and we'll use these form controls to build out a simple form. And then we'll see if we have time, we'll go ahead and modify that table that I copied and pasted below as well. So go ahead and turn on your developer tab and come right back. Now that we have the developer tab turned on, we can go ahead and add some controls into our table here. Now we won't have time to create a really long and robust form. Let's just keep it simple. The top here, this is just going to be a registration form. Right. And I want the name, so I need the name. We'll put a drop down here for the department. We'll ask a question to see if transportation is required. So that will be a simple yes or no. So we have name, department, transportation, and let's go ahead and insert another row here. So row below, and this will be, let's say, date registered. Right. I'm going to go ahead and merge this top row. And I'm going to go ahead and center the text on here. There we go. I'll also give it a quick table design or table style. That looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and use that one. Okay, so now here's where the work comes in. We need to go ahead. Now, I'm going to click on the developer tab. So here are the different controls. We have rich text. So this allows us to enter some text with some advanced formatting. We have plain text. We have a picture content control. So we can click on that control and actually add a picture. We have a checkbox control. So basically checked or unchecked. And then the next two are kind of identical. We have a combo box content control. We can provide our recipients with a option to choose from. Same as the drop-down list. We have a date picker. So we can insert a date picker. So they can simply click on a day and the date will be entered right onto the form. And then we have some other controls here. They're a little more advanced and some of the older legacy form tools. For the name, let's just go ahead and insert a rich text content control. So if we wanted to, we can go ahead and resize our table if we want to, but we'll keep it simple. I'll go ahead and insert a text here as well. So right there, our user will get the caption here to click or tap to enter text. For the next one, department. For this one, I want to create a drop-down list of items. So I'll click on drop-down list content control. It says to choose an item. There are no items to choose from. So what I'm going to do is take a look at the properties of this particular control. So I'll actually click here and I'll click on properties for this particular control. Now once I click on here, I can give it a title. The title will not show up here. This is just for advanced editing. So what I want to focus on, I want to go ahead and add a couple of options here. So I want them to be able to choose from different departments. So down here, drop down list properties, I'll click on add and I'll put OIT, which is Office of Information Technology. I'll press OK. I'll add HRS for human resources. And maybe I'll add two more. Maybe one will be for administration and one for maybe marketing, MKT. So just a simple control. I'm going to go ahead and press OK. And now the next time I interact with that control, I can click here and choose from a list of options. So pretty cool. For the next one, so we've done a rich text content control. We've used the drop-down list. Let's go ahead and use a simple checkbox control. And this will basically be yes or no. So if it's checked, they need it. If it's unchecked, they don't need it. We can even put one in here. One is for yes, one is for no. We can do that if we want to as well. But I'm going to go ahead and keep this simple. Now, date registered, we'll use the date picker. And there you go. So it puts in that date picker for us. And this is a basic form. So let's go ahead and fill it out. Type my name in here. Now, it is based on the table style, so we have all these text that's in here. And that's pretty cool because we don't have to worry about formatting all of these controls individually. So I'm from the Office of Information Technology. I do need transportation. And I'm going to go ahead and click on the down arrow here. And I'll put in today's date. So I'll just click today. And there you go. My form is completed. Now, if I wanted to, I could go ahead and just kind of move things around here. All the table tools that I have for the layout, I can choose the colors, the fonts. I can align things a little differently. Right now, everything is aligned to the center. So if I want to go ahead and see if I can align these to the left. So I can align everything to the left here as well. So that is how that works. Now, one of the things that I can do is I can, let's see. Now, we'll discuss that when we come back. Go ahead and add those 4 form controls to your document. Go ahead and fill it out and then come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and take a look at a few more things here. We'll take a look at the design mode, and we'll actually go ahead and use one other form control here. That's for an image. So let's go ahead and insert another row here. So I'll insert a row below, and I'll say go ahead and validate with a pick. I know, sounds cheesy. I'll go ahead and add a picture placeholder in here. And this, I'm gonna delete a few line breaks here so I can fit my form on one page. There we go. So now we can validate with a pick. So now we can go ahead and click on this placeholder here, make it a little more dynamic. We can go ahead and insert a picture. I can insert one from a file. You know what, I'll grab one from a stock image. And I'll grab this one here. Right. So there we go. Here's a picture. That's not me, but I can crop this here. There we go. So there we go. Form is complete. I'll go ahead and align this to the left. And there you go. Now, if we take a look down here, we have not done any more advanced, editing here for our form. Just going to scroll down to the other form that I copied here. And when I'm on the developer tab, I'll click on the design mode. And that basically will show us the name of these different, one, it will show us where the form controls are, and it will show us the names of them as well. So I'll click on design mode here. And as we can see, we have different form controls and their names. So first name, middle name. Right. So here are the basic form controls. So just basic ones, nothing really dynamic here as well. If we scroll back up to ours, right, we have more dynamic ones in here. We have a drop down, we have a checkbox, a date picker, we have a picture tool here as well. Now all these form controls will have their own set of properties. Here's the text. Here's the date picker. We took a look at this and we're able to modify it as well. Now one thing you may want to do is you may want to go into the properties of these different form controls. You want to make sure that the content control cannot be deleted. Because if I do something like this, let me exit design mode. if I'm just trying to delete my name and I press the delete key, it deletes everything, my name and the form control. I don't want that to happen. So I'll undo that. I'm going to go ahead and click on the form control. I'll click on properties. I want to make sure that the content control cannot be deleted. This way, if I make a mistake, see, I cannot delete it. So now I need to be a little more patient, highlight the text inside, and delete that as well. So I highly recommend that we do that. So one of the things you may want to do when you're creating a form is you want to make sure that your recipient can only interact with the actual form. So maybe this is just some instructional text that's kind of surrounding it, but here's where you want your recipient to focus on. So to do that, we're going to click on Restrict Editing. Now notice that in the Developer tab, we have that same protection command group that we had from the Review tab. Because one of the things that we do naturally is to protect the form. So we can do it from either way. I'm already on the Developer tab. And once I'm in here, I'm going to go ahead and click on Restrict Editing. And let's see how we can restrict our user to only interact with the actual form. I'll click on Editing Restrictions. I only want my users to be able to fill in forms. So there we go. Microsoft has already recognized and marked all the form controls. So all these cells will be able to interact with. I'll go ahead and click on Yes, Start Enforcing Protection. Put in my password. And let's give it a quick test. Let's see what we can and can't do. Right away, it tells us that this document is protected and you may only fill in forms in this region. So let's see. If I try to click on another chunk of text, I can't even do it. So now I can interact with the form. So I can go ahead and change my name here. Let's see. I'll change my name, or I'll choose my department rather. I'll go for HR. I don't want transportation. And I registered yesterday. Go ahead and change my name. I'll say J. Bradley. And there we go. Now there's some form controls down here as well. So I should be able to interact with these form controls down here as well. But cannot make any other changes to the actual document. So very good. So those are the basics with working with a form. Again, this is a basic form here. I recommend using an existing template and just making some modifications to it so that you can make it your own. For example, this particular template, instead of choosing the month, day, and year, I'll just insert the date picker in here as one control that takes care of that there as well. For the do agree, I'll just put a checkbox control in here to take care of that as well. So those are the basics. I'm going to go ahead and stop protection here so I can continue editing my document. And here I go. I'll go ahead and uncheck this. I'll close this out and I'm good to go. Welcome back. So here's a really nice form. Now, Microsoft has basically modernized the response collection experience for us. So if you don't necessarily want to create a fillable form via Microsoft Word, we can actually create an online form, and then we can simply maybe go ahead and copy and paste the link right in here in our Word document. Let's take a brief tour of the Forms app on Microsoft. So what I need to go head on over to office.com. So here it is. Here's my Sandbox account. I'm logged in over here. And I'm going to go ahead and click on the app launcher here. We can also just go to forms.microsoft.com. That will bring us there as well. But I'll go ahead and just show you what we can do. Here's the Forms app. Okay. So again, we can go to forms.office.com and I'll go ahead and click on a new form. As you can see, I have some some forms here. I'll click on New Form. And here is the canvas here for our new form. Now we'll kind of make our way around. We'll start by basically adding our questions for the form. We'll go ahead and preview it. And then we'll go ahead and collect responses. And then we'll view the responses as well. So let's call this event registration. And we can see sometimes we'll get a little AI tool that runs down here on the bottom. Based on the title of your form, you'll get some questions or fields that you can automatically add to your form, such as the full name, email. Let's see, some other things in here as well. So these, we can just simply click on them. So if I want to click on full name, and I go ahead and press add selected, let's say I'll do full name and email. So those two are selected here. Now I'll go ahead and click on add selected. That will actually add those for me. So these are two response fields. Type in your full name and then type in your email down here as well. But I'm not going to assume that this is showing for everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and remove these recommended fields here. I'm also going to delete these questions, and let's just insert all of these manually here as well. So I'm just starting from scratch here. So I'll go ahead and add new, and what type of field do I want? Do I want a text field, a date field, or a choice? Well, I want text. This will be for name. So I'll click on text, and I'll just give it, I'll say full name. I'll make this required. You have to enter your name to be able to register. If I want to provide more room for text entry, I can choose long answer here, but I'm good to go. I'll click on add new. Next one is going to be a choice. So this one will be department. So again, the same fields that we had in our Word form. So the first option is going to be OIT. The second option is going to be human resources. I can click on add an option to add another here. So I'll add ADM for administration. I'll add one more option for marketing. And there we go. So two down, I can make this required as well. I'll go ahead and add a new one. And this one is going to be, let's see what other options we have here. We have ranking. That's fine. I'll just go for a single choice. I'll say if transportation needed. And it's just going to be either a yes or a no. Sometimes we'll get these cues here as well. It recognizes the question as a simple yes or no, close-ended question. I can either choose that or I can type it in manually. So that's three down. I'll go ahead and add a new question here. This is for the registration date. So I'll click on the date here. And I'll say date registered. I'm good to go. The field's already dynamic. I'll add one more. I'll add, actually, I think that's good. I'll leave it here as well. So if I click away from the form, I'll click on preview. Let's see what that looks like. Gives me the chance to make any changes if I need to. So this is what it looks like from the user point of view. So here's the title, and enter your name, department, and so forth and so on. If you want to see what this looks like on the mobile platform, it always looks so much nicer on the mobile platform. But here we go. So this is exactly what it will look like here as well. So I'm going to go ahead and press back. So the next thing we want to do, we want to go ahead and collect responses. So over here on the top right, I'll click on collect responses. Now what this will allow me to do is to basically decide who can respond. I want to say anyone can respond to this particular form. It doesn't require sign-in. if you do choose inside of your organization, you have more options to choose from. I want anyone to be able to respond, and I can either choose a link, which is what I want to do. I can also send the form individually to my colleagues here. If I want to, I can grab a QR code. I can embed the code into a web page if I'm using one. Here's what the dialog looks like if I click on invitation. Right. I can send it via Outlook. Here's the QR code that I can download, maybe post by the water cooler. Here's the embed code, but I want the link. Optionally, I can shorten the URL if I want to. I'll click on copy link, and it's copied to my clipboard, and I'm good to go. Gonna go ahead and close this. There's some other options here. If you want to, you can choose a style. There's different style sets to choose from. You don't have to go with this default color here. If you click on style, you can change the color. You can even add background music if you want to. I'll make this a little more dynamic. I'll choose this option here. There we go. So this is what it would look like. All right, very good. So I'm collecting responses here. I'm going to go ahead and respond by clicking on preview. Now remember, I did copy that link to the clipboard, so I'll go back to Word and I'll just say something like, I'll say, please register here. And I'll go ahead and paste the link right there. So if I click on this link, control click to follow, it's going to open up in my default browser for me. I'll bring that over here. Now I can go ahead and fill this out and I'm good to go. So pretty nice. I'll keep it simple though. I'll just go I'll go back. I'll click on preview and I'll go ahead and fill this out. I'll click on start now. I'll say Jones, OIT, yes, transportation please. And for the date, I'll choose today's date and submit. That's it, I'm done. So as my responses come in, I can click on responses over here. And it shows me basically the response, gives me some visuals here in terms of how many of my recipients needs transportation, how many are from each office, and the dates registered here as well. It's a really nice way to just kind of collect, no need to save anything. Once we're all done, we can actually open this into an Excel file here as well, and then we can go ahead and run some analysis on the actual data. So those are Microsoft Forms. So you can either create a fillable form, or you can go ahead and place a link right here to a online Microsoft form. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson 7. We're going to create 2 basic macros here. Now, according to Microsoft, we can automate frequently used tasks by creating and running macros. So basically, when we record a macro, it's basically recording everything that we do. So commands, instructions, and they are basically replayed in sequence. So for example, selecting text, these are instructions. Applying a color, that's basically a command. So any kind of selecting an object, working with an object, that's how recording macros work. Now, with the modern version of Microsoft Office, or specifically in Word, there's a lot of things that we can automate. So remember, we can always insert quick parts into our document. So we can actually create reusable content that we can quickly just add to our document here as well. But let's go ahead and take a look. There's still room for macros in Microsoft Word. Let's go ahead and create a basic signature. So for the macros, I'm going to be using 2 tables. So we'll insert a pre-filled table as a macro, and we'll go ahead and insert a basic signature here as well. So what if on every document, that's typically how we record a macro, or why we would need to record a macro, we say, well, what if we're always doing this over and over and over again? Why not create a macro to take care of those steps for us? So what I'm going to do, I already have my developer tab turned on. So let's click on the developer tab. We're going to head on over to the code command group, and we're going to go ahead and record a macro. Once we record a macro, we can view the macros in our library. We can also take a look at the code that's running for that particular macro as well. So the first thing, we just need a reason to create a macro. So I'm going to go ahead and create a basic signature. It's going to look like a email signature. My name, my role, my company, and maybe my email address as well. So to do that, I'm going to go ahead and click on the developer tab. I'll click on record macro. Now, here's how we set up our macro. We need to go ahead and give the macro a name. We need to decide whether we're going to use a keyboard shortcut to run the macro, or if we want to go ahead and add a button to our quick access toolbar to run the macro. If you're sharing this document with a team member, you may want to add a button to the document so that they can simply click on it to run the macro. The other part is, well, where do you want to store the macro? Do you want it to be available every time you open Microsoft Word, or just in this particular document? Well, I just want it to be available in this particular document. So I'll just click here. I'll put a brief description here as well. And I'll just say this is going to be my signature. Let's give it a name. I'll call it a signature. When you're naming a macro, you cannot have any spaces. I'm going to assign a button control to it. We'll do both. We'll assign a keyboard shortcut and a button as well. This is just for me, so maybe I'll just assign a keyboard shortcut. So I'll click on keyboard here, and it pulls up the customized keyboard. So basically I just need to go ahead and enter a keyboard combination here to see what I want to use to be able to run my macro. So if I press Control C, it tells me that that's already in use. That's the copy, so I don't want to do that. I want to do something like Control Shift, maybe Control Shift and a letter, right? So Control Shift S. And right now it's currently using the Style Apply Pane. I don't really use that shortcut. So I only want this to be stored in my practice file. And that's it. So my shortcut key, I press Control Shift plus S right here. And that's going to be my new shortcut to run this signature. I'll click on Assign. And then I'll go ahead and click Close. Once I do that, you'll notice my cursor has changed to this little tiny, looks like an old cassette, because I'm recording here. So everything I do now will be recorded. I'm going to keep it simple. I'll click on the Insert tab, and I'll insert a table. And let's see, I want just a basic table. Let's see, name, role, company, email. And let's see if I can actually add an icon in there as well. So here's my table. On the first line, I'll put my name. So I'll say Mo Jones. I'll press the arrow key to go down. I'll say instructor. Go down one more time with the arrow key. And I'll put learn it. Then I'll put in a fictitious email here. So I'll say mo@nomail.com. I'll go down and I'm going to go ahead and insert a little icon. Let's see what happens here. But before I do that, I'll change the table design. I'll change the table style here. I'll choose a nice table style. Maybe I'll go for this one. And then I'll go ahead and insert a icon. Why not? Something related to learning. Go ahead and add this one here. And finally, I'll just change the layout so it's auto-fitting the contents. I don't want it to be that wide. So I'll click on the Layout tab. Now remember, Word is recording everything that I'm doing here. So for the auto-fit, I'll choose auto-fit contents. There we go. That looks pretty good. I'll go ahead and stop recording now. I'm done. I'll click on the Developer tab and I'll stop recording. And that's it. I'm good to go. Let's go ahead and give it a quick test. We'll go down a few lines here. And I did assign a shortcut key, right? I said Control-Shift-S. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see what happens. Control-Shift-S. And look at that. So pretty cool. Nice little signature. I could have removed the borders so it's, we don't visibly see the borders. I could have done that here as well, but we'll just keep it simple. Right? I use the table. It's a little difficult to format text when you're recording a macro. Go ahead and record your first macro. Go ahead and insert a basic signature table and come right back. We'll create one more. Welcome back. Now I did remove those two tables here just to make a little room for my document. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead, let's say I'm an inventory manager. I actually was an inventory manager at one point, and I used to find myself kind of doing the same thing, right? Inserting a table with, make, model, ID number, price, and how many items we have in stock as well. So instead of me doing this, right, and go ahead and typing things like the ID number, category, make, model, price, and so forth and so on. And then, formatting this as such, well, instead of doing all that, I can go ahead and create a nice macro for that. So I'll need about 6 columns. I'll put about maybe 4 rows in here as well. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and delete this table. And let's record a macro. So I'll click on the Developer tab. I'll click on Record Macro. This time I want to go ahead, I'll give it a name first. Right? I'll say INV table. Again, no spaces, so I'm keeping everything together here. I only want to use this macro in this workbook. This time, I want to go ahead and assign a button to it. I'll put a little description in here as well. So I'll say table template for inventory. So good to go. Got my macro name. I'm storing it in this document. Here's my description. I'll go ahead and assign a button to it as well. When you click on the button, you get this really confusing dialog box here. But basically, when you assign a button to a macro, it wants to add that button to your quick access toolbar. So here's my list of macros. I want to go ahead and choose this, basically add it to my quick access toolbar. So you can see I already have 2 over here as well. I'm going to go to remove these. Actually, I'll leave them for now. I'll go ahead and add that one here. And I'll go ahead and press OK. So now I'm recording. I'll go ahead and insert that table. I did say I needed about 6 columns. And I'll go with 5 rows. There we go. And give it a table style ahead of time. And I'll go for something a little more colorful this time. So here we go. So I'll go ahead and put in the tag number. Press the tab key to move over. This is going to be the category. I have make, I have model, I have price, and I have the stock. I made a little error here, but it's okay. I can go back and fix this once I'm done. All right. What about layout options? What if I want to make sure everything is centered? So I'm going to go ahead and select the entire table. And I want everything to be centered like that as well. All right. For the table design, if I don't want that first column to be formatted like that, I can turn off the formatting, just like that. We'll also take a look at how we can update some of these options here once we step into the macro. All right. Well, that's it. I'm done. I'm going to go ahead and click back on the developer tab here. I'm going to go ahead and stop recording. And there we go. So I've stopped recording. Now, as I was building this table, if I used a command like insert a row or insert a column, the macro would have recorded that there as well. But let's go ahead and insert this table. Here's my macro. Let's see. There we go. Inventory table. And there we go. So it drops in that table right here for me as well. Let's go ahead and step into that macro. Now, the macros library, I'm going to take a look at all of my existing macros. So I'll click on macros here. This will show me those two macros that I recorded, and I'll have some capabilities. So let me just show it for this document here. There we go. So here's my signature macro. So I can run the macro right from here if I want to. So I don't necessarily have to use a shortcut key or the quick access toolbar. I can step into the macro, and this is a great way to see how the code is working. I can edit the macro. I can delete the macro if I want to. Let's go ahead and step into the macro and watch it run line by line. So I'll click on step into. Here's my Visual Basic for Applications window. It looks like Excel 2003. Has not really changed much in the last 20 years or so. So basically, when we are working with a Word document and we run a macro, it creates a module for us based on that file. So here's my file, here's my document. It creates a module, and that module basically holds my macros. So here are my two macros that I created, and here's all the code. I'm going to move this over a little bit so we can see it running line by line. So macros are object oriented. You first have to select an object and then apply some type of method, add a value, or change a property of that particular object. So in this case, it says create a subroutine called signature. If I press the F8 key, it goes to the next line. So now it's just selecting the active document, which is my Word document, and it's getting ready to add a table. 5 rows, and let's see, 5 rows, 1 column. So just the default table here as well. If I press the F8 key, so here's my actual table. So just the basic table here. And it's checking to see if the table has a style. So that table grid. So basically, if it does not have a style, then give it the grid style. So just the basic style here. Next, it's going to go ahead and decide whether the header row, that top row, is going to have special formatting. Yes, it does. Last row does not have special formatting. First column does, and so forth and so on. Then we go down, we start entering the text. So with whatever I selected with my mouse, that first cell was selected, we're going to go ahead and add the text Mo Jones in there. So there's Mo Jones. We can see with the formatting for that first row. And then it heads on over to the next one here. So with selection, we'll put instructor in there, and then learn it. If I wanted to change this, I can simply change the name right here, as long as I stay within the quotation. So instead of learn it, I'll say work at home. So I'll go ahead and press the F8 key. It says work at home. And here's my email. Go ahead and use that. So we're just going down. And now it wants to apply the table style. I did choose grid 2 accent 1. I can change it right here if I want to. Maybe I want grid table 4 accent 1. Let's see what that does. I actually gave the same one. I was trying to change it to another one. All right? And then here's the add picture command. So this is a little more advanced, right? So with the cell that's selected, inline shapes, it's using the add picture command, and the file name is the URL for that particular icon that I inserted here. So there's my icon, and then we have the autofit behavior to autofit to the actual content. And then we end the sub, and there we go. I want to change this actually. Let's see, style 4. Let's see what happens. So that is how we step into it. I want to make sure I click on reset here before I leave, just to make sure, because if I'm still in the middle of running something, it will not allow me to interact with Word. So I'll go ahead and click reset here, and I'm good to go. So those are just the basics on how we can create a macro to repeat tasks. And we can also go into the editor if need, and we can go ahead and change either the content or the formatting or the styles here as well. Now again, there's a lot of things that we can automate currently in Word. So macros are really useful when you want to create buttons to be able to share a document with a particular user. You can provide them with instructions. Click on that button to perform this particular task or these series of tasks here as well. If I click back on my macro library, other things I can do, I can go ahead and delete a macro from here if I want to. I can create a macro from here. I can also go ahead and edit a macro. So if you click on edit macro, it pulls up the VBA window for us again here, and we can go ahead and just make any changes here that we want to as well. Well, congratulations on completing our Word Advanced course. That wraps up Module 6. As a quick recap, we're able to secure a document. We're able to create a fillable form right inside of Microsoft Word. We saw how we can secure the document so that our users can only fill out the form. We also took a look at the online form features as well. And then we're able to create macros to automate repetitive tasks. We took a brief look at the VBA interface to see how we can step into a macro and manage our macros as well. So congrats on completing the course, and I look forward to teaching you in a future course.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Copilot from Microsoft Word. My name is Joe. I'm going to be facilitating this course for you today, and we are going to have a lot of fun. Microsoft Word and Copilot work together so well. But before we can actually get into Copilot from Microsoft Word, we have to talk about what exactly is Copilot. When you open up a Word document, you'll automatically notice that Draft with Copilot is available. You'll see the little icon. Now you can either select that icon or press Alt-I to draft with Copilot. So if you click on it, you'll see we can automatically start to describe what we want to write, or we can include notes that we want, or even an outline, and then Copilot will generate the draft for us. For this one, let's say, please create a document that explains the benefits of learning and development in the business world. And let's see what it comes up with. You'll also see right next to it, we have reference the file. So we can reference file, which we will talk about in a little bit, where we can have it build a draft based off of something we've already pre-created. And then I'll click generate. Let's see what it comes up with. Now remember, this technology is young and it's not perfect. So if there is anything that comes up that might not be accurate, or if we don't like the way it looks, we can either edit it, and I'll showcase rewrite with Copilot for that, or we can just start over again. But as you can see, it's pulling information, and look how cool this is. It's starting to write it out for us right in front of our eyes. So we'll give it some time to continue writing. And we'll see what it comes up with. So you can see as we go through though, I mean, it's coming up with some really awesome stuff. So far it has about a page of content, And you'll notice that it's using different headers and subheaders here, so everything's being organized nice and neat. We might have to do some changes and there we go, we have it, or we would just put a page break here. But let's take a look at what it came up with. The benefits of learning and development in the business world. How investing in your employees can boost your bottom line. I think that's amazing right there as a subtitle. Learning and development, L&D, is the process of providing training, coaching, mentoring, and other opportunities for employees to acquire new skills, enhance their performance, and grow their careers. Now at this point, we can actually go through the document and make any changes that we want to keep. We could say keep it, or we can say make it more formal, or we can actually delete it or regenerate it if we didn't like something. So let's go through and let's say that I don't like to maximize the benefits of employees. So I can click into here right now and I can say to keep it or regenerate it. And then it'll regenerate once again. Now, since everything is selected at this point, it's going to probably regenerate the whole thing. I'm going to just say stop regenerating because I do like it, but we can go through each thing now and start to say if we want to keep it, which I'll say keep all of it. Now, at this point, we have an awesome looking document. It's 2 pages long. And as I said before, we're going to make just a couple of small minor adjustments. I might come in here and do a page break. You can use page break using Control Enter. So put our page break right here. And then also, if there was any minor things that Word didn't like, we could say programs and adjust and improve accordingly. But other than that, this looks perfect. And we've done this within a couple of minutes, a whole document, and it is on its own one of the best ways to actually get information and create it into a nice simple document like this. Now you will notice that the editor and Copilot exist next to each other. We're going to talk about the relationship with one another and how we can further analyze our documents to make sure that they're exactly the way we want them. Now that we have our document drafted, the next thing I want to showcase is how we can rewrite with Copilot. Let's say that we wrote this document and now we want to make some changes. Maybe this is a little too much for me. So I'm going to select it. Remember, you can always double click to select one word. You can do a triple click, 1, 2, 3 to select the entire paragraph, or you can do a control click to select the sentence. But I want to select the entire paragraph, so I'll do 1, 2, 3. And then you'll see the little Copilot symbol. And it'll ask you 2 things. Do you want to rewrite with Copilot or visualize as a table? We're going to talk about visualizing as a table in a little bit, but let's start with rewrite with Copilot. When you choose rewrite with Copilot, it's going to draft a bunch of rewrites, and it drafts them in different ways. For instance, right now it's going to finish up here with our first result, and this is going to be training, coaching, mentoring, and other opportunities for employees to learn new skills. I can go to the second style. L&D is the process of giving employees, or I can go with a third style, training, coaching, mentoring. So there's 3 different styles that they've now created for us. We can choose to replace it or insert below it. You can also regenerate if you want, or adjust the tone. This is something that's really important. If I decide that I don't want it to be neutral, I can act a little more professional on this one. And let's regenerate as professional and see what it comes up with. And it should usually come up to about 2 or 3 different options. So for professional, it only came up with 1. It says training, coaching, mentoring, but then it came up with 2, and then it came up with 3. So if you only see 1 at that moment, don't worry, it's still generating behind the scenes. Let's click on more casual. I want it to sound more casual for my learners. Okay, so this is more casual. L&D is when you give your employees chances to learn new stuff. Okay, that looks good. And then we see the second option and third. See if I wanted to be more imaginative. L&D stands for learning and development, and it means giving employees chances to learn new skills, boost their performance, and advance their careers through training, coaching, mentoring, and other methods. So this looks great. Once again, you can choose like shorter forms of it. But let's look at the last one, concise, and see what it comes up with. So this is a concise rewrite of our text. L&D means offering trainings. Is the process of giving employees training, coaching. So I really don't like this one. I did like the casual one. That one I really liked. It explained it perfectly. I even like this one too. But just to showcase our rewrite, we're going to change this. And let's go with this one. And there we go. We have a nice little introduction now. And I can do that with any of these. If I decide that something is not to my liking, like maybe like this one, I want it to be a little longer, I'm going to do a rewrite. And let's see what it comes up with. All right, this looks awesome. I'm going to make it sound a little more professional. And let's see what it came up with. I like this one a lot, so I'm going to replace. Now always remember, you don't have to replace it. You can also just put it below and then have an idea, kind of like a markup. So you can have your original and then whatever you thought might be a nice replacement, and then have it reviewed and then choose between you and your coworkers. Let's change a couple of things here that I didn't like. To attain, improve. I think this looks awesome. So we've used draft with Copilot to draft this document. Now we're using rewrite with Copilot to rewrite and change the tone of our entire document. Another really amazing feature of Copilot is being able to take text and turn it into a table format. Now, I've played around with this in the past, and some of them don't always work. If it's too text heavy, they don't have a way to do it. But let's take a look at this one real quick. Benefits of L&D for employees. Maybe I don't want to list them out like this, but I want it to be a little more so like a table to read through. So I'm going to select all of this, and I'm going to click my little Copilot, and I'm going to visualize this as a table and see if I can do it. Like I said, you'll get different results because this is all randomized output. So it seems to be working really great. Look at this. This is amazing. And I'm going to say that I want to keep it. I think this came out perfect. So it's now taken increased motivation and engagement and then a description. And we can get rid of all of this. So now we have more of a table. Employees who participate in L&D programs can enjoy the following benefits. Benefit, increased motivation and engagement, and then description. Enhanced skills and knowledge, description. Expanded careers and opportunities. And you can do that with a lot of this. Let me just delete this one out. That looks good. So this is going to be awesome. And we can also grab all of this and see if it'll turn into a table. Now, not everything is going to be table worthy, so sometimes it won't. In our case here, because we have the colons and we have a description first, it should be able to figure out what the step is and then what the description is. So you'll see to maximize, you should follow these steps. It knows to call it steps and description. Not everything can be turned into a table though. Let's say if I can find something that wouldn't make a good table, something like this, I'll keep that. And let's see if they could turn this into a table. Most likely they won't. Hopefully I get an example of it not working just so you don't get nervous if you see that. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. It wasn't doing this a lot while we were testing this out. So it's funny to see what it can turn into a table and what it can't now. Before it wasn't as nice for turning stuff into tables. So I think it looks great though. These tables are looking good. I'll do one more table here. Tables, I like them a little better than the bullet points. And there we go. It's going to come through. I'll keep it, and I'll delete this. All right, and then you can make your breaks again wherever makes sense. So I have this one page, I might want to do a break here. Control Enter, and then I have these two on the second page. So I think this looks great. We have everything that we need here. Always remember that if it doesn't work the first time, try again a second time. If it doesn't work the second time, then it just might be that you need to change things up to make it work. All right, so that's how we can take data and visualize it as a table. One of the next things we're going to talk about is how we can use Copilot to actually reference a file that already exists in Word. Let's say, for instance, that I have this file based off of health benefits, and I just want a little bit more help from Copilot. Now, since I've done some of the work, I don't want to just draft it from scratch like I did before with Draft with Copilot, but instead I want to reference a file. So I'm going to choose what file I want. This one's called Word Example. Let's see if it'll find it. And then I'm going to choose Generate. So now it's going through all the information in that previous file. We're going to see what happens. And like I said, this was all about health, so I love the way that it's pulling it apart. So here's going to be a summary. This looks great. So this is a summary of healthy eating habits. Now I do want to add some stuff here, so I want to add a little bit more about the healthy eating habits and make this into a full document. So I'm going to put this in the center, and let's say that I want a brief overview of key principles of nutrition, a nutritious diet. So I'm going to copy that. I'm actually going to go right underneath here and use Copilot to describe what I want to write. I'm going to draft this. I'm going to say, please give a brief overview, and let's generate it. So I'm going to start to now add things using a combination of the reference a file and draft with Copilot, and then also the rewriting with Copilot. And this looks awesome. So immediately I get a brief overview, then I get an introduction, and then I get information. Now I do want a little bit more here, so I'm going to say for balanced nutrition, let's add in something else. Add information about a balanced nutrition. And let's see what it comes up with. Okay, generate. Let's see what it looks like. And there we go. This is great. So it's now going through and just putting more information. And I'll say I want to keep it. Now, if I don't want to keep some stuff, like you could just, of course, highlight it, rewrite it if you want. I actually do want to rewrite some of this. Let's do a rewrite and see what it comes up with. But it's always important to read through, make sure everything stays consistent, because using Copilot can get a little too out of hand if we're just doing different adds to different parts of the document. It might sound very, I would say, irregular throughout the document and non-consistent. So we want to be sure that we're concise and consistent with everything. Okay, so rewrite with Copilot. I like this one a lot. I'm going to replace. And I think that looks a lot better. So now we are having a lot more information under balanced nutrition, and we can do the same thing for all of them. As I said before, using the rewrite with Copilot mixed with draft, or even referencing a file that already exists, can truly help you to create an awesome final result for a document. Now we've seen two documents that were created. one created from scratch, which is our benefits of learning, and then our other document, which we created before, referencing my health document file. So with that said, we see that when we first click into our document, we get our little prompt to draft with Copilot. But that's not all that Copilot does in Word. We actually have an entire Copilot pane that can help us out. So to find it, you're going to go to the Home tab. And inside of the Home tab, we're going to go over to the last command group here where it says Copilot. We're going to select Copilot, and it's going to open up the Copilot pane, where we can start to ask questions about this document, or we can even be prompted to summarize this document. So say I can chat, respond to your questions, and help with writing and summarizing this document. Maybe I want to summarize it. Let's say that I do want to do that. I can choose summarize this document. It's going to give me a nice little summary of everything, so I don't have to read through the entire thing, but I can get a pretty good idea of what it's about. So it starts with according to the document, and it's building it out still. And I love how it references it, so you can skip through to where you want to go. So for instance, if I want to read more about the benefits, I can jump straight to there by clicking benefit, and it jumps to the page. So that's a really cool feature as well with the references. But so far it says that the main ideas are what is L&D and why it's awesome, the benefits for employees, the benefits for employers, and then how to implement it effectively. So that's a pretty good rounded summary of what this document's about. You'll also see that now you can make this summary shorter or make it more casual. So as you start to ask Copilot to do things with prompts, it will then open it up to more prompts associated with what you just wrote. So for instance, since I asked to make a summary, now it's asking us, do we want to shorten it or make it more casual? And it'll continue to do that. Now, in order to reset that whole system, what you can do is go to change topic, and that resets all the history of what you've asked it already. So sometimes that's what you want to do to start fresh. So when you choose change topic, it just brings it back to the original prompts and says, okay, what do we want to do? Now in the prompt areas where we can ask questions about this document, we're actually going to have a complete section on different questions we may want to ask. And then also, you'll see here that we have view prompts, which will showcase all the different prompts available. Whether we want to understand our document, it'll give us some prompts like tell me more about it, or summarize it, or list the pros and cons, or what are the important deadlines or milestones mentioned, or who are the key stakeholders in this project. We can also choose to ask questions. How can Copilot help? How do I add a table of contents? Give me a specific example from this document on how I can improve it for a leader. You can also go to view more prompts to view all the different prompts for Word. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And you can also use the microphone, which I really like, so you don't have to type it out fully. You can ask questions this way. So if I want to ask, what is the top thing to know in my document? What is the top thing to know in my document? I can then send that out real quick by using just the microphone. And let's see what it comes up with. It might come up with no result. And according to this document, the top thing to know from this document, and we'll take a look, and it's still writing it out with 8 references this time. It says the top thing to know from this document is that learning and development is beneficial for both employees and employers. L&D is when employees are given opportunities to learn new things, improve their skills, and advance their careers. This is beneficial for both employees and employers, as it can increase motivation, engagement, productivity, and innovation while reducing turnover and attrition. And I love that, right? This is so cool how we can see, just by asking what is the top thing to know in my document, how I can give that result. So Yeah, try this out on your own. Try the Copilot Pane. If you exit out of Copilot Pane, you can always just click it open again. If you notice there is a little caret icon where you can move or resize or even get help about Copilot Pane or even close it out. And then if you do close it out, if you open it again within the same session, you'll get all of the previous responses that you asked it. Just like that. Asking questions in Copilot is going to be one of the biggest things that we can do for our Word document. We can also ask it to create things from our document. For instance, I can ask it anything about this document. Maybe I want to know the top benefits of L&D. So what are the top benefits of L&D? And we see that it also includes the references so we can read through and go straight to those references. Now, as it goes through, a couple other questions I might ask it is to create other content based off of this content. For instance, maybe I want to promote L&D now to my employees. So maybe I want to create a flyer or send an email. And once again, you'll notice that it starts to create new prompts for you based off of what you've already asked it and what its history is. If you decide to change the topic, these will go away. But let's take a look at what it says. It says, according to this document, the top benefits of L&D is increased motivation and engagement, enhanced skills and knowledge, and expanded career opportunities. Top benefits for employees are improved productivity and innovation, reduced turnover and attrition, and increased competitiveness and reputation. So that's pretty cool. Now what I want to do though is take some of these top benefits and I want to market them within the company. So I'm going to say, please create a marketing flyer based off of this document. And let's see what it can do. And according to this document, boost your bottom line with learning and development. And it starts to create it for me. Look how amazing this is. So now we see investing in your employees can have a huge impact, benefits for employees, benefits for employers. And I can quickly copy this now and put it into, let's say, a PDF or another Word document and make it look like a nice flyer. I can go an extra step too. Maybe I also want to create an email based off of this document to help market L&D. So let's see if it can create an email based off of this document. And awesome. So it gives us everything we need. It tells us according to this document, so the subject would be for our email, boost your business with learning and development. Dear the recipient, are you looking for ways to improve your business and stay ahead of competition? And it just gives us all the great stuff here. Now, if I was to take a look, I'll just copy this real quick, copy to the clipboard, and I'll just create another page break and paste it. You'll notice that once you paste it, those reference points are only for the output result. So they do not come over when you copy it. So no worries, you're not going to have like a random 1 or 2 in the middle of a sentence. This is what it would look like. And then I can just have my subject, and then I can do even a mail merge on this right away. So this is amazing. You can start to create information or emails or flyers or posters based off of information in documents that already exist. And we can also create documents using the reference of a file or draft documents from just an idea or even just a sentence. Now, of course, the more you put into asking Copilot to do something for you, the more you're going to get out. And you want to be very specific on what you ask it. Once again, if you want to ask it questions, you'll see that it prompts you for other questions, like what are the steps to implement an effective L&D strategy? Or what are the benefits of L&D for employers? You can click into that, and then after it gives you a response, it'll give you more prompts to ask questions. If you still don't know what questions you exactly want to ask or what's going to work with Copilot, I'm going to showcase real quick how we can access the Copilot Lab. But let's see what we have first here, and then we'll get into it. And there we go. Starting to create our output. And that looks awesome. And then it'll say what are the benefits of L&D for employers versus employees. And we could just keep going, just keep asking questions, and it gives us so much good information. All right, so try this out, and then we're going to get into how we can get Copilot Lab. Copilot made this awesome document for us, talking about the benefits of learning and development. Now, as I said before, Copilot and Editor are actually next to each other in the command group. And there's a reason for this. They go hand in hand. Even though Copilot can draft a document for us, it doesn't mean that it's going to always be correct in what it says or even in grammar. So I'm going to click on the editor as well, and you'll see that my editor score is at 94%. So they have a couple of suggestions. They're telling me the spelling is correct and the grammar is correct, but there are a couple of refinements, like formalities. Let's take a look. In formal writing, try spelling out the words. So they want me to say do not instead of don't. So I could say that, not a big deal, but I can also ignore it. But let's just go with it. We have another formality now because I did the do not. Now we're going to say do not miss the opportunity instead of miss out. So that's all done now. Let's see punctuation conventions. So it says outcomes, a comma before and or. Okay, that sounds good. I can do that. There we go, that's all fixed. If this was a resume, specific numbers of examples to add impact. It's not a resume, but I'll just say ignore once. And I could say impressive. Remember, it has another one that popped up. Talk about some of this, specific examples that add impact. I'm going to ignore this as well. So you don't have to always make the changes to everything. You can ignore some of the stuff that the editor asks. Let's look at vocab. So it says vocab, more specific adjectives. So instead of new staff, I could say inexperienced staff or fresh staff or unfamiliar. I think hiring new staff is fine. I'm going to ignore this. A huge impact. We could say a massive impact. Sure. Okay. So let's see what our score is sitting at now. 100%. So as you can see, we'll go through the editor after using Copilot to draft the document, and it's going to help us with a ton of different things, whether it be formal writing or refinements or corrections or even similarities. So check for similar online sources. We can also check for that. And this just goes to show the randomness of drafting a document. Even though we used Copilot, it shouldn't come back similar to anything else because every output for everyone is different. Even if you typed in the same thing that I did during this training, it would be completely different than what it says for me. But let's check just in case. Another thing you can do is insights, the document stats. So you can take a quick look. And that's fine. It says 0% of your text is similar to online sources. That's really good news. It's also very scary news because, if we can't tell if it's plagiarized or anything, or if AI is writing all our stuff for us. But you'll see readability, what percentages we have, averages, counts, things like that. With that said, once I'm done, I can exit that out, and there we go. The next thing we're going to get into is being able to get over to the Copilot Labs. So at this moment, I might have run out of questions to ask. So I'm going to go over to the little book icon where it says View Prompts, where I can take a look at the full list of prompts for Microsoft Word. I can say View More Prompts at the bottom here. It's going to open up prompts from Copilot Lab. Now I love the Copilot Lab because it has all the prompts that exist so far, and there's always new ones being made. You can quickly look at saved prompts that you've used before, like brainstorm funny names. If I liked it, I can save that prompt, and then it'll be in that category. Or you could see like list pros and cons, summarize this document, and I even have it categorized as ask and understand, so you can filter through the prompts. But if you still don't see what you want, you can select See All Prompts in Copilot Lab. And once you click on that, it's going to open up a web page and bring us to the Copilot Lab. One of the last things we're going to talk about is how we can use Copilot for Word on the web version. So what we're going to do is open up a blank document. I'm on the online version of Word, and you'll see right away that we have Copilot right here on our ribbon. So you'll see the Home tab, and you'll see Copilot. But just like before, we don't have to just use the Copilot pane. We have all the same tools that we had before where we can click into here and use Alt plus I, or even this little icon to write something. So let's do, please create an article about the future of artificial intelligence. And let's see what it comes up with. So it's pulling things together, it's getting everything ready for us. It's going to draft the future of artificial intelligence, opportunities, and challenges. And I just love how it just starts to really create the document right in front of you. So you can just start reading. And this looks pretty amazing. It has a lot of information so far. So about 2 pages worth of info at the moment. But it looks like it might even go into 3. So depending on what you ask it to draft, you may have shorter versions or longer versions, depending on how much information the AI wants to return in the output. But I think this looks good. Yeah, just about 2 pages, 617 words there. I'm going to say keep it. And just like before, we can go through, we can add images if you like. How cool is that? I actually like that image right there. So they have a little diamond up top where you can add an image. And look how cool this looks. Like I said before, it's good to see the editor though, so always make sure to open up the editing pane. That way we can see grammar, if there's anything that doesn't make sense, responsible, and okay, that makes sense. We could do that. And now we're at 100%. And we have just created an awesome document. Now at this point, we can, of course, go back and if we want to change this, just like before, we have all the same rewrites or visualize as a table. Let's do a rewrite, see what it comes up with. I want it to be a little more casual. Always remember that we can change it to click on the little adjust tone, click casual, and regenerate. All right, and there we go. It rewrote our casual, and now I'm going to replace it, and we're all set. With that said, always check your editor. It went back down to 99% conciseness. Let's take a look. All right, we'll say good. And now we're back at 100. So always use the editor and the Copilot together. As you can see, Copilot is so amazing and there's so much you can do with it. I hope you all enjoyed this course, and I'll see you all next time. Thanks.